The Esports World Cup has taken over Paris. Here in the metro station, where everyday lives are continuing, we have the GOATs and the champions lining the walls, exposing to the general public.
I just wish I had enough time to look at all of these faces, but unfortunately we cannot, because you can't miss a single moment here in the upcoming MWI. It's already day 4, much more stakes, much more emotions to expect.
Now the problem right now is that we're at the semifinals and few teams are going to make it all the way to the very end. Let's go check them out right here, right now at MWI.
Let's go!
Welcome in, everyone, to the 2026 Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. Today is day 4 of the MWI. The best females in MLBB are ready to take the stage to dominate their competition. The question is, who wants to make it to Grand Finals? Doing so means you get the bulk of a $500,000 prize pool, plus this very trophy right here. But yesterday was a sobering day. 4 keys were crushed, and 4 ladies' dreams of making it to the Grand Finals ended. It was Team Ray Young, Seda Esports, and both Falcons rosters of Falcons MENA as well as Falcons Indonesia. But let's celebrate the fact that they made it to the knockout stage, a massive accomplishment, not only for their region, but also for their organization. But we have 4 powerhouse teams of Na'Vi versus Galaxy Phoenix. Who will rise above? And on the opposite end, it's going to be Vitality versus Geltech Cyber Team. For who rules the jungle? It's the knockout stage, semifinals. Let's get day 4 of the MWI started.
The third day of MWI at EWC26 was legendary as we saw advancements and knockouts happen on the same day. 4 sweeps opened up day number 3 with Falcons Indonesia moving forward and Seita, representative from China, making it to the knockouts by qualifying with a sweep as well. And of course, in the next series of matches, we got to see Falcons MENA also move forward while Na'Vi took down a rival in Gen G with a sweep.
Then we move on to the knockout stage. Brutal knockouts, brutal eliminations already, starting off with Galaxy Phoenix shutting down the Seda run that had everybody engaged. Then we had heartbreak for both Falcons ID and Falcons MENA, sent home by home turf advantage, Vitality, and also Geltech Cyber Team. In our final match of the day, it was the only sweep with Na'Vi Philippines getting a top 4 finish. Yesterday, we found out the best of 3s. Today, we'll find out what best of 5s are in store for us.
So first I got into esports with Vitality. I started supporting Vitality on Counter-Strike back in 2020. So I get into MWI when Vitality just got their team, especially when EWC has been created. When you see esports, you just need to see it as a normal sport. There is teams, players, organizations that just want one thing, is to win.
Dina is already down. Now the blazing duet by Chill! Spatial migration combo.
Game 1 already falling into the hands of Vitality. That is what you see, a world-class series being played here.
And that's how I got curious about the club, about his values, and I just felt like it was my club. It wasn't even a choice, I just felt like it was my club.
Oh, today is serious here in the Allianz Vault. More teams will have potentially their dreams crushed. They don't want to play for 3rd or 4th. No, they want to play for gold, 1st and 2nd, but they've got to win one more series just to get to that point. Welcome into the studio. I'm Taylor, Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Renmar and Miracle. Good to have you boys. How you feeling? Man, we're here, semifinals day.
Yeah, good to be here. Very excited to be at this spot on Stream A. Now the only stream that we got after how many days I've spent in Stream B, but very happy to be here and excited.
Happy to have you guys. Miracle, you've been crushing it over there on the cast, though.
Thank you.
We have a lot of great moments to look at. Let's just reminisce of what has taken place, especially yesterday. We crushed 4 of those keys, Miracle. Walk me through them.
It was fantastic, man. Again, started off with Seda, unfortunately having the run crushed down by Galaxy Phoenix. And honestly, coming into this tournament, I don't think a lot of people had in their cards Seda and GXP to make it to the quarterfinals. The fact that they did, going through their own runs, and my goodness, Fa having a standout performance this entire MWI, it's just been fantastic. GXP, I don't even think they expected to go all 3 games against Seda, so it's always surprises every single day.
Yeah, and I think GXP needed to suffer that 1 game loss to Seda. At least now they know what they need to work on. How do you handle the minion waves, especially for key moments, whether you're pushing or whether you're playing around the objectives?
Oh, but this one was a banger. It was Vitality against Falcons Indonesia. And let's celebrate the fact that, of course, Falcons Indonesia taking a map off of a team that has beat them hundreds and hundreds of times. Ultimately, they win the series. Vitality, of course, but it showed that Vitality can bleed.
That's true. And the last time we saw them bleed, the last time we saw them kind of vulnerable, it was 2024 in that run where Smart Omega Empresses were able to get the job done all the way into Grand Finals. So finally here we get to see a little bit of that. Is Vitality overconfident? Do they have some struggles within the team just behind the scenes, or what is it? Because Na'Vi, they're looking great.
That's great questions. We take a look at our bracket as it stands today. Now, Rinmar, yesterday was brutal. 4 keys were crushed. Again, we celebrate the fact that they made it, but the Falcons no longer have a chance to club championship points. But Na'Vi, Team Vitality, both currently in the running top 7 and number 1 are now in the semifinals.
Yeah, even just making it to the Grand Finals for either of these two teams in the running for club championship points. Team Vitality, they've expanded their attempts in making sure that they get the club championship trophy, and even just making it to the Grand Finals would be great for their run.
Absolutely. The club championship race is well underway. After all, this is only week number 2. Trev, give me the updates.
Big storylines are emerging for the club championship today in MWI as Team Vitality continue their miracle run through the knockout bracket. At the moment, Na'Vi still sits on top of the club championship leaderboard, thanks to Dark Angel last week in Fatal Fury and their MWI team cracking the top 4 yesterday. Team Falcons had 2 teams in the top 8 of MWI, but both of them failed to make the semi-finals, leaving Team Vitality on a collision course with success in MWI. Over in Dota, Team Falcons look to right that wrong and try get to the top 4 today as just 1 game sits between them. Stay tuned as the club championship continues to progress today.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, Trev, for the update. We'll be keeping you updated as this tournament goes along. After all, we have 2 more days left, but let's take a look at our schedule for today. It's going to be 2 wonderful best of 5s. And again, what is up for grabs? A Grand Finals spots. We're going to be starting at the top with Galaxy Phoenix versus Na'Vi, and then move to Team Vitality versus Geltech Cyber Team. These matches are brutal for all 4 rosters.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, as a Filipino and as a Vitality fan for the longest time, my heart is racing. I'm nervous, dude.
We're in Paris. You're more of a Vitality fan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, I really like the dynamic between both the semifinals here. Firstly, Galaxy Phoenix, this matchup is going to be great against Na'Vi Philippines just because they are the complete opposite. Galaxy Phoenix love to go for the brawls. They're mechanical, and for Na'Vi, it's all about the discipline and macro advantages to play with.
Absolutely, and I'm going to love to hear you guys break down each and every map of our best of 5. We take a look at the emotions from the players on stage, and I love seeing the smiles. I really do, because when I see the tears, it absolutely breaks my heart, because tears are going to flow. Nobody wants to go on that stage and lose.
Yeah, some of the exit interviews I had to do yesterday were heartbreaking. I'm a little bit of a crier myself.
I'm a soft guy too, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a softie, just seeing the women because of hearing their journeys, what they had to sacrifice to get through here, and then that heartbreaking loss that they had to experience. Man, it's tough.
And it's even more brutal here at the Esports World Cup because you literally get to see your keys, your dreams crushed in front of you by your opponents.
That's right. But hey, for all of you out there, your journey can start now with the Creator Program. And it is a great program. What's up for grabs? All of those things on your very screen. And it will, in fact, help you become the best creator you want to be. Scan the QR code if you're ready to join. And I bet you definitely are. Hey, it's free $99. Get involved anyways. The Esports World Cup Creator Program. It's new for this year. Let's see how it works out. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Hey, Rose had a chance to catch up with the competitors as they were getting off the bus, walking into the venue. Rose, who did you walk into?
We managed to get half of the Galaxy Phoenix girls. So, we're going to have a little bit of a chat with Winnie. Winnie, how are we feeling for today's semifinals match?
I'm so confident. Wow. Today I'm so confident.
You're so confident.
We're so ready for the match today.
Okay, okay. Why are we confident though? Let's talk about that. Because you guys will be going up against Navi, and people say Navi is a title contender. So where is the confidence coming from, Galaxy Phoenix?
Well, we've been training a lot, so yeah, we trust our skill, our teamwork and stuff. Yeah.
Do you think you're going to the Grand Finals?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God. Is there anything you want to say to Navi?
Just good luck with your match.
Okay, girls, good luck. I hope to see you guys slay the game later. That's it from us. Thanks, guys.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you, Rose, as always. She's all over the venue, getting the players' opinions, not only after the matches, before the day even starts. She's a hard worker, Rose. We appreciate you. Let's get into our crunchy story of the day. And it's all about our semifinals. And the question is, who will, in fact, be the queen of the jungle? We've been asking that ourselves throughout the entirety of our broadcast because we've got a lot of great junglers. But the question is, who is the queen?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Do we look towards the Vitality Queens? Do we look towards, of course, our very own Keishi and Navi as a Filipino? Fa has been fantastic. Kiyoe, the Ice Queen. So many great junglers in MWI.
And look, this match is all about who is ready to rise above. Only one team can make it to the Grand Finals. Let's hone in on Navi, who has been phenomenal. Now, Navi comes into this 3/5 of the roster, of course, won way back in the day. They're looking to get back into the championship circle. Have you been impressed with the run so far?
I've been impressed. I think I was a bit disappointed at the group stage performances, especially for Navi. Dropping a single game, dropping that series against Galaxy Phoenix. I think left a lot of people, especially the Filipinos, wondering if Navi Philippines are as good as their 2024 counterparts, because obviously there were some roster changes here and there. Now for Navi, though, it really seems like it's the classic Filipino run of losing early, but then adapting and learning through those mistakes and getting stronger and stronger. Heck, they're the only team to get a full clean sweep in the knockout stage so far.
Yeah, the run of Navi can only be described as, the first day. Some of us, this is a first-time appearance here on this kind of stage, but then they got better, they improved, they got sharper, they reclaimed a little bit of their old form, and I love what I've been seeing from them so far.
They're a talented roster for sure. They might have started off slow, but that 2-0 victory over Team Ray Young last night was dominant, and they never lost control.
It was fantastic. That win was just... They were able to dissect the game of Team Ray Young, completely neutralizing it, and then closing it out so well by just playing it slow and disciplined.
Absolutely, but opposite of them is a team that is not going to go down without a fight. It's Galaxy Phoenix, and this roster has been on fire. Again, we question Queen of the Jungle. Fa is a great representation of that. She's been unstoppable.
The Cambodian playstyle has always revolved around fighting, and as the years pass on, teams from Cambodia improve managing minions alongside when they fight and still somehow get deadlier with fighting. It's the antithesis of the Filipino playstyle. They're aggressive and they aren't afraid to take risks.
It's all about taking risks, right? It's all about living in the moment, playing it chaotic, and sometimes it doesn't look like the cleanest MLBB. Sometimes you throw a big lead, but that's just the style of play that they get. Even in some of the moments where I was casting, I was like, all right, maybe it's time for Galaxy Phoenix to slow it down a bit. Wait for the Lord. 80 seconds for the Lord. We see usual teams just play in the base, play it safe. Galaxy Phoenix dive in the base, looking for that fight.
So Galaxy Phoenix, though, as an organization, as a team in general, making it to this point, is it a surprise or was it expected?
It is a surprise, and a pleasant one at that. The Cambodian region has always been so passionate about MLBB and MLBB esports, the competitiveness of it all. So to see their women make it this far and potentially even making it to the Grand Finals, it's insane.
And Miracle, I was hearing that this is now a true dark horse run. Is that the case?
I agree. I think it was a battle between Seda and Galaxy Phoenix. They met, luckily, in the first round of the knockout stage. So right now, we have the dark horse. Galaxy Phoenix, can they beat Navi Philippines, make it to the Grand Finals first, and show the world that every year of MWI, it's going to be a surprise?
That's it, and I like surprises. Now, Na'Vi doesn't want any surprises today, though. They just want to move forward, and they want a chance at the championship once again. I mentioned the club championship points. Trev did as well. Now, Na'Vi is currently in first place. That is a big deal. Last year, they finished in fourth. So Na'Vi making it the grand finals not only increases the amount of club championship points Na'Vi will be getting by default of just being guaranteed a second place, but first place would be, what, like 1,000, which is quite significant for the Na'Vi org. They're banking on this win, but they've got to get through Galaxy Phoenix, the dark horse roster who is looking to make history. Let's face it, they already have made history. Now, Winnie gets a lot of attention as well. Why is Winnie such a big talking point, specifically for the Gold Lane?
Well, for me, it's because she's literally only played 2 heroes this entire MWI. It's her very dependable Claude and the fact that her Harith is also great too. We were talking about it behind the scenes. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's so dependable and Na'Vi need to find a way to answer it. But it's an awkward spot. You don't want to ban a Claude.
Yeah, it's just a really, really awkward spot right now for everybody involved, right? I mean, for Winnie, it's like, all right, if you keep on leaving the Claude open, I'm going to pick it up. But the fact that we've seen Na'Vi deal with the Claude, pick it up themselves as well, that's why it's going to be really, really cool to see the drafts here. Whether or not it's going to be full-on Winnie, weak side, play around the jungle again, or will we see finally a Winnie on strong side pick?
And we're about to head to the stage in just a moment's time to get the ladies on the stage, get them ready to go, and then head into map 1. Again, it is going to be a best of 5. We've spoke a lot about Pha, the king of the jungle, and how good she's been. We've been praising her name since day one. Pha, like been screaming it out here. Hey, but is she truly going to be the queen of the jungle? Let's find out. Hey, the stage is set. We're ready to go. Let's bring the competitors up there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for day 4 of MWI here at the Esports World Cup. So far, we have seen the highest levels of play, but we are done with all of that 2 out of 3, as moving forward, everything is going to be 3 out of 5 in our 2 semifinals matches. It is about to be a movie. Damascus, what do we have today?
Rob, it's an exciting day today. The semi-finals are about to be played and we're about to kick off the first semi-final of the day. Listen, it's time to welcome our first team qualifying out of Cambodia, Team Galaxy Phoenix!
Galaxy Phoenix has proven to be an absolute powerhouse in their first international appearance. Imagine making a splash like this and letting it be known that even going up against the best, they refuse to be shaken. Now we'll see just how far they'll take it. Let's send things over to our interview.
Now, girls, this is the best showing for Cambodia yet. You have already done your country proud. Anything you would like to say to your opponents?
បាទអញ្ចឹងយើងបាននោមមោទនភាពដល់សរុបខ្មែរតាមមានអ្វីដែលចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ប្រកួតប្រជែងរបស់យើងគូប្រកួតប្រជែង
សម្រាប់គូប្រកួតប្រជែងចង់ប្រាប់ថាថ្ងៃហ្នឹងពួកខ្ញុំសុំទៅ Grand Final មុនទេ
I want to say that to our opponent that we're going to make it to the grand final today.
And we wish you luck. Please head on over to your battle station.
Oh man, they try to punch that ticket in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The pressure does not get higher than this, but our next team is accustomed to it. Please welcome to the stage, Na'Vi!
Qualified out of the Philippines, they had a strong start and they unfortunately could not get the first win, but they've been through the trenches and got a couple wins. They're the only team going for the clean sweep yesterday over Team Ray Young, led by Anot Ayanami, absolutely on fire. The Filipino team comes to the stage looking for a title that has eluded them since 2024.
Look at Asmarai in this exact same position yesterday as I interviewed you as a winner. Now, anything you would like to say to your rising stars, the opponents, Galaxy Phoenix?
We'll just do our best now and win this game.
In this game, you shall. Please take your seats at your battle station. So yes, yesterday, we have seen some really interesting things unfold. Right now, stakes are high and hunger shows. We've opened up the knockout stages, seeing our top seeds with an unblemished run go the full distance. And with a surprise flip in the script, Na'Vi PH actually took down their opponents to be here today. But as Marai mentioned yesterday, deja vu? Could this be their miracle run again? Let's see here, because in this matchup, who are they facing? The very foe that put them in this position to be crawling out of the brackets. This is a rematch of day one. Over to you guys at the casters, and welcome to the knockout stage of semi-finals.
Cheryl, Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV looking phenomenal up there, and so are our competitors. The ladies have taken the stage, and things start to get real. It's the knockout stage. It's semifinals. Winner moves forward to grand finals. The loser's not done just yet, but they won't have a shot at the championship title. Boys, let's break it down even further. We've talked about storylines, Queen of the Jungle, but now let's dig a little bit deeper. I want to talk not Ayanami, who has been out of this world. She's a phenomenal competitor, and from what I'm hearing, she is her, not Ayanami. What does she bring to the Na'Vi roster?
Well, right now, the most unique hero pool in all of MWI. 8 unique heroes picked, only played the CC twice. Everything else once. She is dependable and she is very flexible in terms of what the team needs from her.
Yeah, she feels exactly what the team needs, right? Yesterday, they needed someone in the XP to deal damage. They wanted to play utility jungle just to take away from their opponents straight up. They are able to understand, to read the game so well, and it just takes away the weapons from their opponents. So right now, I think finally, they get some time to read Galaxy Phoenix. The first time they met, it almost felt like it was a Na'Vi from last year.
Oh, yeah.
Up against Game and Gladiators, where they lost as well, where they just weren't expecting some of these weapons to come out. Now that they're fully aware of it, now that they've gone through those reviews of the VODs, I think they'll know exactly who to target. Fa on those assassin jungles, and maybe punish Winnie on that hero pool that we were talking about.
Yeah, I got to talk to Coach King Salman. He did admit that the ladies did have a bit of nerves during day number 1, and after they got through that, they regained their confidence. It was like that moment from The Lion King, remember who you are, and they remembered who they were.
Na'Vi, man, sometimes the nerves can hit even for the best out there. That's what I want to see today. Smiles on the stage, but both teams can't smile, of course, because one of the teams have to lose. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix on the opposite side, going back to Fa, she is absolutely unstoppable. Fun fact, she has 100% win rate with Ling. So if Ling is chosen for Fa, I don't know, you might be in a little bit of trouble. Sora's also, of course, quite powerful, but Ling, at least for Fa, is great. So on the opposite side of Fa, you got Keshi. Can Keshi truly counter Fa? Because she clearly needs to step it up in her lane today.
Yeah, actually, after the loss to Galaxy Phoenix, Na'Vi doubled down on the Filipino playstyle of picking the tank utility junglers. A lot of Bakshas, Akais, heroes that could actually threaten an assassin-centered jungler like Fa. So I think Galaxy Phoenix needs to pay extra attention to protecting their side of the river, because if they don't, then Fa cannot get fired up.
Could be very tough for Fa, but the thing is, when we're talking about Keishi, she's really good on assassins as well, right? So if we're talking, all right, you want to neutralize their game through objectives, you go for those tanks, the utility jungles. But if Na'Vi want to turn it around, just flip the script, they could be the ones to pick up the assassins, go 50-50, especially in a best of 5. Try to read your opponents in, maybe get that morale advantage in game 1, game 2, and then maybe go for the head quick. Clean sweep. They've been the only team to have done that so far in the knockout stage.
You know, these teams have history. They've met before. Sometimes Galaxy Phoenix gets the best of Na'Vi, and then the opposite way around. The biggest note, though, for Galaxy Phoenix coming into this is they really have already proven themselves. They've already made history. They were the dark horses coming in, and my goodness, they are making a championship run. They are officially in contender territory. So for Galaxy Phoenix, they haven't had anything to lose from the start of the tournament to now. I say get loose on stage, feel good. You've already made it this far. Maybe you can go a little bit further.
Yeah, I think that's why that's the vibe of Galaxy Phoenix. They know that there weren't a lot of expectations for them. They weren't expecting a lot out of themselves, but everything that they have done has just been so natural. Their free flow style, not always the cleanest, but it's entertaining, and a lot of, I think, MLBB players can relate to how they play the game.
It's something we don't see in the men's scene anymore, you know? It's always just a system. You need to follow the meta. You need to do a certain, play style to win the game. Here, we see a lot more of team identity. What their strong suits are and how to utilize it in the game. And it starts in the drafts.
Let's get the first draft started for our semifinals. It's a best of 5. This is just map 1, but nobody wants to fall behind. You want to dominate your map 1, end up ahead. It makes you feel a lot more comfortable, trust me, especially if you don't have to be forced to come back. Boys, let's break it down.
All right, firstly, Flying Clouds. So far already, I think this is a pretty good map choice for Galaxy Phoenix. They're getting what they want. That aggression early on, fast-paced, trying to join the team fight or rejoin the team fight depending on the situation as fast as they can.
I don't know how to feel about these first 2 bans by Na'Vi because
Agreed.
These are the 2 picks that messed them up in their first meeting. For those 2 games, Galaxy Phoenix rushed the Belleric and rushed the Guinevere. Na'Vi had difficulty against it. So instead of trying to see whether or not they're ready to deal with it now, they just said, nope, we want to take it out. So GXP will also take out the Baksha that we mentioned earlier and would take out the Harith, meaning that we might end up seeing a return to just a trade between the Claude, Carry, and Moskov in the gold lane.
Yeah, could be the Juicin as well here. Depends on what they want to try to prio, right? The Akai still comes up. When we're talking about Na'Vi Philippines, they've been able to dominate that neutral objective game through picking up the Akai. Great flex pick too. Something that a lot of teams here in the knockout stage have been utilizing. The Paquito will be banned out, despite, I think, the Esmeralda rising in popularity.
Yeah.
The Paquito is just too oppressive still.
And it's a difficult choice for Na'Vi. You have Marcel open, Freya open, Esmeralda that you mentioned. So there's 3 picks now that most likely Galaxy Phoenix will be able to get 2 of them on the swing back.
So let's just see. What do Na'Vi prioritize here?
I don't want to see a juice in priority. There they go for the Marcel. I think that's like the most stable out of the 2 because at least now there's a little bit more choices for Galaxy Phoenix that I think on the swing back, Na'Vi will have some open picks for them that are power meta picks.
And what's different, though, is not Ainami, I believe, usually runs a Boxia, or at least she has, and she's found high success with that. How do you think she's going to do with the Marcel? What's the difference in a Marcel and the Boxia pick?
I mean, well, for Mirai on the roam for the Marcel, I think that allows Mirai to get into the river and keep getting tabs onto where Galaxy Phoenix is. Because we've talked about it. If you want to read Galaxy Phoenix, you need to know where the jungle is. If you are letting Fa get to where she wants to go without any information, it's not a good time for you.
Not at all. Claude, though, gets picked up. Winnie, again, only he's played 2 heroes, and we'll stick to it. With the Harith banned out, there's only 1 hero in her pool.
Yep.
The Atlas comes around as well. Great choice, but to answer that question as well, I think it's also partly the speed, the tempo difference.
Yeah.
Whenever Na'Vi go for the Baksha, they want it fast, they want it quick, they want to get those invades early to control the neutral objectives, get those early ganks. But on the Marcel, it'll be a delayed approach. They'll try to bait those resources out from Galaxy Phoenix first.
Actually, this was a tough choice for Na'Vi. With the Atlas on the other side, with the Marcel on your side, you have to think about whether or not you want to pick up a Valentina for
Agreed.
you, just so you can get that utility, and you don't get the chance to give the golden hour to Galaxy Phoenix if they want to pick the Valentina. So they said, you know what, let's see if we can give it difficulty at the center of the map. We'll pick up the Lilia instead, and they get the power pick in the Esmeralda.
And I understand it, you know, on the Valentina, you deny it away from Galaxy Phoenix, you don't give the golden hour away, you get a Fatal Links to play with as well if you pick up the Valentina. But I think right now it's all about survivability. That's why they build on the Marcel. They're doubling down on sustain, on delaying fights, and playing the long game, just because they know the Galaxy Phoenix tendencies, assassins.
Yes.
They want to go on assassins. They want to get in, get out real quick. If Na'Vi can lock them down in the team fight for a long period of time, this looks like the comp to do it with.
Oh, no junglers yet for either side. Let's see if Galaxy Phoenix will pick it here. And yeah, they do. They'll pick up the Akai, and might not be the best pick right now. I feel like the Valentina would have been much better, even though the difficulty would provided the roam mid. I like the idea that they have the golden hour with them. That guy could have been something else, but let's see.
So going so far from what I'm understanding, the side of Galaxy Phoenix, they want a quick game. They want to finish this strong and fast. Now for Na'Vi, though, they're okay with postponing the game, keeping it long. They want to play the slow game to counter the aggression of Galaxy Phoenix. Now for the last 2 heroes to be picked, though, could that change up?
It could. It really comes down to picking up the CC in the XP, but the thing is, Na'Vi were the first ones to do it, right? We see the Barats getting banned out as well, just taking it away from Keishi. It really feels like they've kind of swapped their play styles. Galaxy Phoenix now have gone for the early approach, going for the neutral objectives with the Akai, and I agree with you, Renmar. I'm not a big fan of these picks, not because it doesn't work, but mainly it's because it's just so not Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, there's something about it right now. It's like, are you trying to show them that you can play the same play style as them? But that's going against how you made it so far here in MWI. You showed off your own play style.
But also, is there a chance? Hey, it's semifinals. Grand Finals is right there. They're knocking on the door. Have they been holding out this entire time?
I think if there's a time to show it, it should be now. It's a best of 5. You can come into the series slow. You don't need to go in guns blazing with your best picks. You could try to maybe get a win on some of the uncomfortable picks, you know, frustrate your opponents, deny some of these win conditions away. But again, for Na'Vi, it's the CC ban straight up. They do not want this Esmeralda to lose out on the lane.
Yeah, and with them taking that out, the gold lanes for Rian are slowly getting taken away. You still have the carry available, seeing that there's an Akai on the other side. I think Na'Vi has to consider banning out the Farsa of Sophia. That was one of the picks that gave a lot of difficulty. But then if you're going to be stuck with a carry, you have to consider, do I also ban out the Eve? It's a pick your poison type of deal, whether it's the Eve because it's better for the team fights or Farsa with the overall map presence. It's Na'Vi's choice, really.
I'm thinking Eve right now. They need to get that carry, man. So many tanky boys here up for Galaxy Phoenix. They banned the Valentina instead. Something that can still be good, the Golden Hour, but I personally would take that risk going up against the Valentina, just giving the carry a little bit more range, because the Golden Hour, if taken by Galaxy Phoenix, could hurt them. They have an Akai and an Atlas. It's all about one moment. If they just mistime the Golden Hour, miscoordinated that Golden Hour, it'll be quite tragic.
Yeah, right now it's like Na'Vi said, we don't want the choice, we'll give you the choice. You pick between the Eve or the Farsa, and they do go for the Farsa of Sophia. This is the pick that I saw with how she played it. It really stopped Na'Vi from being able to rotate around the map and take control of the river, so I understand why they would want to prioritize it. We did mention that the carry would be one of the best picks that Na'Vi could go for right now. It's not an Eve, but it's still going to be really difficult because now you have a choice. Are you going to go for the Flicker or are you going to go for the Purify? You pop your Purify against the Atlas, and Sophia still has the Feathered Airstrike. It's almost GG for the carry.
It looks a bit too good right now for Galaxy Phoenix. It doesn't look like Na'Vi have an answer, but we'll find out. Do they go for the Assassins? We mentioned it. Keishi can play the Assassins. They kind of need it right now, a little bit more damage to the backline or something they can threaten the back. Thing is, they don't have a Moskov anymore. The Claude's already denied away from them. They go for the Alice. We saw this in the jungle just yesterday, and it's a Bruno in gold. Not that carry, a little bit more versatility, and I guess, I don't know, it's not really the best of lanes now against the Claude. I think the carry's still better in lane, but the Bruno gets the job done when we're thinking about the main win condition, which is long team fights. You build up on those stacks, get the crits all over.
This is going to be a really demanding game for the Bruno. We talked about the carry and the difficulties it would have against those picks. Bruno, even more so.
Yeah.
So, Rian, now is your time to shine, to show off that you have gotten so much better since MWI 2024. You've improved over the years. GXP on the swing back, they have an EXP. I think. Oh, with the Alice, I think they also picked up the Alice later on, because I think they were thinking maybe a Yu Zhao might pop up in the EXP lane. They're not going to be a lane matchup, but they did show it. Oh, they go for the Arlot instead.
And it's really good. I like the Arlot here with the Akai, with the Atlas, with even the Farsa. Everybody can really proc that Vengeance. So comes down to how they'll play it. It is all about execution.
It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Na'Vi. One team has been in the championship circle before, the other a dark horse looking to make history, surprise everybody, and make it to the Grand Finals. Who is truly ready to rise above? It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Na'Vi. It's the knockout stage semifinals. Who's moving forward? Who's dropping down? Brigida Gideon, let's find out.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Here today, MWI is going to continue in the semifinals, is not going to disappoint here. We're kicking off this best of 5 immediately right from the get-go as we head on into the Land of Dawn to show you who is going to be the best. Both competitors have been set up perfectly by our studio, Brigida. And I don't know about you, but I was leaning over to GXP with their performance, and I know you're leaning into Na'Vi, but one of these teams are going to go home.
I really want to say I'm leaning into Na'Vi, but based on the performance that GXP has been showing us, I'm just pretty sure that this is going to be a tough task for them to overcome, to make it back into the Grand Finals. We're taking a quick look at the emblems right now. Definitely, I have my eyes on the Farsa since we don't see it a lot, but this is looking like a very aggressive type because even based on the flight paths that Sophia's been showing us on the Farsa, there are just times where she plays it so aggressively, and that's nice to see.
Personally, for me, it's really nice to actually see Farsa kind of come back into the meta. Yes, she has the relevant damage, but it's that range that makes the marksman's lives difficult. So far, Rian and Winnie are going to have a very difficult game here overall. Remar put it the best, right? It's going to be so mechanically demanding, and also taking Master Assassin as part of the emblem set really goes to show that Rian, from beginning to end, wants to dominate.
Yep, and this is going to be such an interesting take too in the team fights because they're all on Purifies apart from Keishi. So you know how difficult it is going to be because of how overwhelming the crowd control GXP actually had.
And that's actually the thing I wanted to talk about, right? When we're talking about ups and downs, pros and cons, Na'Vi for Purify sounds like a great idea. Who is going to be the one who engages? And I think they've only got one real answer for those long engages. But first, as we see, level 4 about to start, I want to see whether or not Keishi, can they back her up? Because you're going to need not Aya and Nami to join in on those engagements if they want to play the push and pull.
Yep. Because I think even the panel mentioned how extended team fights would be the go-to for Na'Vi. But GXP, would they even allow that? Would they even fight back? They tried to steal away that orange camp, but they don't actually take it away from Fa. Doesn't have the retreat though, but Na'Vi are still gonna get in this fight. That's the heavy spin. Keishi secures the objective already. There goes the feathered airstrike as well. Not Ayanami, not looking good. Gets brought back with the final slash, but is still alive. Sophia says no though. Fa right now looking like the next target, and she goes down in the hands of Mirai. Lemma trying to go for the stun, but is not enough to save Fa. And it seems like Na'Vi have somewhat equalized the kills in terms of that fight.
So close, yet so far. Sophia finds the first trade, can't get the second, keep them in the profit zone. Right now, we're back to the neutral state, 1-1 with a slight goal lead on Na'Vi, and that's exactly what we were expecting, especially since GXP are the ones, hey, we have to be reliant. We have to depend on our big wombo combos. Na'Vi, yes, they've got combos, but they can kind of fight forever and ever and ever.
Yep. We were asking if GXP were willing to take that on because it seemed like they were very ultra-reliant. They had to really wait for those setups, those timings. But Na'Vi, even before the objective, really tried to force a reaction out of them just by visiting that orange jungle cap. So now we see the rotations from GXP, but Na'Vi, I think the way they've been managing their sides, they won't fall into any traps that GXP will be setting up anytime soon.
Well, not yet, at least, because so far, I think GXP has also understood, you know what? As much as we want to be the aggressors, technically, if we absorb the damage, especially from Keishi and not Ayanami, that means Sophia can get a free feathered airstrike. And if that first interaction, first fight of this game looked like that to a 1-to-1 trade before Sophia has items, I can't imagine once we start getting into the 8 minutes, the 11 minutes, when she's going to one-shot some of these targets.
Which is exactly the time you expect Rian to also join, right?
And just pray, just please.
And just hope that it doesn't land on her. Because that's going to be, I think, the biggest problem if Na'Vi decides to switch up their playstyle a bit and decide to play around just creating space for Rian to either find the objectives and the targets, because really, honestly speaking, I think it's just Rian who could pull off all these structured takedowns at this point, looking at their lineup.
I think it's really difficult as well to deal with not only the Akai, but the Atlas, because you're thinking, all right, at least with Akai, you can buffer the flicker to kind of get out of awkward scenarios. But unfortunately, with the Atlas, it kind of gives you that guarantee, so now you don't have a choice of battle spell options. But we see the fight now starting to progress, and final slashes, golden hour is out!
And the feathered airstrike too, as Keishi secures the second objective of the game, but look at how the heavy spin and the fatal links have been used at the same time. Pinning down two, but the follow-up doesn't seem to be there. GXP are just trying to run away, but Fa doesn't find that route.
That's exactly what Na'Vi wants to do. Break them apart. Make sure that they don't have the key components to this wombo combo all in the right spaces. That's why you're seeing, hey, trying to get the final slash idling, but most important, the golden hour doesn't necessarily have to land. It needs to influence position as the gank onto Ling commences.
Honestly, because even Lemma, I think, wanted to go for the backlines, but that golden hour meant so much. Ling up against two really tanky members. Can she actually handle this? There goes the stun from the feathered airstrike, but Keishi might go for the chase. Doesn't care about the feathered airstrike. Fortunately dodges the throne of ruin.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. But hey, you know, Alice without that flicker can't make those big plays just yet. But here comes the re-engagement from Ayanami's side. So far, Sophia has been doing some phenomenal damage in the early stages of the game. But look at the mid. She's been stuck up here for a while. Somebody needs to cover that.
And Lemma has been struggling so far to just actually get those targets or even just be a bully overall as the Atlas, because Mirai has been phenomenal as well. I think this is what you expect when the Marcel is open, which makes it really annoying at this point. And surprising to see, actually the first turret down bot has been already taken down, so this might allow Na'Vi to move a bit more around the map.
No!
But not when casualties like that take place.
And look, the casualties are going to keep on coming here. They even drop... Oh, they pull it back with a Fatal Links outside of the golden hour to ensure the kill too. What an insane run, because with 10 seconds left on the clock, the turtle is going to show up. And right now, if Keishi can steal it, that's great, but I don't think this is a contestable scenario anymore.
Just as we were talking about how they could move a bit more around the map, GXP were the ones first to move and anticipate that rotation and switch from Rian as well as not Ayanami. What better way to set up for this upcoming objective, but Keishi as well will be nearby.
Oh, the Purifies are already out for Mirai alongside of Rian, and now they're going to 5v5 once more.
All right. Not Ayanami trying to zone. We don't see the setup come in from GXP just yet. Lemma with a perfect pair, but there goes the final slash onto Mirai. He's trying to run out, but the Throne of Ruin coming in from Keishi, just going straight for the backlines alongside not Ayanami, forcing Sophia and Ling out. Rain just trying to deal with a P, now able to find two.
Very, very patient here. And this was the big problem that I was talking about Navi's composition. When you have your Alice, who also is your jungler, your main retribution user, you don't want to be the one who always has to not only sit on top of the neutral, but I'm the only one who can actually stop the feathered airstrike. Somebody else needs to be in position, and unfortunately they don't have enough tanks to do that. So GXP making the high-level decision. If I just break the ankles of Mirai, then not Ayanami will have to reveal themselves, because unfortunately Alice, very linear hero. You know exactly when she's going to engage.
Yeah, there was nothing stopping GXP from just staying in the fight when they already popped that Purify from Mirai. And it's not like they had enough time to reset as well, because they had to deal with the threat of GXP just going straight for the objective. But this is a very fast rotation down bot. Not Ayanami and Keishi sense it, but I believe that'll probably create a bit more of space for Winnie, who's kind of struggled here in the bottom lane for the longest time.
Yeah, but at least, you know, in terms of EXP, she's not too far off, right? They're still level 10 to level 10. I mean, obviously there is a death of PM, but on that top side, they're not slowing down. Navi's using the macro well, and even making sure they're soaking up EXP and gold in the mid lane.
Oh, the damage coming in from Winnie is actually starting to hurt. Feather Spirit right in the face! Right in front of these members of Na'Vi. They were very unafraid to actually show themselves like that.
Yeah, it does mean that not Ayanami has to go for a recall here, but they can look to recontest the position. Now, in the mid lane, we see that at least from Rian's side. And I love the fact that they're trying to show information in different ways. Like, oh, hey, we actually want to put a lot of focus. Wait, hold on. Was that the final slash already being used? No, Ling still has it. But there is going to be a moment sooner or later where we're expecting GXP to start attacking structures. And the one that I'm looking at, mid-tier 1. That's such an important turret to get rid of.
Yep. And it's such a big problem for Na'Vi. The way that Sophia has been untouched despite all their attempts, despite Keishi's attempts, and unknowingly GXP taking advantage of that to also cover other areas across the map. So it seems like Na'Vi at this point, you don't really know who your attention should really fall onto. Is it going to be really Winnie or Sophia, who's been winning out huge on this early game and been very dominant in terms of her playstyle? Because as much as Mirai gets the information, she's just too well protected on the far side.
Yeah, I have to agree. And they don't really have too many ways to kind of break them out of it. I'm trying to think of what would the order of the fight look like in order to get an upper hand against GXP. Either they get massive value out of Keishi, but I think For now, it's up to Rain, and if Rain gets blasted every single time by the Feather Airstrike and forced to fight early, it might not necessarily be good. Oh, this engagement!
There's no golden hour left. GXP are just gonna go for it. The heavy spin hasn't been committed, but the Throne of Ruins does too! Ling falls down, the Expulator is gone, so is the Roamer. It's a double for Keishi. The best possible setup before this First Lord.
That's exactly what we were looking for, and Rain able to find these really big assists, making sure those Gloom stacks are nice and high to start eating away at the members of GXP's front line. And that's what we want to see. Here, both Na'Vi and GXP now finding solutions to the problem, but with Lord spawning in Na'Vi's favor, this 2.2k lead is only going to extend further as Mirai, unfortunately here, has to back away. But Winnie, can they catch her? I don't think they have enough damage to intercept her midway.
Yeah. She will get back safely. They have to deal with the Lord marching up top too, but as you mentioned, GXP, they're just really holding on to this mid turret. That's so much map control that Na'Vi could actually take for themselves if ever they let that go. But things are looking very favorable for them. It's ballooning to an almost 3k gold lead, and GXP have to split themselves up, but you would expect them to just really take advantage of their team fight potential, but at this point, Na'Vi are not fighting them head on in terms of that.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good from both sides. GXP doesn't have full information on where Na'Vi is, so they're trying to probe and prod around to figure out where they are, and Na'Vi purposely denying them that information, hoping that Sophia tries to use a feathered airstrike in a predictable area to clear those waves. Now GXP looking to take that space back in hopes that maybe Na'Vi is just a little sloppy, but both sides have been very, very clean. They back away nicely, and despite the score being 4-5, a 2.9k lead is pretty good for someone like Rian.
Yeah, but it's a bit more time for you to expect GXP to actually be much more equipped to fight back against Na'Vi. I think earlier on, though, we saw Winnie sort of already start to shred majority of the HP from Keishi and not Ayanami. But the thing is, they don't really have enough time over to Winnie to just deal with these targets one by one. If she ever does go in with a Blazing Duet, she has to be sure that it's perfect. But Na'Vi are the first ones to go in. The heavy spin catches Mirai though. There goes a vengeance coming in from Ling. They try to take them out one by one, but Keishi, does she go in with her response? Another final slash coming in. They drag Keishi back under the turret, but it's actually Mirai who finds, or who is the target.
Yep, and this costed them a lot of battle spells. This isn't over just yet because Fa's going to be the next one to fall down here with not much of an issue overall. This was how many flickers? 3 flickers. The Fatal Links comes in. Final Slash is going to pull them under. I don't think they're going to... Wait, hold on. The Feathered Airstrike might be good for something as they walk out even with a Wishing Lantern. It ain't enough.
The damage from Sophia can be felt, but the abilities, the escape tools from Na'Vi are also just a bit too much to deal with. Sophia just using the Wings by Wings to move around. Ling trying to go for a re-engage, but that's going to be Keishi immediately making her way out.
All right, so the mid lanes are actually playing a significantly huge role in this game. Rain making sure those front lines wanting to do the exact same thing Sophia does without having that same backline threat. They're attacking Lima, they're attacking Fa. If Ling walks up too far, then you know they're trying to go for a full-on counter engage. But let's look at the items because again, Ling playing with the War Axe of all things, trying to make sure that she's more of a bruiser in these fights rather than a dedicated tank. But on the opposite end, the infinite scaling of Mirai here, man, that Thunderbelt is going to stack up fast.
The Rose Gold Meteor even for Ling, like the way she's just probably after those setups and being one of those members to dive in and be in their face, but Na'Vi are trying to already poke down this Lord. The waves up top too have to be dealt with. Oh, but Fa actually finds one! It's gonna be Keishi, the best possible target. Golden R used just to stop them momentarily, but Winnie has her eyes set on this target. Blazing Duet already committed, and they find the jungler for Na'Vi. She also finds Mirai. It's only 3 members left, but the BMI brings her back. Now they're able to actually regroup, and Rian will at least find one, but Winnie's still trying to find, oh, the damage from Sophia!
It's too much to handle here. Rain looking to actually try and turn this around, but I think, honestly, they should not fight. They're gonna get hit by everything. The final slash, feathered airstrike as well.
Oh, Rian actually still finds one despite that, but Was it actually worth it?
This was not worth it. They should have called off the fight at that point. They already traded equally. They didn't need to overextend even further, and this now ends up to be a +1 for GXP. I get it. The mid lane looks like it's about to start crashing in, and if you just delay the fight any longer, it would have been good, or maybe an endgame scenario. But keep in mind, right now, everybody's getting close to level 15. Sophia, currently, with the highest amount of damage, they have to be aware that the Feathered Airstrike is the nuclear option.
Honestly, even her first 2 skills already deal massive amounts of damage, even towards the tankiest members of Na'Vi. So I guess it's a small win for them that they finally actually got that base turret in mid, but GXP are still going to be confident enough, especially with Flying Clouds, to just keep moving in and out of their base and around the map to make sure that the wave control doesn't get as bad.
Speaking of wave control, we can already see that GXP, they don't want first position on this Lord. They want Na'Vi to sit on top of it. But this allows Rain to actually start setting up those Gloom stacks. They're rushing it fast. Fog makes the attempt.
Oh, can Fa actually make it in time? Though Heavy Spin already committed, and she does! The Retribution, the Lord falls into the hands of GXP, and now they're just after the counter engages. There goes Keishi. They find Sophia. It's finally a shutdown, but Ling takes down not Ayanami. Keishi's a bit too tanky to be dealt with, and Ling is just trying to run away and survive.
Yep, that War Axe is coming very handy here. Look at the spell vamp. Keishi now once again is going to try their attempt to slow down these waves. It's a wet noodle fight. Nobody can really hurt each other. The main damage dealers on both sides are by far the most important players.
And that damage dealer from GXP doesn't care. They just really want to even out the map. That's why Winnie's been working on the outer turrets that are left. Keishi, well, we did expect her to make it out of that. She just walks back to the turret, but they still have a Lord to deal with, and possibly GXP could really even out the map control at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see the items in just a little bit here, but for now, GXP just maintaining control. Full item build here, and even boots being sold by Winnie. Wants to get the extra little bit of power with the Wind Talker. Same can be said for a lot of people, but interestingly enough, we're seeing that Sophia actually opting to go for a Wishing Lantern here on top of everything else. I would have imagined that the Lightning Truncheon would have been the go-to, noticing that I don't see any Athena Shield, just Radiant Armors maximum or Oracles for the side of Na'Vi.
All right, they still have waves coming in mid. But Na'Vi too are prepared to take this on. All Purifies will be available, but the Feathered Airstrike is already enough to zone them all out. Fortunately, their wave clear seems reliable enough because they have the Lilia, they have the Bruno, so they're able to push GXP out and they don't get any base turret.
I'm surprised that they didn't want to try and force something. Their composition with the Farsa is particularly good at sieging against their targets, right? They could have used the Heavy Spin to kind of push them away. Maybe, you know, have Ling stand in the corner and make it look like, oh, I could flicker and pull you guys back into the team. Just their presence alone should make Na'Vi nervous, right? Or force reaction out of them.
Yeah. So far, at least, too, I think Na'Vi, we don't really get to see them utilize the Golden Hour differently, in a sense that it's more onto certain targets rather than them just creating space, or as you mentioned, maybe just breaking formations. And maybe at this point in the game, that might be a bit of help, because it's either they just really want to block off certain entry points or want to add to how they don't get to further chase, which I feel don't make it as targeted in terms of approach.
I think the hard part about it is because before this we had like multiple outer turrets, so it's easier to kind of like funnel them into the jungle. But now that we have a little bit of a free form on the map, GXP, they want to play their traditional front to back while still having potential flankers like Ling. Na'Vi, on the other hand, I'm not so sure, because Mirai's position is very flexible overall.
Yeah.
They don't have a dedicated anchor, and I think the closest we can get to that quote-unquote dedicated anchor is Rian, because even with the black shoes, where are they going to end up? Right next to Rian.
Yeah. So we're setting up for this next objective, and I believe this is an Evolved Horde. Can't believe we're almost 20 minutes in.
Hey, these girls, they don't want to lose just yet. They want to show the best possible performance in a best of 5.
You have to, especially as you're already in the semi-finals. So we'll see how they deal with this. Waves definitely have to take priority first, especially in the far lane. But Keishi and Rian, I think they will be trying to start things off a bit. They do get a bit of vision for not.
They're forcing.
Is that why they're forcing everything now? But Fa is starting to feel a brunt of the damage. Gets caught into Golden R, but gets to walk away! Mirai! Mirai now has to purify out, but Keishi as well as everybody else are trying to go in. They finally find Fa, one of the best possible targets, and look at not Ayanami dealing with Sophia as Rian and the rest of Na'Vi just clear out the front lines one by one.
Oh no, they missed out the opportunity. They forced it a little too hard, and now Ling will try her.
Will she use the vengeance of the Lord? Sophia repositioning out, but Rian has 2 minions by her side. Keishi will be here too. Immortality already popped.
No way.
Mirai goes down. They don't want to risk it.
Oh no, she just used her cooldowns. The next wave is already here. It's too late.
And now it's Na'Vi taking game number 1 after 20 minutes of back and forth.
Man, this was a high-level game. Both sides really taking everything into account, from movements to body language to, most importantly, I think that they need to start memorizing Purify timers, how long they actually are. Even if there are 3 seconds left on that cooldown, you can still force that fight. It's moments like these where the lines get thinner and the level of execution must be high.
Na'Vi, after a very unexpected run, now the momentum really seems to be on their side.
It really looks good. And personally for me, I don't know if any one of these teams are going to need that extra motivation, that extra push. But this is only our very first game, and it's this intense. It's only going to heat up from this point onwards. We're going to be throwing it back soon over to our studio, as our ladies are going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure it out for game number 2 right after these messages.
Welcome back in. Game number 1 for this great series has concluded. It's Na'Vi getting a big win. They now lead 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mirko Rinmar. Let's break it down, boys. Rinmar, going into it, the hero selection was a big talking point, and we knew that they were differing styles. Now, for the one side, for Galaxy Phoenix, they wanted to go in hard and heavy. They wanted to fight aggressively. For Na'Vi, though, they were okay with things being a bit slower. How do you think it worked in execution?
Well, it worked out well for Na'Vi early on, but again, because they got their comforts in the Farsa and Claude, I'm talking about Galaxy Phoenix here, they still looked pretty much within their realm of comfort. It's just that you could see the moments where they miss the explosiveness of Fa, something that allows Fa to be a little bit more of a damage dealer and a carry.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go with the opposite round and say Galaxy Phoenix, it really looked like it's just not a composition they're comfortable with, right? Because, all right, we do have some components where they're doing well with. Winnie on the Claude, obviously up top as well, but Fa on the Akai, not even a neutral objective win is, I think, a big miss for GXP.
Well, a lot of great moments throughout this game. In fact, it was a long game, 20+ minutes. Let's take a look at our first moment, and this is right before the Lord. The first Lord ends up spawning up, and we have an engagement between the two. You can tell, obviously, it's very close in score, but at this moment in time, I believe it's Galaxy Phoenix with a slight lead.
Yeah, again, the way that they initiate, it really seems like they're trying to build an opening or get an opening for Fada to walk up. It's still that. It's still that storyline that we have to go back to. And I think right now, even GXP know that. They are starting game 1 in this best of 5 with a gamble. Can they utilize Fa on the utility jungle? Because if it worked, now it'll create a lot of confusion for Na'Vi. Now that it didn't, they have to go back to the drawing board. I think Assassins again.
Rinmar, let's take a look at our second moment from the game. This will be the battle for the second Lord taking place.
Well, GXP was able to start it off well here, but this is where Rian was given a harsh reminder of if she does not watch her positioning and the formation of Na'Vi is too tight around their Bruno, it's so much easier for GXP to fight into it and find their targets. Rian needed to go down in every team fight that GXP fought, and in that moment that was crucial because Na'Vi didn't watch their footing.
And for the third Lord fight, Mirko, this is what set Na'Vi up for a victory. They go in hard. At first, it looks like they might be in trouble, but then they flip the script.
And this is where I think I'll be, I'll double down on the statement that I think Fa's just uncomfortable on this pick. She starts off with a heavy spin so early on instead of just playing around the neutral objective. We get to see a pattern here and there through the 3 clips. GXP, when they win, they go in straight up. They get all their damage onto the right targets, and then it's done. If at any time Na'Vi are able to prolong these team fights, utilize their sustain, it's GG, especially with the Bruno in the late game.
Now, Renmar, we take a look at some of the stats from game number 1 and it starts to tell the story. It was a long one, 20 minutes, right? Yeah. But it was Na'Vi just edging out GXP.
So one thing that Na'Vi needed to get right with their team fights is the placement of Ayanami. Look at her damage taken, almost 200,000. That's because she's the one trying to disrupt GXP's formation because Keishi and Mirai are staying back alongside with Rain so that Rian is well protected. If Ayanami was a little bit too close to the team, that's what we saw in Lord number 2. It was easy for GXP to break them. But as long as they get their 2 separate fights, Ayanami in the back, the rest of the team with the Bruno, it's all good for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think if you just look at the numbers, you look at the damage taken numbers, and it's like, all right, pretty similar, both sides. The thing is, though, on Na'Vi's side, they have an Alice, an Esmeralda, and a Marcel. All these heroes can go back and forth really easily, regenerating all of their health with just a few abilities. On the other side, it's not really the same case. GXP on the Akai, the Atlas, once you get chunked, once you use that big resource, you're out.
Have a standout player here from Galaxy Phoenix, a 10.88 KD. To me, coming from the games that I come from, seems hugely impressive. 50 kills, I assume, coming out not only from this game, but also multiple games. Yep. So Galaxy Phoenix clearly has a top slayer.
Yep, that's Fa. Fa needs to get back into the high-impact heroes.
Agreed.
The impact of Akai is different, but that's more of a Filipino play style.
That's right. Well, Moonton is doing a lot right, and MLBB has been ignited on the stage during the MWI. The most talented ladies have been competing, but that's not all happening at the Esports World Cup.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan. Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang korona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back.
Kali ini,
Sekali lagi. Siguro atau tidak, pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan aku kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Like I said, the Esports World Cup, we have a lot happening. This is just the first for MLBB. The MWI has been electric, and we are nearing the end. Tomorrow will be Grand Finals time, but you've got to get through your matchup respectively if you want to make it to the Grand Finals. Who's it going to be? Right now, Na'Vi currently has a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series, forcing Galaxy Phoenix to answer back.
Yep. And the answer has to be simple. Just again, similar to what Navi experienced throughout MWI leading to this point. Remember who you are. I don't mind if a team tries to get out of their comfort and tries to do something different, because you need to show that flexibility, especially at this point. But it felt a little bit too far from what they're used to.
But Miracle, honestly, even though their hero selection was too far from what they're used to, speaking in regards to Galaxy Phoenix, I felt that game 20 minutes long. It went a bit back and forth. I still felt they did incredibly well. So if they go back to their bread and butter, I think this matchup could be very difficult for Na'Vi.
I think so too, because the way they did it, the way they flexed that hero pool of theirs, they also did it in a way where it denied a lot of the big picks, like the Akai away from Na'Vi, who, again, have been thriving around these Akai picks, these high-tempo, early-game compositions. Thing is, though, Na'Vi know how to adapt even with the Assassins. I think they're coming into this tournament thinking about the Assassins already. So if we can see them go and improv their way into a Game 1 victory, having their picks denied, I think they'll do pretty well here, even if GXP get on those Assassins.
We go from Flying Cloud now to Dangerous Grass.
And it is going to get more dangerous if ever Galaxy Phoenix does decide to go back to Assassins, and if they tweak their drafting priorities a little bit. That Atlas and Akai pick, I love it, but it felt like they were just trying to block off Na'Vi from being able to get something that they want instead of playing around what they want themselves. Again, it's not the worst composition in the world. At the end of the day, they still got their comforts in the Farsa and Claude. They allowed Ling and the EXP Arlot to do what she does best, but that little missing sauce actually ruined the dish.
Exactly. It's not that it's a bad composition, it's just not GXP, especially now in MWI, where we've been talking about how each team have their own identities. I think we need to stick a bit more to that, especially now that they're behind in the series. Na'Vi, comfortable, banning out the Marcel, knows it's a crazy pick to let go. GXP, they take away the Phobias and the Baksha, so it's more on the same kind of page. They still want to take away these early game dominant heroes from neutral objectives away from Na'Vi.
Seems like we're going to be getting a potential rush for either a Paquito if the Esmeralda's gone, or a Freya for GXP, which would be a little bit more towards the GXP playstyle for Ling, although no Freya game just yet for her, but if I'm not mistaken, it does constantly get banned out by their opponents.
So the Guinevere gets banned out again, Na'Vi. Wouldn't be too surprised if they even ban out the Belleric together with the Guinevere, but I think at this point it's okay.
Yeah,
right?
you can let one through. You've already banned one of the other main components.
The Harith gets banned out, and honestly, this might be a GXP first pick Claude, knowing that usually when they do this, they need the Claude to be picked up. If they don't go for the Claude, I think Na'Vi are going to be very happy taking that away from Winnie, who's only played Claude and Harith. The Belleric still gets banned out by Na'Vi. They just don't like Lemma on these kind of roams.
It's a great playstyle for GXP as a whole once they get that Belleric. They're a little bit braver knowing that the fighting them gives them more damage. Sora Rush right away. This is a bit of a throwback and a little too far back.
Yeah, the Sora first pick. It's been good so far in this tournament.
Yes, it has been. And at one point, it had a 100% win rate yesterday until Vitality shut that down. But Ling on Sora could be pretty deadly.
Could be, but I think Na'Vi, they can have, plenty of answers to the Sora, right? They can go for the CC and the XP that went down in lane against the Sora. They could go for the Arlet that does well against the Sora, the Paquito as well. But first things first, you take away the Claude from Winnie's hands and you ask the question to GXP, what does your gold lane play aside from the Claude and the Harith that you banned yourself?
Oh, we're going to be seeing something really different here from GXP unless they're thinking of going double fighter sides.
And again for Na'Vi, it's back to the same, Renmar. It's all about picking these gold laners, picking these damage dealers that are safe to the assassins that they're expecting from GXP. Go ahead, pick up a Ling. Go ahead, pick up a Haya, a Hirara even. Claude, Lilia, we've got survivability for days, and it almost just seems like Na'Vi are saying, you pick that up, we're going to go for the Akai. We're going to go for these big stoppers.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get an entire series where Rian's just, excuse me, not Rian, but Rain, very similar names, are going to be, she's going to be playing Lilia all throughout. It's just a perfect stopper for what GXP wants to do. Are they going to go double fighters and then just go for something like a YSS? Or nope, they're going to get that Ling, and they will get the hill, the Dangerous Grass after all. And this is gonna have a really good look for the early to mid. Honestly, when you have Asora in the XP and then a Hilda in a roam, there's a good chance you'll be able to help your Ling farm comfortably. It's just that how will it look like once it gets to the fights? GXP, they can get the farm, but if the Ling is uncomfortable during the team fights, okay, it's not just gonna be uncomfortable in team fights, it could be also uncomfortable just trying to roam around the map with a chip, which Na'Vi finally got to make work yesterday.
Oh god, so they take the Claude and the Lilia, they want to have these vulnerable backliners, the vulnerable backliners that can actually escape.
Yeah.
But then you add a chip into it, so you already deal with the kill threat. Now you deal with that macro control that you have with the Ling, with the chip. There's no way for Fa to just rotate around and get those leads the way she's able to all this time in MWI. She has to play it safe, and more importantly, she has to snowball from the get-go.
Yeah, directly and indirectly answering the Ling, whether it's through the individual 1v1s, if you look at the hero pieces, or the overall composition as a whole. Now, with that safe, this gives a lot of room for flexibility for Na'Vi in terms of what kind of heroes they want in the EXP and jungle, depending on what you see for the last two picks. I think for Na'Vi, they'd want to maybe consider picking up their EXP first and then just adjust your jungle pick for last so you get the best one possible.
And I'm thinking of those picks in the jungle. What's still up for Na'Vi? I mean, there's plenty up. I'm thinking of the Akai instantly. That's why I thought the Akai would be red 3. Flex it, roam jungle. The chip hasn't really seen too much screen time here at MWI, but they certainly have a plan. Usually when you go for this kind of composition, it's like a Masha in XP.
Yeah.
With a Fredrin in jungle. Now the Fredrin has lost a lot of prio after the nerfs onto him, but I wouldn't actually count it out just yet.
Yeah, but I think the clear sign is there. If they ban out the carry, then they're most likely setting up for the Fredrin and the potential Masha pick, which Ayanami has already shown. So that route is open. Let's see if Galaxy Phoenix senses it and take out the Fredrin, meaning that the pool gets even smaller here for Na'Vi in the jungle.
It could also be Barats.
Oh, right. Yeah, Barats is still here. Yeah. There's no more option of you potentially going up against something like an Expo jungle. You already see the Ling. Yeah, I think Barats would be perfect here, honestly, for Na'Vi. And with Galaxy Phoenix already showing their cards at the jungle, then there's not going to be a lot of counters left for it unless you pick up, like, what, a Lunox in the mid? But then you're up against a Lilia.
That's why it really just seems like Na'Vi have it all covered. The Fredrin gets banned out again. I think Na'Vi shouldn't be in any rush to pick up the Barats, but they shouldn't be in any rush to pick up a crazy pick for not Ayanami and XP as well. So just comes down to what they want to reveal first. Do they want to reveal the Barats or the Masha first?
Yeah, it's preference at this point. Because of the wide pool of not Ayanami, they have so much options to go for. And I think that's the main discussion right now for the team.
I forgot.
Yeah, Freya is still open. That's why we thought earlier Freya would be picked up in the very first pick for Galaxy Phoenix.
Well, okay then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be too surprised if they just go and pull a crazy Leomord Freya. It's been a while since we've seen Leomord, but, you know, those nerfs has hit him. But with this kind of composition, it fits.
Yeah.
Just go all in.
Leo Freya, then you add the chip there. I think if you want macro, would I be too mad at the low Yi pick right now for GXP? Team fighting wise could make it difficult once they get out of the chip portal. Plus the Freya is there for the constant pulls. Oh, they go for Sophia on the Selena. They ran for comfort instead. It is very mechanically demanding to make this work, but it's one of those things where if the arrows hit, it's great. If the arrows don't, kind of GG.
I wouldn't even be too mad if they just run it back on the Alice jungle again.
Yeah. That could work out too because of the very close to mid-range nature of the composition of Galaxy Phoenix for team fighting. Alice, the Throne of Ruin, is going to stop the tempo of the team fights. That could give a little bit more space for their Claude and their Lilia.
Yeah, just lock them down for the AoE damage to come through. And it's the Bauman. Oh, physical defense shred with a Freya and a Claude.
Ouch. This lineup just screams like it hurts. They have a good amount of crowd control. Not direct crowd control, but this is very damage focused. We know Galaxy Phoenix, very mechanically focused.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. Mechanically focused, the underdogs must once again fight back to protect their tournament life. They've still got a bit more leeway since it's a best of 5, but not much if Na'Vi can take this next map and lead 2-0. After all, they're already up 1-0. Again, I raised a question. Who's ready to rise above? Let's find out at map number 2 between Galaxy Phoenix versus Na'Vi. Brigitte, Gideon, take it away.
As we head on into the land of Dawn, the first statement has been set. Na'Vi take the first match here as we look towards GXP's response to that. How do they turn things around? How are they going to adapt to this upcoming game? Because right now, the draft doesn't seem to be in their favor. And here at level 1, Rain and Mirai are already telling Lima that first blood is already in our pockets.
Oh, this Lilia on Na'Vi has been doing so much. Ever since game number 1, another stunned potential kill if only Sophia gets to walk out, but no. It's an early 2-0 for Rain on this Lilia.
Too early, and honestly, the fact that they've already gotten everything that they need, it's starting to snowball already. And I was expecting GXP to be that guy, to be that woman who takes them all out. Even Mirai, confident, doesn't even have to flicker, recognizes that, Lima, you don't have the base damage. I'm a full level ahead of you.
And how does that change the conditions for GXP? Because you're no longer on equal footing. You no longer have to anticipate whether or not the early comes out from these arrows or not, because they're already at an advantage. Mirai will get out of this. Still some glooms left. It's tough for the mid duo of GXP.
It already feels like Rain is asking the rest of their teammates, just hold my earrings, I'll do the rest. Don't worry, Mirai. Just open up that map and I'm gonna hurt them big time. And with that passive, heals right back up to full. So great control as they freeze that mid lane. They're starting to lean out of it as they want to attack the top side.
Okay, not Ayanami, just going in for the dives, even under the turrets. But Mirai will be the one to finish the job. That's Fa they actually find.
I think this game is starting to look pretty doomed. Pretty doomed very early on, because this has to be by far one of the most heretical starts. Like, this is blasphemous to people in Mobile Legends. The first 2 minutes, we're already having 3 kills on the side of Na'Vi, all centralized towards the most important roles in Ling and Fa.
Okay, fortunately, an Abyssal Arrow does land over there. Sophia trying to dive, but it's an outplay! Everything has just not been going their way, every single attempt. And now Na'Vi might just take away this purple buff even from Fa, who's not even level 4 yet.
I'm getting the vibes back. This is why everybody was so excited for Assassin. Oh! And Ling able to find the solo kill despite everything that has happened already. The extra assist from Ayanami just wasn't enough.
Okay, that's a bit of a glimpse of hope for GXP right there. At least they get some trades one way or another through the EXP lane, but how else? Because even here in this jungle camp, you just could not farm as peacefully. Fa could barely get the EXP that's necessary. It's a 2-level gap.
This is so dirty. This is particularly dirty. Keiji knows how to play this Balmond, or has at least gotten all the tips and tricks. You're using a lethal counter. You're also trying to contest with Retribution. It's just an easy way to steal camps at a high rate against your opponent, and just ever telling them, yo, fear this. Shortcut connects. Oh.
How could they do this? They're just everywhere. Mirai, fortunately for GXP, they don't actually lose Winnie out there, but does it actually become an opening? Now they get to find a kill. Fa finds Mirai. Tempest Blade's already committed, but they don't want to fight this. They don't want to fight around a spinning Balmond.
No, they don't have the items. They don't have the damage. Rain, does he cancel it? No, they're just gonna set up this dive.
Oh, it's Sophia left all alone, trying to escape. Abyssal Arrow does land, but he's just gonna buy some time.
Yeah, just again, really, really elusive here. Unless Rain or Keishi can actually apply some kind of movement speed slow, it's just going to be an ever taxed jungle. It's just Na'Vi's walking in and they're like, hey, you owe me money. Interest. Pay up, pay up.
This is so tough. It's always Mirai plus another one. Oh, but a second solo kill from Ling towards not Ayanami. Na'Vi fail, or they actually do take... No, they don't. They don't take away the purple buff for the second time, and at least for Fa, they're slowly able to keep up bit by bit.
Yeah, but it just means that Retribution is going to be down. Not like Balmond really cares whether Ling has Retribution or not, but generally speaking, this has been a pretty tough game. I'm looking towards Ling's side of the map. How can they get Ling involved? Because unluckily, the turtle is spawning down on the bottom side. They're forced to get Ling back in, and not Ayanami. No flicker. Has already gotten solo kill twice. wants to shove that top side, and Na'Vi understand this. Let's slow it down.
Okay.
Wait for the shortcut.
Understandably so, you see Ling here, but Mirai has an idea as well. Ooh. I thought that was gonna land too. Mirai didn't necessarily try to catch it, but they lose out big on energy shields up top. GXP are the ones actually leashing this turtle towards their side, and without not Ayanami, they probably would have very little ways to contest. A setup once again from Ling to get him with the Tempest of Blades, but the response, the teleportation's coming in from Mirai. Do they want to fight this? Rain does show up. Rian goes in with the blazing duet, landing it on 3, forcing out the flicker from Winnie, and actually finding one. Lemma goes down, but Sophia escapes.
Oh, wait, hold on. Ling might be in some trouble, and now they can set up for a potential dive. Sophia's nearby and will peel, but Ling can only do so much. How many seconds until the ult comes back up?
They really want this turret. Not Ayanami still going for it. 1v2! Both had to flicker out.
God bless. God bless. Flicker saves lives, people. Flicker saves lives. These flickers happen essential for their escapes. 5 to 6, however, structural damage has already been applied. Na'Vi making sure that the bottom side has been cut. Now they're going to send Rian towards the top side to break that other tier 1. But I would have imagined at some point Na'Vi might want to start double waving with this Claude.
So far, it's good either way. They're 3-0 on this Claude. The participation has been massive for them every single time we get to see a team fight. But someone who hasn't been really participating as much is Keishi. But right now, we might actually see that happen as they lay down another portal. Winnie is the target. And it's not looking great.
Yep, it's not safe. The river is not a safe space to walk in, and I think definitely GXP need to start opening up this map, or Sophia needs to start... Oh, God.
You thought you were safe.
I thought she was safe, to be fair.
Yeah, but there was a chip trying to intercept you from behind, and a lethal counter too in your face. There's not much you could expect from a Hilda at this point, no matter how much she tries to open up the map. Na'Vi are just at the most unexpected places possible.
Yeah, I think that GXP, unless they get some clean wombo combos like they did in their previous fight around that second turtle, it's not gonna be easy. Definitely not. Like, Faz is probably going to get solo killed by Ayanami if he takes some prolonged fight against them. So at this stage, oh, another shortcut.
Winnie again! Winnie's just not having a good time. The first time we see her on a Bruno, and she has to go through all of this.
It's just constant pressure. Constant execution. Oh wait, they don't actually take it back. They realize and recognize that the top side is actually where a majority of the resistance is coming from GXP. They should know the purple buff is up, and here they come on the run.
Not Ayanami leading the charge, forcing out the Tempest of Blades. Now they are forced to just get back. There stands the Abyssal Arrow, but that's just about it. Na'Vi are not really gonna stop the pressure from coming.
They're gonna try though. Oh, next on towards the back line. However, Ling unfortunately can't seem to close the distance. Didn't want to commit the flicker as well, but they've got battle spells out of Na'Vi. And honestly, at this stage of the game with a 3.8k lead at 8 minutes, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, at least if you look at it from the perspective of having a Ling on your lineup, you could play around the map a bit more, but just how could you? If Na'Vi keep forcing these kinds of fights and just surprises all over, at least for now, Faz trying to stay composed by doing exactly what we mentioned, but even Keishi is just a bit too quick to expect what's about to happen from GXP.
Yeah, just a little too fast, and now here we come. Descent of the Valkyries into it. Oh, cloud shift though!
Oh, the cancels. Now it's Rian having to get away from that. Not Ayanami left all alone against 3, and she could not take out at least one. Rain eventually shows up with a flicker. Winnie too having to dash away, and Mirai! Another intercept. That's the 4th time we see them take down the gold laner.
Again, great target priority here. And no time being wasted by Mirai. It's like, all right, I see my low target. I know exactly what I want to do. And this lead now, as we pull up the item list, we're already seeing fleeting time completed. 9 minutes pretty early on with rapid boots as well. Explains why, not only with the passive, why Mirai's so fast. Okay, Faz okay. Thank goodness. Like, it couldn't get worse from this point onwards. I mean, don't worry. That purple buff was always Navi's.
It was always Navi's anyway.
Yep.
But I wonder who else is not safe. Winnie yet again.
Oh my god!
She's been holding on that bush for too long. Merai's been staying in that bush for too long. And even with this 4-man setup coming in from Ling, I don't think they will get the value out of it. They'll just lose out on more and more members. Ling falling down as well. There might be one trade, and that's going to be Rian.
They can't scale at this point. They can't scale. They don't have enough EXP to stay above them. Even Mirai having a full level ahead of Lima. The early game is completely gone, and technically this is where we're expecting Fa to start really picking up the slack for the rest of the team. However, with such a big lack of and an interception from Mirai, what are you supposed to do?
She had another ultimate available.
Fleeting time, what can I say? It's a good item, especially when you're this far ahead.
I was just trying to fly over from one wall to another, and all the while that was happening, it was a free objective over to Na'Vi as well. Just look at the gold difference already existing, as at least it's not that far behind. But the gold lane, I think, is where you feel it the most.
Well, I want to say it's not only just the gold lane, but at the same time, I think that the fact that this Chastised Pauldron is already built for Mirai, I think at this point, Chip can get disrespectful, right? I don't think anybody has enough damage to kill him, and even if they do, the Chastised Pauldron passive will just keep him healthy. So at this point, Mirai, look at them. Literally just having a tour.
Yeah. Just doesn't mind those bits of damage you get to receive from Lima as the only person who could possibly walk up and not get bursted down by Na'Vi, not unless they just go full commit. But now they have more and more waves coming in, not Ayanami showing up as well. Lima just trying to scout where they are. They pretty much have information of what to expect, and that's still not enough for them to go and try to engage against Na'Vi, because even in the damage department, would you consider Winnie to even have enough damage already?
Not yet. I mean, not even a Berserker's Fury. That's what we're talking about, right? Literally a Ha's Claw Fa. Unfortunately, no purple buff, so he has to sit there and wait for it to come back as Na'Vi take the initiative to start putting more structural damage.
Yep, they're keeping the pressure. And now it's Lema who, for the first time, actually gets bursted down, has to flicker out of that. Worldy already committed as well, but they're just trading space. They want this base turret.
Good.
That's the setup coming in from Ling, but she had to go down alongside with it.
They actually make this an endgame scenario. No, they still are able to kill it off. And luckily on the opposite end, Fa was able to pick up a purple buff for herself. Yeah.
Yay, finally.
It's still a rough game.
It's an exchange of a base turret.
Yeah, it's like, man, not the best in the world, but hey, we take what we can get. And luckily the team, they really need these minions. Like splitting the gold at this point of time is probably not ideal. Like Fire understands, you know what, even though I don't have as much gold, it's important that I stay even in EXP against Keishi.
Yep, and these placements, these traps are becoming more and more important. Fortunately for them, they have that tool, but I don't think they've been able to maximize it as well. Ooh, Fa! She tried to take that away, but it was still Keishi who got it.
Yeah, they're still going to be dancing around for a little bit, and I don't know if they've checked. No.
Don't.
Fifth time! Fifth time!
They didn't check, Winnie! Fortunately, had the flicker, and Ling was there too, ready to protect. But that's the thing, they forced out the flicker. We only have about 12 seconds before the next Lord.
I mean, they're conditioning them, right? They're conditioning them every single time, and I think that GXP need to start setting some real protocols here. This has happened way too many times. You cannot expect Winnie to always have her flicker available. And now Na'Vi is in such a powerful position, they're going to have only 2 members actually deal with this Lord while everybody else is on guard duty.
Not Ayanami holding the bottom side, Mirai just standing there. Look at this, look at this. Oh, she has the immortality too. I think Fa will be okay though, yeah.
Especially when you have iframes, you're just so unimportant as a priority target for a chip. I could not figure out a better way of saying that. You just don't want to deal with that, right? You want Winnie, you want people who can get punished by this. Arguably even Lima as well, but that's only if that flicker is down. And knowing that Winnie has been losing her flicker consistently every single minute it comes back on, I think that so far Mirai is ready to start trading. Maybe even not even hiding, just flickering into the middle of them.
And just putting up the portal right then and there, but that forces out the Tempest of Blades from Fa. Won't even be confident enough to deal with the cut as well, but Lima, together with Sophia, are decently dealing a bit of damage already towards Mirai. I think that's a bit of a win.
It is a win, and I don't think Na'Vi is getting as much value as they wanted to, right? They now desync the waves that they were trying to prepare. Mirai finally loses immortality.
Oh, but every single member of Na'Vi just jumps in to make sure that Fa goes down and doesn't get a hold of her purple buff yet again.
The chain CC was a little too good, or maybe the fixed points came up a little too late. Either way, Na'Vi is going to be starting to crash down on every single one of these inhibitors.
Was that a bit too expensive of a kill for GXP? But Na'Vi are not going to risk it just yet. They're not going to try to go for the end, and they will fully respect GXP right under their base, but there is another wave coming in mid. It's going to crash really, really soon, and that's a lot of space created. Ling only finding one, but Rian only has her eyes on the turret and the lethal counter! Finding Ling! It's a shutdown towards Keishi, but will that be enough? A missile arrow landing onto Rian! And that could have been the game-changing play right here for GXP! Tempest of Blades from Fa, Mirai already starting to get really, really low, and another free hit from Winnie! Potentially turning things around! Not Ayanami trying to sustain, but she cannot!
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. As Renmar mentioned, the arrow, it just needs to hit. Once that arrow connects, there's so much more you can do with it. And this time, despite GXP showing just a sliver of hope here, Na'Vi have already taken out 3 of their inhibitor turrets. The macro is going to be a little difficult to play once the next Lord spawns, and Na'Vi, they don't mind it. You got that first shutdown, fine, that's on us. But look at this replay, right? The conceal, Mirai making sure getting pushed out of the way, but this engagement coming in from Ling initially was looking good until they got executed. However, you see the mistake come right about... Oh no! They timed it out before the arrow was about to be thrown, but even so, you can tell the frustration on Na'Vi's face.
Yeah, but it was just a pixel away until we weren't able to see it. But you know what happened at that moment. It was an unfortunate sequence for Na'Vi, even as they just tried to really attempt for an end angle. And now let's see how they play around with their positionings once again, because they have been placing these traps around the areas where Mirai is really expected to just show up, even throwing them out just to ensure that they will have enough information. So that's GXP really playing it safe, but is Fa gonna be safe on top? She's having to deal with not Ayanami.
I mean, Fa unfortunately just literally cannot 1v1 this Freya. Not without that Bruno. Not like how we saw it earlier. And worse yet, Na'Vi, this is what we call the chokehold. Like, how do you even win this scenario? No matter what you do, Mirai can catch you with the shortcut, and which they're about to see right now.
Tempest of Blades used right before the portal gets laid down, and Mirai will no longer try to go for the chase. But that was really smart from Na'Vi as well. Okay, wait. Fa, not gonna fight that.
They could still technically chase this for a little bit, but the more attention Fa is able to bring to them, the better.
Okay, that's BMI and Rain alongside Mirai trying to go for Fa. They're not letting him return or her to return to the base. As not Ayanami, Mirai, and Keishi too are just dealing with the waves. Fa is down! And the portal gets laid down. Now the rest of the members can catch up and just go for the siege. The Lord is still up. Sophia tried to jump in. It's Mirai who she's actually targeting with the blazing duet! And now it's Winnie using the wind of nature. But they do not care. They're after the base. Lethal counter, and that's the end.
Oh, tough one. Really, really tough one. Well played here by Na'Vi. They played one solid game overall. They made sure not only from the drafting section they've had answers, but more importantly, their macro was on point. That's how you set up for a rear naked chokehold, man. No getting out of those ones.
Could barely farm. And I'm not even talking about a single player. I'm talking about both of their carries, both Fa and even Winnie on the Bruno, who again was forced to play a different hero, and Na'Vi have dealt with it so well.
It's so well, but at the same time, we need to see more. Right now, Na'Vi is looking like they're setting a very high standard here, and GXP, it's either they meet it or they're going to drop that game. We're already at match point, but now we're going to be throwing it back to the studio right after these messages.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Na'Vi are off to an absolutely incredible start, now leading 2-0 in this best of 5, putting them one map away from securing their spot into the Grand Finals. Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Rinmar and Mirko. Boys, Na'Vi, a big win once again. Rinmar, you got to protect that voice. You're screaming, man.
That wasn't me. That was another guy in the crowd.
That was Reptar. That was Reptar.
Devilishly handsome. Yeah, that was Reptar, not Renmar. If you know, you know. Man, how do I feel about the fact that it's 2 games now where it feels like we can say we told you so with your drafting priorities?
Yeah, I think it was also just exactly as we assumed, right? Game 1, GXP try to subvert our expectations, try to subvert Na'Vi's expectations with crazy picks, denying a lot of the win conditions from Na'Vi. The gamble didn't pay off. Game 2, they went back to their assassins, and Na'Vi had prepared for those assassins. The Claude and the Lilia picks were so good.
So how does Galaxy Phoenix find themselves now? Because it's 2 back-to-back hero selections that they didn't do well. Obviously, the coach on the back lines is doing everything he can.
Yep.
But Galaxy Phoenix, they are knocking on the door of dropping down to only play for 3rd place.
I feel like there's a bit of an overthink on the side of Galaxy Phoenix. There was one ban in the first phase, that Harith Rush ban, which we thought meant that they were setting up for either the Freya because the Phovis was gone, or they would pick up the Claw themselves. They subverted expectations, but then it felt like it was a different writer, so the middle of the new trilogy doesn't make sense in the big picture of it all. I'm not throwing pot shots at anything.
We know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, we do. Miracle, let's take a look at the stats, though. Ooh, we get a bit of a different graph this time.
Yeah, we get a total gold. It's a gold chart all around. It's just Na'Vi taking control of the early game through the Bauman. I think it's just classic. Then we see a bit of a slight movement over there on the right towards GXP. But as even the casters mentioned, there's not much that GXP could do even with that team fight win, right? Even with that almost wipeout.
Yeah, we did get to see the role that Sophia needed to play here and what could have been the bad part for Na'Vi, which is if those arrows landed over and over again. But in MLBB for so many years now, it's always about simplicity. How much simpler is your lineup to pull off compared to the opponents? If you have good crowd control, good damage, and it's simple, that's great. If it's a bit too overcomplicated, it's not good for you.
Well, it looks like Rain is in the building, and I don't mean Rain physically, but hey, Rain, the co-streamer, how you doing, man? Let's bring him in, because Rain has been covering the action. He's been hugely passionate about MWI naturally and giving all the coverage not only to his fans, but also to even us at times, joining us on the desk. And Rain is an integral part to the MLBB scene, and I know he's been supporting a couple of different rosters, but when we get a chance to speak to him, I want to know what he's thinking about this matchup here, Na'Vi versus Galaxy Phoenix. Rain,
hello,
how
guys.
you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing good. I actually quite enjoying the match just now. For me, Na'Vi PH playing better as a whole. They have better draft, have better early game, better targeting. Yeah, I'm quite enjoy the show right now.
Hey, and that's actually what they've been talking about. Miracle, you mentioned it. When it comes to Galaxy Phoenix, they're just falling behind on the hero draft.
Yeah, it really just feels like that's the case. And King Salman has really gotten the read on Galaxy Phoenix. So I want to ask you, Rain.
Yeah.
What do you think GXP should do for game number 3 to turn things around?
I think they need to think properly their draft, especially there's like certain heroes that might quite questionable against Na'Vi composition. For example, that Hilda against utility jungler. And also, because in terms of when we're saying about mechanical skills, right? I think GXP have that quality that can fight Na'Vi PH, you know. But overall, as a team, because right now, overall, Na'Vi have better targeting, also better wave management, and also good early game. So these 3 things, GXP need to fight them.
All right, well, let's see if the words of wisdom from you, Rain, will end up paying off for the team of Galaxy Phoenix. Thank you as always, Rain. We really appreciate everything
welcome,
that
I'm
you're doing
enjoying
for
the show
MWI.
with you guys.
Absolutely, and I hope to shake his hand eventually. I haven't actually had a chance to see him in person just yet. It's always been virtual, even though he's quite literally just right up there. So we're going to have to connect. Let's take a look at some of the players' emotions from that game number 2. And in the meeting room, that makes sense. Get everybody in a little powwow, discuss some strategies, get out there and fight.
They have to keep up the discipline, though. We've seen them in the similar position in the Southeast Asian Games gold medal match against Team Malaysia when they were representing Team Philippines. They fumbled that. That hurt them. But they did admit that they learned a lot from that, and they have to show it here. They have to end this series and make it to the Grand Finals now.
That's it. Americo, let's take a look at one of our great actions from that second map that we just witnessed. We're going to go towards the mid-game, and I believe close towards a mid-fight for the Lord, at least eventually coming up. What are we noticing in this engagement?
I think right now it's just the fact that Na'Vi are just so calm and composed, right? They don't need to go for the neutral objective. They don't need to send the Freya over because they have the shortcut. A couple of times, though, it did happen where GXP were just quicker and they were able to just pull the trigger. But at the end of the day, it's kind of the same story we saw from game number 1 as well. It was Na'Vi just baiting all these resources with their front line so that their backline could come in late with the shortcut and clean up.
But Renmar, Galaxy Phoenix did show some life. It was a bit later on in the game, but they successfully defended their base. It didn't amount to much in the overall scheme of things, but they were still fighting till the very end.
Yeah, it was a preview. That Selena of Sophia, which did already get to have a great showing in MWI, arrow after arrow, and this is a rare moment in this series of Na'Vi slipping on the discipline, not respecting the gap closing capabilities of Ling on the Sora. It was able to get taken down by Na'Vi, but once that arrow hit, bang, and it landed on Rian as well. So you know that the Selena comfort is there. It's just that, again, overall, this happened way too late.
I think it's just the early fundamentals built up again. Something that Rain mentioned too, right? It's the drafts. Now, what specifically in the drafts should they fix? It's not just the Freya picking up these prio picks, but it's also setting up for the Selena. If you're already planning for it, you need someone with mid prio, someone that can clear fast in the roam like a Cho instead of a Hilda.
Well, as we head back to the stage, the ladies once again get set back up to go toe-to-toe with each other for what could possibly be the final round. Na'Vi wants to close it out now 3-0. Galaxy Phoenix, however, need to reverse sweep. Not an easy task across any esport that you're playing, especially here in the MWI. It can sometimes be an impossible task. Galaxy Phoenix has already achieved the impossible, being the underdog pick, making it to this stage. But is that enough? Are they satisfied with their performance so far? Or do they want a little bit more? As far as the fundamentals go, I understand Galaxy Phoenix is losing the hero picks, but do their fundamentals look good enough to where if they can, in fact, battle Na'Vi in the hero selection, do you think they can actually take down this Na'Vi roster at least for one more map?
Oh, definitely can. We've seen moments, especially in game number 1, where it was more prevalent, wherein it looked like Na'Vi looked uncomfortable fighting GXP. There were certain angles that they didn't take into account for, didn't realize GXP could even go for. There were moments of discipline that makes me wonder, how come GXP can't do that consistently? If they can find that consistency, then the fundamentals will show.
You did question Sora for the side of Galaxy Phoenix. Do you still question it now?
Yeah, as a first pick, I don't really like it. Especially with the Freya up, with the Claude up as well. Something that's just integral for Winnie. You know, something that's just so important. I'm going to play devil's advocate, though, for Renmar and say I don't think GXP have the fundamentals against Na'Vi. No,
That's
fundamentally, they are worse than GXP. What they thrive in is chaotic skirmishes where they can rely on their mechanics.
Yeah,
I'd say mechanically, they can go toe-to-toe. Maybe they're even better than Na'Vi.
One more map against Na'Vi. You made it this far. Make the most of it. After all, top 4 is a massive accomplishment. But making it to Grand Finals, lifting that trophy, is even bigger than you could possibly imagine. Map number 3, a fresh opportunity. Will Galaxy Phoenix take advantage?
Are they still a little bit too reactive with the bans?
Exactly. I don't know about this.
You're rushing bans on Chip and Bama. This screams Na'Vi is in the heads of GXP right now.
I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. GXP certainly in that desperate time right now. It's match point in a best of 5. They thought they could slowly get into the series. Yeah. So far, it's just been a wipe.
And Na'Vi have been fast and they have been ruthless. If it gets to the point where you are just fielding some of the best meta picks all out there in the open, trying to overload one another of choices, and maybe that's where Galaxy Phoenix is just leaning onto now. Let's have a lot of choices open so that we could miraculously find a way. They're even banning Xborg first. Are they going to try to take a page out of the book of other teams where they're trying to go for the Mathilda Barretts right away? That's too much.
Even so, if it's not the Barretts, Mathilda straight up, I think it's going to be the Baksha an Akai maybe. It's going to be a utility battle. And again, we've just spoken about this. Me personally, I don't like it. I don't like it when GX play the slow, fundamental game, building on neutral objectives. I like it when they fight. I like it when they have a composition that relies on their strength, which is team fighting, which is brawling it out. They go for the Baksha. They're going to try to go for speed, tempo, early game. But Na'Vi, we've seen this plenty of times. Atlas Akai into the Baksha. Shut the Baksha down with pure CC.
If Na'Vi PH go for those 2 picks right away, then most likely Galaxy Phoenix will have to respond with a Valentina. But Na'Vi, they are relentless. They focus on the Lilia and they get the glue. So they don't get that Kai Atlas combo. There's still a potential room for a Nakai maybe later on. But I like that they have been consistent with this. They know the strengths of their mid lane with the Lilia. This allows them to get mid prio and be really annoying so that Lemma and Sophia will have a hard time rotating. Ooh, I like this Alice.
I really like the picks now. Coming from GXP, right? Like the Baksha pick first was all right. I didn't really like it at first, but then Na'Vi responded with just Lilia and Glue. So that gave GXP an opening to punish them. The Alice pick is great for the Glue. The Farsa here as well. Really good poke and some more range that they didn't have in the previous game.
If Na'Vi PH want to play around a solid formation around their mid laner, then around their gold laner, excuse me, maybe a Moskov at red 3 would be warranted, or you pick it up at red 4, you just take away the Claude if you feel like the Claude won't have enough firepower to deal with what could be a very fast scaling Baksha Alice Farsa together. I'm okay with that. At the same time, you take away a pick. Oh, but instead they still go for the carry. They wanted that melt damage, all that damage that you need to deal with the Baksha and Alice together. So now they should probably take away the Claude and the Moskov.
Yep. Should be the Claude and the Moskov. There's already too much magic there. I think it's fine to go for the Harith, to go up against the Harith with the carry and the Lilia anyway. So for Na'Vi, it's just back to basics. It's back to, all right, now what do we go for in XP and jungle? Is it the safe 2 double frontliners here, or do they go kind of crazy with it? Because it could just be a Barat's Mathilda on Na'Vi's side as well. Chomp down on the Baksha, don't let him get on the red trees, and then win out through playing for your backline.
Yeah, they could still swerve that glue to the EXP and get the combination that is looming right now.
And get Lapu for the Farsa.
Lapu also. There's so many options. So this is the gamble that GXP wanted to play into, but at the same time, they're still leaving a lot of options available for Na'Vi. You pick up the glue early on because you want that flexibility. You make it hard to read whether or not it would actually go into the roam, or is it a flex pick potentially for the EXP. Lots of picks. So Galaxy, they're respecting power right now. They take out the Freya.
I'm not a fan of that. You know, I think with the Alice and the Baksha, you already have the anti-regen, you have the sustain, and also the burst from the Farsa to try to deal with the Freya. You're leaving so many heroes open for not Ayanami. There's already a Yuzong that we mentioned. This could possibly, if they really want to go for the lock, the Terizla too could work, right? There's just so many picks.
It could have a really solid front line in the end that makes it nigh impossible for Galaxy Phoenix to make it through the carry. Even if you commit the Throne of Ruin and the Gleam, one dash out, and if you have no other hero with you to try and jump the carry, then it's going to be a great day for Na'Vi.
If it's an assassin in the jungle, we'll see the Terizla. If it's a fighter / tank, then we're going to see more of that Lapu Lapu and dive heroes. Yuzong, even.
Yuzong,
Atlas gets banned out, so there you go. At least a bit of respect given to GXP, knowing that the glue is still very vulnerable to lockdown.
Even though naturally Alice did come back into our visions when Yuzong started wreaking havoc maybe a season or 2 ago for our MPL leagues. They still respect the Yuzong. Okay, but again, we've mentioned all the EXP laners that not Ayanami can pick for. She is back into the position of I can pick whatever I want. It's pretty much okay. It's kind of awkward though if you want to consider something like the CC with the Farsa there. You want to be able to latch on to the Baksha, but then with the Alice also, you don't know. So still, options are available. I like the flexibility of the Roam Glue pick. I think it's difficult for Galaxy Phoenix to really read into it right now.
That's why that flex pick on the glue is really... I mean, it's a mind game, for sure. GXP, you're thinking about it. They've already banned 2 XPs. It could just go to the XP lane and they go for another roamer.
The Claude will still be open, and Claude does benefit greatly from the little mini glulets. You get your stacks much quicker. And they show it. They do get the... Again, this is another flex pick. This could surprisingly go into the roam all of a sudden.
Could still be a roam, Akai, and a glue XP into an assassin jungle. Yes. And it could be a jungle Akai to a roam glue to then something in XP, or again, it could also just be a damage in XP with the roam going glue, glue going roam. Irithel. Huh. I am not a fan of that.
We've seen some Irithel performances here, and she does hurt, especially once she gets Berk as her first item, Berserker's Fury. But this feels like something the Galaxy Phoenix really prepared for. So maybe there's an angle that we're not seeing right now, but I think we're in agreement here that maybe not the best option to go for at this moment.
Where do they even go? They go for
Rome. Yeah, it's the Rome.
Minotaur.
AoE, presence, their Irithel. Oh, this is all in for the Irithel. The good thing is they have some great damage with the Irithel and Farsa together. But once that Irithel goes out, you're just going to have really tanky dudes wondering why they can't kill anyone.
I think it really should just be the Lapu Lapu, someone that can dive in the back line through the Irithel and the Farsa, break that formation as the carry and Lilia shreds through this tanky composition up front.
Yeah, if not Ayanami is feeling amazing today, then if you want to really shred through the formation with damage, crowd control, then you pick up a Benedetta. But that's more of like an ego pick. That's more of like a, I'm really feeling myself today and I want to show off pick.
You know what? I like it, you know? Sanford's my boy. I think the Benedetta should be the pick for Na'Vi. Oh, yeah, the flex. They just pulled the crazy flex. It's Glue XP, Akai Jungle, and roaming Kaja.
My goodness, what a hero draft, but was it enough for Galaxy Phoenix to take down Na'Vi? Who knows? The underdog story is still alive, but only just. Na'Vi is looking to reclaim what they lost a couple years ago, be back in Grand Finals, be a champion once again, and they are one map away from entering the Grand Finals. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Na'Vi! Brigida, Gideon, let's get it started.
History has told us that maybe Na'Vi just didn't have what it takes, but this year it's different. With competitors from all over the world, this competition has only gotten better, and Na'Vi are one game away from qualifying to the Grand Finals unless Galaxy Phoenix can extend this series. Let's jump into this right here, right now in the Land of Dawn, as we hope that level 1 doesn't go as badly as game number 2.
They're so close to making it back, and that's knowing that all these new regions, all these competitors have been stepping up in their own ways too. But even in their most desperate moments, Na'Vi right now that they're back on track, they're just not letting go of these more unique types of roamers and compositions, and they're making it work every single time. That sudden flex now to reveal the Kaja, but a great start for GXP, forcing out the flicker from Riyadh.
Okay, a little unfortunate that Winnie did not get the gold crab, but Mirai was able to steal it away. But at this stage, you can see what exactly they want to do. Sophia is a little under-leveled here.
Oh, Lema to flicker to... This has been the trend for every single early game. Na'Vi with the Lilia not changing their mid-hero for 3 games straight, just constantly spamming all these pokes. And now that it's with a Kaja, it's a lot more annoying in a sense that even the Kaja is just gonna walk up straight to you, apply these slows, and potentially even a bit more damage.
Yeah, what I can't understand here was what happened here at level 1. Why was the first rotation down towards the goal when it should have been here in the mid? The mid is struggling right now. Unless Sophia can close the distance and land that stun on terrain and get a full commitment with Lima in the jungle, that's kind of the only problem. But Winnie here might just get solo killed, no problem as well.
Oh, so close! And she does! First blood over to Riyadh. No flicker though. Can Lima actually take her out? There's a dash and the concussive blast will actually be enough.
God bless, God bless. At least they were able to get it back, and now it actually is slightly in Winnie's favor because they're going to be able to make it to that wave first. However, the gold is still in favor of Riyadh as now the turtle spawns out. Let's see how it plays.
Blink shows up, Throne of Ruin already casted, but the heavy spin 2 pins down their jungler. Fa could not live long, but actually gets to land the retribution. Also will go down, but that's going to be an exchange of Keishi. Both junglers traded by these two teams. Oh, Keishi, or not Ayanami rather, being chased. That's going to be another kill over to GXP.
And not Ayanami, unfortunately, not finding the perfect angle to actually get the split down. For the time being, though, Winnie on the opposite side, and this is what I was talking about. Now, getting control over that wave. After this solo kill, initially, most people are going to be thinking, yeah, no, this is going to be great. Rian equalizes the lane. It actually doesn't, assuming that Rian was able to survive right up till the dive. Now you can see the level lead as well as the gold lead becoming more clear as Winnie is trying to just lock out this lane.
I feel like GXP2, after what happened in game number 2, are just like, yeah, we cannot just let Winnie experience the same thing all over again.
No more.
This isn't a chip lineup anyway, but the fact that they are on a very hard lockdown type of composition who could just pretty much combo it with either the carry and the Lilia are still going to be a massive threat for Winnie as the main damage dealer later on. So now they are somehow showing us more and more rotations towards the bottom lane. I think that's also why you got to see that in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, I think Winnie at this point is probably just praying, like, please do not let me get hit by Divine Judgment. Like, anything but that. I don't mind. A heavy spin, I got Purified, but now the next fight begins.
Okay, it's going to be Versailles as the target quickly bursted down as expected from Sophia and the rest of GXP. Even the EXP lanes being managed really well by Ling right now.
They managed to find an interception, which is great. But also, I think Na'Vi, unfortunately, is still having a bit of lingering thoughts from the previous game, thinking that they're really far ahead. Mirai, you're not in that position anymore, you know? You're not having an extra 1,000 gold on top of Lima this time round.
Yeah, and there wasn't, I think, anyone there yet to just really apply the follow-up damage. If ever they do get to find a Divine Judgment, they could probably deal a bit of poke here and there, but this is where it really should have mattered. This is the next turtle of the game, and both teams are going to fight for it.
Mirai can put the handcuffs on somebody. Unfortunately, they still need someone else to be the guillotine. Oh!
Pause after Keishi, that forces out the heavy spin, and the feathered airstrike already gets committed as well, but I believe it was cancelled, and now it's an isolation play onto Fa! Oh! The follow-up thrown from Yo and Fury! GXP might actually turn things around. Rain having to flicker out, Winnie with a heavy crossbow, dealing a lot of damage as well, and they survive. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Both junglers are down.
Fat counter engage coming in from Ling to save the day right at the very end. However, Rian still 2-1 score, trying to keep back up, and despite what happened in the early stages of the game, manages to get enough of a care package, some economic aid to stay even.
All these ultra-reliant heroes from GXP though, they probably will get it back a few moments later, but Na'Vi are just for sure going to be confident enough to get back in this too. It's only the heavy spin that's been taken out alongside the Divine Judgment.
I don't understand why Ling is still trying to pull the wave. They know that they didn't have their ults earlier. They could have started zoning out way earlier. They knew they didn't have ults. They also knew they didn't have the battle spells. And now they're giving up the space over to Na'Vi.
Yep, because Na'Vi are back. Heavy spin is back, and the turtle gets reset all over again. But it's going to be an attempt from Ling, which doesn't land onto anyone. And look at how not Ayanami is just trying to go for the zone. An annoying way to just break formation. Minoan Fury forced out again, but it's Casey who gets knocked up. Fa still finding the retribution. They get to isolate Ling, but they might not have the damage for this. It's GXP finding more kills.
Unfortunate indeed. Honestly, Na'Vi played as good as they can to kind of get out of this situation, but that first initial whiff coming in from Ling, really unfortunate to say the least, but Fa still made it work. Steals away the Lord just in time, because Keishi had pretty much all the advantages.
Yep, they're really working as a unit at this point. Now a quick conversion to another objective as well. GXP are just focusing so much of their resources towards the bottom lane, even in that entire sequence where it feels like they barely paid attention to the other parts of the map, just as long as they could win it out in that turtle fight.
Yeah, and now they just want to keep on progressing it, right? Whoa!
Divine Judgment, that's gonna be one. It's a shutdown on Sophia. I think it's a great start if Na'Vi, who slowly wants to get back in this game.
But some of the bad habits are starting to show. The way that GXP is opening up the map is honestly getting them killed more often than not. Oh, good flicker and a pull!
Oh, what a timing! He still gets brought back! Now it's another kill for Na'Vi. It's both mid-duos.
Yeah, Lima tried to use the Minoan Fury as a means to not get displaced because of the anti-CC, but just did it a little too late, unfortunately. This punish is good, but that battle spell, I don't know. If you're already going to flicker anyway, you might as well just let it happen.
Yeah. And not Ayanami. We'll just get it back real quick. We're looking at the gold difference right now. Not much in terms of the gold lane, not much in terms of most of the lanes. It's really in the macro that you kind of feel what GXP wants to do differently this time in comparison to Na'Vi.
But at the same time, it feels like both Na'Vi and GXP, they've sharpened each other enough after these past 2 games. They're really picking up on the bad habits. Look at this!
Oh, once again, we find another isolation. Sophia gets caught here by not Ayanami, but will get to Wings by Wings her out. But under the turret, can Ayanami still find the kill? It seems like it's a no, and then Fa gets dragged back under the turret.
Oh!
An unfortunate sequence for GXP.
Really sad, but well played from Na'Vi. They are not going to take this sitting down. They're going to make sure that they're being tall and proud when they take this game away. It's 6-6 so far, and Na'Vi are in full position to take the Lord as well. Divine Judgment is not up, and Split is still on cooldown.
This is just so interesting to me how Na'Vi are able to deal with either the utility or assassin comp from GXP.
Right? I totally agree with you, because again, we're seeing many different sides of Na'Vi. Usually, we see a lot of, big personalities, but a very linear and clear idea of how they want to play a game. Na'Vi, not only have they shown how tall they are, but they are showing how wide this team composition and the styles of play that they have in their pockets are.
Oh, they're going to go for Rain.
What?
That's the Minoan Fury and the Throne of Ruin, but the heavy spin as a defensive tool to just make sure that GXP are not able to push forward. Rian joining in the fight too might make a huge difference right now. GXP lose a little more in the process. That's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade right before the Lord.
That was a pretty good idea initially from Na'Vi's side. I think there was a little bit of hesitation from Rian. Let's pull up the item list. I want to just get a double confirmation on whether or not the Trinity has been complete, and that's why she would have to come into her full ult to ensure that at least they get a trade back. But without the DHS, it's going to be a lot harder to get through the Limas and the Faz if you're only hoping that your passive is going to be enough.
They're going to burst it down real quick. They do not want another instance of GXP just potentially trying to fight back, considering what you just mentioned. They still don't have the DHS, but at least for now they get a bit more advantage and the first Lord of the game as well. But it's interesting, at least for GXP, they're able to really push the sides, but Mirai, all alone here, gets a bit of protection from Keishi, and now 2 members at least brought really close under their very own territory. Throne of Ruin casted by Ling, not Ayanami trying to find a target, does find one, but the damage dealers aren't here. GXP are just turning things around. Rian finally comes to join, but then Sophia, Mirai from behind, who does she find? It's Sophia, but she doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Rain and Rian are making it work all by themselves.
This is what I was talking about. Bad habits. They notice GXP, they keep coming at us front to back. They're not thinking about their size. They're not thinking about the fights. They're not thinking about that huge top wave getting demolished by the Lord.
And now Na'Vi are just chasing after them, so they couldn't go for the defense. Federer's trying to help out Ling, but it's not gonna be enough.
This is the 101 of war. When you are fighting in the front lines, you must understand what your supply lines are, the logistics to get there. And right now, Na'Vi have attacked them in so many different areas. GXP, you can tell the tunnel vision, the peripherals is getting darker and darker. They have to wake up. Take a moment, just breathe.
Because we're so used to them being really synced up in terms of especially prioritization, the targets that they go for, and how they're always almost on the same page. But we're not seeing that from GXP at this point. It's more so from Na'Vi as they find another kill. Sophia, knock up from the Minoan Fury together with the Throne of Ruin. But the relevant members are just getting away. It's not Ayanami traded out, but Fa goes down too. It's a double for Rian, and she's just 7-1-2.
It's so frustrating because the combo is good. It's a perfect Minoan Fury into the Throne of Ruin that had to commit a flicker from Ling. They just didn't have enough AoE to burst down the members after the combo. Winnie can only hit so many targets at once. And luckily from the front lines of Na'Vi, they have enough armor to tank the explosive crossbows.
It's all their base turrets exposed just with that single Lord Siege, which Na'Vi barely had to work with because they just let it walk through the top lane, and every single lane too just pushed forward just because GXP kept forcing the fight.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the... Oh, hold on, the Divine Judgment is good. Rihanna's already blown them up. So Throne Ruin tries their best backline. In trouble. Sophia finds one. Keishi gets another. And now the chase. Ray needs to win this against Winnie. Purify being used. The heavy spin locks down Fa. And there you have it. Na'Vi say, no, you took 2 of our members. We take 3. fury.
And GXP just wanted to repeat the exact same thing. It was probably not the exact same sequence in a sense that Lema actually got to cast the Minoan Fury, but it was follow-up from Ling that eventually, in hopes of them converting it into a successful team fight, but Navi were just a bit too prepared for that. They knew who they wanted to target, and they just kept pushing forward. Now, it's a massive loss as GXP had to let go of the Lord.
Nothing much that they can really do about that. Again, there's a certain level of protocols that need to be put in place, but you can tell that GXP are not 100% sure what that roadmap actually looks like. They've got some really good ideas, but sometimes when do you actually want to find those initiations? Before they try to initiate after Sophia was caught, they were thinking about, hey, if they get a little bit closer, we can make something happen, and all of a sudden the Flicker Divine Judgment was the real play. So I think that GXP right now, they're trying to set the priority order. Do we worry about this Divine Judgment? Can we get Sophia in a better position so that Winnie can follow up immediately after?
Hopefully they figure it out not to wait. Because we've been questioning the priority order for the longest time in this entire game. Who does GXP really want to go for first? What is the game plan, considering that they're mostly revolving around Winnie and Sophia, but Navi, even if they decide to go for their front lines and not these damage dealers, are actually making it work. Now they have an entire Lord with no energy or holy shields left up top. They're on the verge of losing so much more.
Yeah, with the suppression as well, it's just really difficult for Lima especially.
Oh, that was a flicker in, but Mirai does get cancelled though. Does have the immortality, is gonna be okay. Feathered airstrike as well as Minoan Fury trying to defend as much as they can. Keishi, defensive heavy spin, but Winnie finds a double. Navi have to run away wings by wings towards Not Ayanami, and they go back right in. Do they really want to fight this? Not Ayanami actually finds Sophia.
No way! Winnie ended up killing her own teammate because of that. They could have just stopped autoing, but they were just so desperate to make it work. Literally anything would have been good there. Oh man, Not Ayanami. Despite having a horrendous early game, now it's like, this is my revenge. You've hurt me enough.
Yeah, I was worried when she went back in too, but the fact that GXP, I feel like they just panicked and clicked their buttons and unfortunately cost their teammates' lives there. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. GXP definitely have to somehow reset and get back in this game. They were slowly finding their way around things, but it's Navi all over again, all across the map.
Yeah, Navi has adapted a lot better to what GXP has been laying on the table in terms of their tactical plans and strategies. And I think that Navi, just a little bit more clutch factor within them. But I think it's the awareness, right? The awareness overall about not only the battle situation, but what's happening across the map. It just feels like Navi is just slightly more efficient and more flexible in those moments. GXP, it's got to be step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and they've been changing the order up, but it still feels a little clunky.
So what could be the best order at this point? You would really expect it's just either Lema or Ling. Does someone have to be left behind to at least some sort of protect for Winnie and Sophia? They do have the flickers and the purifies for themselves, but it just seems that as long as Navi get that one pick off done, then there's nothing stopping them at all.
I think step number 1 is to control this mid. Oh, wait, actually, Divine Judgment.
Oh, is that one pickoff? Is that the pickoff? Ling tries to stop them from getting that pickoff, but despite that, the heavy spin still gets committed. And GXP find one. They somehow find Rain. Navi, do they want to push through? They've lost one of their main damage sources.
That is so unfortunate. It takes 2 people to engage upon 3 in the back lines of Navi, but it just takes Not Ayanami to keep both Sophia and Winnie away, and still able to find that kill onto Sophia's side. Like, if Not Ayanami, people were like, oh, she's going back to her old ways. No, she is a completely different player.
Yeah, look at how she's playing the glue.
It's ridiculous.
Redeeming herself after that early game. I mean, look at her. I mean, she's not really resetting. Another Divine Judgment onto Lema. There goes the burst from Rian as well. Do they really want to risk this? Okay, they actually find one. It's going to be Fa. They're pushing her out of this Lord pit. And that's enough to secure the objective, but it's in exchange of Not Ayanami.
And that's totally fine. Look at the timers. Look at the timers. The wave is going to spawn. If they waited a little bit longer, it would have been nice after the 12 minutes. But since then, even so, Not Ayanami has gotten everything they've wanted. Lima doesn't have a flicker. Ling still doesn't have the flicker as well. And by the time the Lord actually makes it down into the base, she's still not going to have the flicker.
Yeah, I feel like GXP wanted to go for something there, but they saw Mirai and were like,
nah,
no.
It's good.
No, and we have a Lord. I'm glad they actually realized that they might have to pull back a bit because they have to deal with a Lord and Na'Vi are approaching their base.
At this point, I might as well just stare at Mirai the entire time because, again, her flickers with the Divine Judgments have been immaculate.
Okay, they get to clear the Lord. Na'Vi are not really going to make use of it just yet. They also have to wait for not Ayanami, I feel, if they really want to risk a 5-on-5 engage. So GXP are taking advantage of this, and at least after 18 minutes are still in the game.
Would you say? I would say that Na'Vi understands their composition, but they're also giving a lot of respect to GXP.
Yeah.
Like, despite everything that has happened in this game, GXP was going even with Na'Vi, despite the score leaning into Na'Vi's side for at least 8 to 9 minutes. Now here in the late game, despite having an advantage with that long lane already wide and exposed, Na'Vi still ain't pressing the matter.
Yeah, the combos you get to see from both the Farsa and Irithel, I feel like we already saw a glimpse of what it could bring to the table when they immediately bursted down Rain. Because Rain typically on the Lilia has been always very aggressive. She's been showing up on the front lines, a lot of help towards not Ayanami, but during that moment, I think she also didn't expect to get bursted down as quickly, so they might want to pay attention to that, because that'll definitely change the way they approach their team fights for even just a bit if they don't want GXP to find an opening.
Yeah, let's quickly look at the items here so far. The Malefic Gun is already done, but I'm looking at the tank specifically because I'm already seeing that they made sure that they have the right items. A decent amount of armor, but just enough magic damage to start burning down the squishies, which is probably why Ayanami isn't dying as quickly in comparison to Ling having to deal with the true damage of carry.
Oh, but this could be a problem too. Immortality pickup for Winnie already. Just letting go of the boots and understanding that she definitely has to be the one to survive in these fights. I think Sophia's also building a winter crown very, very soon, so they'll have more tools to survive if ever Na'Vi does go for another surprise Divine Judgment play, which puts a lot of responsibility on Mirai. She has to be very particular. I know she has been, but even more so now when it comes to who she uses the Divine Judgment on.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So far, Mirai not only needs to use it defensively, but more importantly, have to be very proactive on the map. Because you already have the fleeting time, you might as well just let it rip when you have the chance. But if that window, and you don't have that follow-up, isn't good enough, GXP, again, might even up the score 18-18.
Yep, the punish is very much possible for GXP with just a single mistake, but Na'Vi are bursting the Lord. Oh! There goes the heavy spin, and they could not react. Not Ayanami finding one. Does Na'Vi still fight? This is a no. They flicker out. They want to run away. The Throne of Ruin catches one, though, and it's going to be Mirai, but Lima finds more. The knockups on multiple members, but the flicker, the reposition from Mirai. She's actually still alive.
And the rest of Na'Vi are body blocking one by one as they turn this fight around. Rian now taking one auto attack at a time. Your battle lines are down. I will take the space.
Sophia has to fly away because they're already losing out on so much. Fa and Lema are down the front lines. It's just Ling who could serve as that front right now.
Unbelievable peel coming up from Na'Vi's side. They've created an endgame scenario. Winter Crown is already purchased, but the situation is dire. All waves collapsing at once.
Rian down to half HP, but the jump from not Ayanami. Winnie had to get out of that. Sophia too with a flicker, but the grab! Sophia popping the immortality and the sweep coming in for Na'Vi!
What a game. What an absolutely disgusting game coming out of Na'Vi. Not only have they shaken off the rust of day number one, they're coming in here saying, no, you better remember the name. It's going to be at the Grand Finals.
They find their way back to the Grand Finals. Unbelievable runs, not being able to meet expectations, especially when they first started out here in MWI, but look at where they are now.
And you watch their entire history, from their inception to their success to missing out an entire year to be back here in 2026 to redeem the names. This is going to be an impressive storyline, but let's quickly look at this replay as these fights go on. Desperation got hold of GXP. They saw they lost the Lord. They needed something back desperately, and that's a great mentality to have. But at high level play, you got to count your losses, and you can tell it's devastating, but at the same time, hey, you know, there's always another year. This has been a great showing from GXP. Let's throw it over to our interview up on the stage.
Heartiest congratulations right here to Navi Philippines. They have clocked in their ticket to the Grand Finals in an incredibly convincing 3-0 sweep. Congratulations once again. Now, for you guys to reach here, definitely it has been successful thus far after the decider bracket, but you know, what are certain struggles that you guys faced?
I think the first we play in this stage is kind of shaky, but yeah, we made it here.
You guys made it here even though it was a little shaky. So yes, now you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. We would like to invite Galaxy Phoenix to please pass your tournament key over to Navi Philippines. Galaxy Phoenix, you did Cambodia proud, but your journey ends here still with the best finish for Cambodia. Well done. Your journey ends. Thank you. And now, wait, I still have tons of questions. I know you're excited because Galaxy Phoenix, they were the ones that put you in this predicament, in this ordeal. They sent you down to the brackets to crawl out, and right now you're here in the Grand Finals. You know, what were the adjustments made that you guys did to face them today, the exact same foes?
I think we just play confidently, that's all.
You just played confidently, and now that you have their keys here in the hand, the very ones that defeated you in group stages, what do you have to say? How do you feel?
I'm so happy because it's my dream to play here in stage now, and also I'm so proud to my team because we made this so far.
And the Philippines is really proud of you as well. And final question, can we, you know, the fans of Navi Philippines and the fans who are watching you guys back home, can you tell them confidently that this is Navi PH in its competition from the championship form?
Guys, please support us tomorrow because we're gonna claim the championship.
Let's see if history will repeat itself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Navi Philippines going to the Grand Finals. Take your walk of victory.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Navi officially in Grand Finals. Congratulations. Go ahead and drop that key in there. This is a moment in history for Navi. Congrats. She said thank you. She's hyped up. I can feel the aura. I can feel the aura coming off you right now with good reason. Team Navi officially about to go ahead and crush that key. But yeah, let's make sure we make sure that we safe. I will make sure that you protected from this huge explosion. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. They fought valiantly, but oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Navi getting it done. Congratulations again for qualifying for the finals right here at MWI. Will they be able to punch their ticket? And more importantly, for the time being, who will end up being their opponent? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and send things over to our highlights before we get to our next match.
And the first semifinals has concluded. Na'Vi gets a clean sweep 3-0 over Galaxy Phoenix. A tremendous win. They will officially be in Grand Finals. A big moment, not only for the org, but also for this roster.
Yeah, congratulations to them. It's been a long climb back. Now they have a chance to reclaim the crown, especially for the three players that were part of the roster in 2024 that won it then.
Dude, I mean, I think we could all just call it here. We assumed the right things as well. We got the analysis right. Game 1, 2, we got it. But even in Game 3, where they went for the overcomplicated drafts that we were criticizing from Galaxy Phoenix in Game number 1, Game number 2, they still were able to make it work. Fantastic performance from the Na'Vi girls.
Let's take a look at our first action of the game number 3, and it is going to be on the right-hand side here. We got a lot going on. What's happening?
Yeah, this was the little trade that Miracle pointed out to me and made me fully realize, yeah, in terms of the fundamentals, it's Na'Vi. How they were able to drag this out, the push and pull. It looked really good for Galaxy Phoenix, but then this is where the veterancy comes in and just the raw fundamentals. The fact that they were able to come back into this, Rain and Rian being able to work together to get Winnie down.
That's why for me, I'm just not a fan whenever Galaxy Phoenix tries to go for these kind of compositions, you know.
Yeah.
So build the lead from the start of the game, just getting those neutral objectives and relying on discipline to end the game. They're a team that needs to rely on that chaos, on that team fighting.
Mirko, let's go to yet another moment. Now we're towards the tail end of game number 3. The Lord is about to be slain, and they are looking to push up to take over the base.
And I think this just shows you again that chaotic nature that GXP wants to play with. Unfortunately, they were not facilitated with the right heroes to actually pull that off. They went in for the play, but as you can see, it just doesn't feel like they have the right resources. Fa on the Baksha as well. Just sticking on these targets instead of zoning people in the back gave Na'Vi so much more of an opportunity to get away, to kite back. As Renmar mentioned, the back and forth. It's just classic Filipino team fighting though, right?
Yeah. What Mirai did there was just an ankle breaker of epic proportions. The fact that she not only ankle broke Fa, who was trying to chase her, but technically it ankle broke the entirety of GXP because they got tilted trying to chase her.
Those are 10 ankles.
It's hard not to be tilted, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day. And for our commentators, hey, we were watching you. Let's see what they were getting into during those tense moments.
Oh, that was a flicker in, but Mirai does get cancelled though. Does have the immortality, is gonna be okay. Feathered airstrike as well as the Minoan Fury trying to defend as much as they can. Teishi, defensive heavy spin, but Winnie finds a double. Na'Vi have to run away wings by wings towards not Ayanami, and they go back right in. Do they really want to fight this? Not Ayanami actually finds the meal.
No way! Winnie ended up killing her own teammate because of that. They could have just stopped autoing. But they were just so desperate to make it work. Literally anything would have been good there. Oh man, not Ayanami.
Despite having a horrendous early game, now it's like, this is my revenge. You've hurt me enough.
Yeah, I was worried when she went back in too, but the fact that GXP, I feel like they just panicked and clicked their buttons and unfortunately cost their teammates' lives there.
At first, I thought Gideon was a little bit too still until he exploded. It's always great to see Brigitte as well, because I'm used to having her up here for the analyst desk where she's poised, you know, nice and calm. Up there, she's exploding with energy.
Yeah, and that was an explosive play. I mean, what Ayanami did there when you're up against a team that loves to team fight, Glue is the perfect tempo breaker hero. And the fact that she got away with it too, oh, that felt criminal. But it was beautiful to watch.
Well, two great organizations are still in the tournaments, Na'Vi and Vitality, which means the club championship race is now starting to heat up. And we've got Trev to break it down.
Behind me is 3 years worth of history. EWC26 is looking for the best esports organizations, and with the club championships and 2 years worth of history, it seems we may have found some of the best. Here with me, let me introduce you from Gen G. This is Ashley. It's great to have you here, but I gotta ask you, this is the 3rd year of the club championships. I mean, does it change the way you're gonna be representing your organization, or is there no pressure at all?
Well, as you guys know, this is my first time representing Gen G, which is a huge opportunity for me because Gen G was one of my top dream organizations to join, and to be able to represent my home country, America, as well as my root origins, Korea, it means the world to me.
Well, I mean, I would love to leave it off at just that, but we also brought in the one and only from Team Vitality, the mother of tanks, Vivian. Vivian, this year's MWI is taking place here in Paris. Does that make this tournament feel just a little bit more special?
Sangat spesial karena kita turnamen di Paris, di mana tempat timku berada, tim Vitality.
Now, this is going to go to the both of you, because both of you were here in the Grand Finals. But Ashley, what do you think it's going to take for your team to make a really deep run this time?
It's a good thing I'm from the country where dreams come true.
Vivian, do you have any final words before we end this interview?
Keep dreaming, Ashley. For you, Ashley? Are you still in your dream? Come to my dream! Come to my dream!
And there you have it. Vivian and as well as Ashley, two heavy competitors here at MWI representing both organizations, all for the club championship.
MWI is special for a number of reasons, and I can't think of a better way to break it all down than with such a special guest such as Ray Nung, the head of esports ecosystem for Moonton Games. Ray, a pleasure having you up here. How are you doing?
Great. It's been a great lineup so far, so I'm happy to be here.
Well, look, this is a special event. It's my first time being here, so thank you so much for allowing my opportunity to learn about this great scene and this game. MWI continues to expand globally with Western Europe joining the ecosystem this year. How would you evaluate MWI's growth so far? And can fans expect more regions in the future?
Yeah, first of all, it's the third year we're working with the Esports World Cup, and we are working on the women ecosystem in the long term with the Esports Foundations. So when we're looking ahead, we are definitely looking to see how can we make like a better inclusion ecosystem. And MWI has always positioned as a very unique product as part of the Esports World Cup. And in fact, we are already scheduling how the next year's schedules looks like for MWI and also for MWC. So can't wait to see how we can further expand the product.
Ooh, that's exciting. Okay, so what has made MWI 2026 so special to you? Because I've had a blast watching the best ladies MLBB has to offer join that very stage. The energy is incredible. So from your perspective, what are the biggest highlights of this year?
Yeah, I would say definitely like what we are setting up right now for the storyline telling is very good for this year. We have Navi, like the first edition of MWI Esports World Cup. They were the champion and then make it again to the finals. That's a setup for the storyline. And now we are having a lineup of Vitality having a next match. If they can make it, I think that will be a very good storyline, having the two champions to face again at the at the finals tomorrow. And on top of that, I think moving to Paris also give it a special meanings. We have Vitality, French esports club, and also have the super fans here cheering for the teams. I think that also add on like additional meanings so that in this city of love.
That's so true. You mentioned the two traditional powerhouses that we have, Navi from the Philippines, Team Vitality, of course, here from France, here on the home court. But we've also seen emerging new regions challenge these powerhouses. You had teams like Galaxy Phoenix make it this far, Geltec, Saita all make it this far. How important is it for the future of women's MLBB that you see these new challengers?
Yeah, I think we continue to, like I mentioned, inclusion is some of the unique position of the product. We want more regions to be part of the ecosystem, to be involved, to be in the tournament. So that's why we are having like Western Europe a slot this year, to having them to have teams to compete at our MWI, a very unique product. And moving toward to that, we are already seeing some teams you mentioned from China, from ECA, and also from MENA. They make it all the way from group stage and knockout stage. And if we look at all the teams' competitiveness level, is getting closer to closer from each other team. Even though it's like a 3-0 from the last match, like Philippines versus Cambodia team, I think it's still very close in terms of competitiveness. So this is the scene that we see how it grows. From the beginning of the women initiative we started like 5 years ago until now, we're seeing a lot more teams coming in. I think it also ignites the dreams of our player base that they are female. They have stage for them to shine.
That's amazing.
Ray, you clearly, this product is special to you, obviously, for MWI, and I really appreciate you coming up here. I just want to hand the mic to you one more time so you can just say what you would like to say to the MWI community, MLBB as a whole.
Yeah, I think to wrap up, I do like to thank all our community continued support to our ecosystem that we are building. Building an ecosystem, especially women ecosystem, is not easy. Like we have to be very dedicated, and together with the Esports Foundation, we are looking at this for long term. So we are very looking forward to the futures for MLBB women.
Well, so am I, Ray. It's been a pleasure having you on the desk. It's been a pleasure being here in general, and we got a monster of a matchup about to take place, and it's going to be Vitality going on that stage, and we had a chance to catch up with them before the matchup begins.
Hey guys, as we enter the second semi-finals match of the day, Geltec Cyber Team and Team Vitality is now in the arena. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine.
Now, a lot of people are very happy to see Geltec Cyber Team in the top 4. How are you feeling about that?
We feel excited, very excited, I know.
How do you feel about going up against Team Vitality? Do you feel any pressure?
I think, yeah, because we're champions.
But are we confident? I'll see you later. Good luck on that match. And you know what? Over here, I think Team Vitality is still on the bus. So maybe we could go and see if they're coming down right about now. Let's take a look, guys. Let's take a look. All right, perfect. Team Vitality is now getting off the bus, and I think we should definitely talk to our defending champions as they entered their semi-finals match today. Fumi Echo, you know what? I haven't talked to you today. You're walking too fast for me. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited for today?
Yeah, I'm excited because I meet Kyoai.
Kyoe is so pretty, but so are you. Fumieko, I just gotta ask, are you confident that you can actually win against Geltec Cyber Team and defend your championship tomorrow?
I'm very confident today.
Aw, good luck. I'll see you later. Bye. Guys, she is so cute. Thank you very much. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. As always, it's always so awesome seeing the players arrive on site. They always have a smile on their face, but they're vicious competitors. And these two competitors now, because there's only one spot in the Grand Finals left, and it's either going to Team Vitality or Geltec Cyber Team, both undefeated.
Team Vitality, my goodness. I thought they'd go on a completely perfect run, but they still ended up dropping that one game to Team Falcons ID. But I never really felt like, as a Vitality fanboy myself, that there's any cause to worry. Like, I would... Yeah. Cut from the same cloth, me and Mirko. But Geltec also have been quite impressive, and I'm very happy for them that they made it this far.
Celtic Cyber team, they're very impressive. You know, again, with these assassins, with these unorthodox picks. Heck, the Hanabi showed up, the Aulas as well, and the fact that they made it work is even more impressive. So we'll see if that chaotic nature in the drafts can hurt Vitality.
Well, the CIO of Team Vitality, Danny Ingles, had a chance to catch up with Trev. Trev, let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here at the Vitality booth with the best dressed man in the place, Danny Engels, the Chief International Officer of Team Vitality. Obviously, welcome to the Esports World Cup in general. I just want to ask firstly about what your strategy was when it came to Stage 4, the Allianz Vault, with heavy investment in fighting games, and obviously you're the favourites in MWI at the moment.
Yeah, correct. It was clear to us that on this stage we can turn into the Vitality stage with obviously the favorites in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women. So I hope that we hoist at least one trophy, maybe more, because I'm excited about the fighting games, of course. We had a fantastic story with the Creek Twins last week already. Even though it didn't work out to raise a trophy, it was still amazing. And we have like TFT coming, heavy favorite in Trackmania as well, which will be super exciting. So looking forward to really own that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously over the past couple of years, you haven't had the result you wanted. Not a bad result by any means, but you want to come out on top against Falcons this year. What was your game plan for the Esports World Cup as a whole to take them down?
Yeah, obviously we also are fighting against the Liquids and all gamers, right? So we gotta beat them all, and for that we heavily invested into new games, new teams. We have managed to qualify a total of 18 teams, which is so much more than last year. So really investing more in order to hopefully get enough points to beat the Falcons. I keep saying it's going to be a big challenge, but we all have to win a trophy first, right? And I hope we can make it happen at MLBB Women. I don't know where the Falcons can actually make it happen, right? So that will be very exciting and a lot of pressure on them as well.
Yeah, they do seem to be struggling at the moment, the Falcons in general, dropping out the competition. Obviously, in MWI yesterday, they had 2 teams in it, and none of them managed to get through the semi-finals. So do you think this is going to be the break you need to really get going?
I mean, it feels amazing to break their keys, right? So it starts there. No, I think the pressure is definitely more on them than on us, and I hope that we can keep it up like that. And as soon as we are in the comfort zone and make them more uncomfortable, I think it gets more and more exciting heading towards all the 7 weeks of EWC.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Danny.
Thank you.
And obviously, good luck in the Esports World Cup.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Danny, it was great to hear from you, Trev. Thank you for the interview. Committing so much for the club championship trophy. They want to defeat the Falcons, who went back-to-back in the club championship race. For Vitality and Celtic Cyber team, they now face off against each other. And I got to ask you, boys, especially you, Mirko, are you a fan of either two of the teams?
You know, I'm somewhat of a Vitality fan myself. It's been a long run. The girls look great. They're the ones that always manage to break my expectations in a good way. The guys have been less successful, but recently, boom, MPL champ, domestic, bringing it on to MSC. I'm excited for Vitality. Are you?
Of course I am. Of course I am excited for Vitality. I mean, my allegiances will change once, if ever they do go up against Navi PH in the Grand Finals. I am Filipino first, after all. But Celtic Cyber team, if we're going to be talking about them, I have so much respect and appreciation for them. Their brand of MLBB, what they've shown, the journey that they've undertaken, making it this far. KOA making it to the semifinals yet again, leading a squad with names that we're not so familiar with, but carrying attitude with them, a courage to them, which I always respect.
Ooh, Celtic Cyber team banging on the table. They've got intensity, and they have the energy to match Team Vitality. I asked you, Mirko, are you a fan of Vitality or what?
Yes, I am. And Mr. Danny just gave me a special gift just earlier. Let's see.
Whoa.
He told me to unbox it live, so.
Okay. Okay.
Oh!
No way.
Oh, and it's signed! Oh my goodness! Yo, that's actually dope.
Oh my
and
God.
From what I'm hearing, by the way, the Vitality fans are running deep Damascus. Who do you got over there?
Taylor, the vibes are immaculate right there. I can't even know if you guys can hear me, but the Vitality fans are out there and we need to put the maximum amount of noise. So you know what I'm gonna do? We have to do that in French. It is time to welcome the queens. S'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Vitality! Les les champions en titre qui arrivent sur la scène et la foule qui est absolument en feu. 2-0 contre MVPR, 2-0 contre Genji, 2-0 contre Navi. L'équipe qui ne peut pas perdre, l'équipe qui ne peut pas être touchée. Ce sont les reines de MLBB et elles reviennent récupérer leur trône pour l'instant absolument intouchable. Les 5 reines qui montent sur la scène et vous savez que le bruit sera maximum. Rob, Cheryl sur la scène, on va kiffer aujourd'hui.
Now, this has been a matchup that you guys have anticipated even before coming. Vivian has penned Kioe on the board of what she wants to see in MWI, and now wish granted. Here in the semifinals, anything you would love to say to your opponents?
Please don't make us sleep in the middle of the game.
Oh, locked and loaded and ready to go. And with that, thank you so much. Please head on over to your battle stations.
Team Vitality is clearly ready for a battle, ladies and gentlemen, but as close as they are to their dreams, there is a team that is standing in their path and hoping to achieve their own. Please welcome to the stage, Caltech Cyber Team. Caltech Cyber Team up to this point entirely undefeated, unscathed, going up against everyone. And the Ice Queen has returned. You can feel a shift in the energy in this arena just with her presence. We've seen their mastermind, Coach Osprey, has transformed this team into the Titan that we see today. And now, of course, we do have a quick interview. Right now, you're so close to achieving your dreams. But in order to finish it off, you have to go against what a lot of people look at as the favorite to win this tournament. How much pressure are you under and how confident are you?
Насколько вы уверены? Ну, мы постараемся сделать максимальные наши возможности показать.
Well, we will do our best to make sure that we play on our maximum capacity.
Okay, and I'm sure you will. Please go ahead and have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. It is about that time.
That's right. On one hand, the queen bees of the hive, and on the other, the Ice Queen herself. 2 apex predators are on the prowl in the jungle, but only one can emerge victorious from the land of dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out who is going to take that seat in the Grand Finals of MWI. Let's get things started with the semifinal.
Cheryl Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, thank you for setting the stage. The competitors are out there and they're just moments away from competing toe-to-toe for the last spot in the Grand Finals. It's Team Vitality versus Caltech Cyber Team, and it's getting loud in the venue. Why? Well, because Vitality fans have shown up and they are banging on the drums. They're getting loud. They're going crazy. It's going to be a great matchup, seriously. Again, I set the stage earlier. Both teams undefeated so far, but one must face defeat after this.
Yeah, home court advantage for Vitality. You pointed out behind the scenes that they maybe look kind of, Caltech Cyber Team, are looking kind of nervous. I would like to think it's their more stoic, mysterious nature that they like to show off, especially Kioe, the Ice Queen. She's called the Ice Queen for the jungle, not just because of her cold-blooded gameplay, but of course, what she does behind the scenes.
Well, I tell you what, Miracle, if he's going to bring up the Ice Queen of Kioe, let's bring up the Hive Queen of Vivol. You've got two queens about to battle it out.
Absolutely. The Hive Queen Vivol has been, taking all the attention from the fans as well. I've heard some chants already from the Vitality fans in the building screaming, Vivol, Vivol, Vivol. And it's through her playing a plethora of different picks. When we've seen players just stick onto the tanks, stick onto the assassins, Vivol does both equally well. Although, I'm a bit more biased to the assassins.
Ooh, I like the assassins, especially after one of the matchups we had on day number, I believe it was 2 or 1. So fast-paced, absolutely brutal. And speaking of brutality, this is, in fact, the boss fight for Caltech Cyber Team. In fact, for all rosters, of course, every contender must meet Team Vitality to claim the trophy. And fun fact, Vitality has yet to miss a grand final appearance in MWI. They are always there. But is this time going to be different? Is Caltech Cyber Team going to take them down? Well, obviously, it's up to them to decide, but it's two massive battles about to be underway. And again, both teams undefeated. Will it be smiles? Will it be heartbreak? Well, again, it's based upon how they end up playing. Now, fun fact as well, both teams also eliminated Falcons from this tournament. They will no longer get more club championship points than what they got making it to the knockout round. That includes Falcons MENA and Falcons Indonesia. So the history between the two is immense.
Geltec Cyber Team, what they were able to show off yesterday against Team Falcons MENA, it was just strong mindset. They had a difficult game, number one. It really looked like it was going to end quickly, and it would be Team Falcons MENA in this semifinal today. But then they held strong, and they showed off why they've made it this far.
That's right. America, I got to ask you, man, losing a map. Now, for most teams in a series, we don't really bat an eyelash at that. We'll mention it. It is what it is. For Vitality to lose a map against Falcons Indonesia, it was said on the desk, it was almost like the world turned upside down.
I do agree, you know, it's a bit concerning, maybe a lot concerning if you're looking at the track record of the team and how dominant they've been throughout MWI history. But I think I'm pretty happy. I think the Vitality fans should be pretty happy as well that they got a reality check very early on in the knockout stage, and they were able to recover. So I think more props to the women here because they were able to recover in such a short period of time after getting come back like that. The mentality stayed strong. They went back to the drawing board and they cooked up a fantastic early game draft to close it out.
Renmar, I was hearing rumors that when Vitality went back on stage to go into that final map against Falcons Indonesia, they were shaking, physically shaking. But after watching them beat Falcons Indonesia, I think it was pure anger.
Yeah, we saw Vivian on her show. What more can you ask for in a backs against the wall Team Vitality who are fighting for tournament life with all of the pride? She gets her most iconic pick, and she had an iconic performance. So if they were shaky behind the scenes, it definitely didn't show in game.
Nope, it was, I think, pure anger. That's what we saw. Oh my lord. The Cho pick was amazing, by the way. Like the amount of times she was able to catch Zev on a Harley, it was just ridiculous. An orange buff steal at the start of the game. So for Geltec, I really hope they've studied that. I really hope they take it away from Vivian.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be a way for them to deny it. Maybe not try to overthink it. I like that, especially up against a team like Vitality. We talked about Vivol earlier, who is very flexible in the type of jungler that she'll get. My personal favorite, and it is because of a bias of mine, you know my favorite pick, the Akai. Taking it away from her, I feel like it's a great call by Geltec Cyber Team.
Vitality have really just relied on that Panda to get through a lot of these games. Heck, 3 games out of 3 just yesterday up against Falcons ID on the Panda. So I like it, but also it's kind of like the Claude for Winnie type of situation. I feel like for Vitality especially, it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're going to let the Akai go, we're going to pick it up. Now that it's finally banned out, we get to see some more of those prio picks, maybe some more of the picks that were hidden by Vitality from the group stage all the way to top 8.
Yeah. Let's see if Vitality has much more left in the tank. Oh, they're taking away the Hirara, of course, from Kiowa. We touched on the Aulus earlier in the pre-match discussion, and that should be a possibility here for Geltec. I want to see them consider their options. I want to see them get creative, maybe even bring back picks like such as the Julian if it works out well for them. That was the pick that put Kiowa in the map 2 years ago.
For Geltec Cyber Team, though, they have something in their back pocket, and that's Coach Osprey, who has been absolutely phenomenal in leading this roster. Coach Osprey, going into this hero selection, you've already seen some of the bans. What do you think his game plan is going to be?
Well, it looks like right now Geltec are just taking away some of the most annoying picks to deal with. If you're an assassin, if you're a team that wants to play somewhat steady so that your side of the river and jungle is safe, and then you'll find your moment, go for that explosive play, and then snowball from there. All their 3 bans scream. They want to protect their river. They want to make sure they have a good XP matchup.
No tempo control, right? Like that, they want to have that. And it's equal amounts of respect from Vitality. We heard the spicy comments from Cine.
Yeah.
Don't put us to sleep with the game.
Yeah.
So we'll see here. With the Hirara banned out, it's going to be the Bakusha also taken away. Knowing again, Geltec, even when they're not on assassins, they rely on fast tempo gameplay. So it's all about that Bakusha, all about the early rotations to get an advantage before Turtle 1.
All right, with Esmeralda gone, Paquito, Freya trade is up in the air. Fovia's priority as well. I wouldn't take it away from Geltec Cyber Team also to later on show some flexibility through their mid lane pickups. There have been some teams who have picked up the Sicilian. I love MWI because a lot of my favorite picks, even though quite cheesy as they are showing up. But teams who are willing to play that risk have shown some good results. Whether or not they won the game, but they get good results in-game with high KDAs. You see the opposing team struggle with it. So we mentioned some of the power picks. Let's see if they'll go another way.
Geltec Cyber team are taking a while for that first pick. Valentina
Whoa.
as first pick for Geltec Cyber Team.
I did not see that coming. I think they're
Me neither.
looking way too closely at what Cine could potentially show up in the mid lane with. Either like an Eve or a Farsa. This feels a little bit of like an overthink. But then at the same time, you have the Atlas, so you're trying to turn off the possibility of Vivian picking that up.
I think they're setting up for the Atlas pick themselves here. Possibly a Sora as well, trying to go for the CC combo up against Vitality. Controlling that neutral objective has been one of the main winning conditions for Vitality, so taking it away from them could be the play. Freya, though, and the Atlas, they don't care about the Valentina. They'll go straight through, brute forcing their way through a Fatal Link steal.
Oh, they checked the bluff of Geltec and they said, all right, go ahead, we don't care. We're still going to go for the Atlas, even though we're giving it to you. Still, though, that means that Geltec can have an idea of what to expect, especially from the pick of Shell later on. Whoa. It will be a gold laner that would want to pick up the Purify. Got to be careful with shaking your teammate's arm there. You don't want to yank it off accidentally.
You know, I said they looked nervous coming into the venue, but after that little ordeal, I think they look just fine. They're feeling comfortable. They're in their zone.
Yes.
And Geltec Cyber Team is ready to take on the previous champs.
There you go, carrying the Balaric picked up for Geltec Cyber Team. Now, this could be the opportunity for Vitality to go for the Eve again. Could be stolen by the Valentina, but I feel like they picked up the Atlas so that they can overwhelm the Valentina with as many big ultimates as possible to kind of like make it difficult.
Yeah. But now with the Beleric there, this puts a lot of pressure on XP and jungle to have the mobility, because Team Vitality are going to be going around the map much quicker, which plays so much to the playstyle of Vitality. Quick, fast rotations, dominate, and don't give your opponent any breathing room. While for Geltec, the first 3 picks, as good as they are for the current metagame, we've talked about Beleric, especially on Stream B, as one of the best roam picks that you could go for now. I do not see that tempo match from them just yet. They need to match the speed that Vitality are going to be going for, and that makes it even harder knowing that in the center of the map, you're getting controlled by a Juicin.
They got tons of CC Renmar, but no one to really deal with the carry. Now that's a concern for me. Vitality have utilized the Freya to beat the carry before, but it's a different kind of Freya. Where usually we see the Flicker, we maybe will see a Vengeance, and it's technically still flex for the Freya.
Yeah. And the tough part is, if ever they're looking for more of an item-heavy carry in the jungle, let's say in the back of their heads they're thinking, hey, maybe we could put in a Yi Sun Shin for Vivo so that you can match his damage somewhat, a little bit of a mid-range option. That's the beauty of the Beleric in this current metagame. You have picks like that that could be great, but then you're always overthinking, what about those damn thorns that's going to be coming out of this tree? How do we stop that?
Phobia's ban is great here, so if they want to flex the Freya, it'll be good into the XP now, because usually a lot of teams, especially before the patch drop, before the Phobius nerf, would just go straight up carry Phobius to limit the Freya instantly. Wherever you go, you're going to be into a bad lane matchup. So now for Vitality, I think they're going to have some of their prio picks banned out, mainly for Chell. Those weak side picks should be taken out, as again, they've already banned the Phobius. It really looks like they want to put the Freya in XP.
Geltec.
Unless it's set up for like an Arlet pick or something,
yeah,
right?
I'm trying to get into the mindset of Geltec right now, seeing that, they take out the Phobius, you don't have the EXP counter, but it still wouldn't be too crazy to see a world where in that Freya still somehow ekes it into the gold lane. Maybe I'm just missing a pick to fully add the evidence to that idea. So let's see, because even if they go for something like I don't know, Alice in the jungle, you're still lacking the damage. The biggest problem, even if you put Freya into the gold lane, you won't have the damage you need to take down that carry. You'll have a lot of dive. Maybe that's what Vitality's thinking about.
Maybe we go back to that discussion we had earlier about the Hive Queen and how I personally like her on Assassins a bit more.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that too much. Only one Hirara game, and after that is mainly just the Akais. But with the Juicin, a utility mid, with the Atlas and even the Freya, I wouldn't count out the possibility of a Ling. A signature, old signature of Vivo.
Yeah.
A Hayabusa to walk up as well, as they try to get a lane bully to get carry low, a winning lane in gold.
There's no hard crowd control just yet.
Exactly.
Okay. So Geltec read the Yi Sun Shin and still want to take it away as an option. Even though they have the Beleric with them, they're still, you know what, play it safe. You mentioned the Assassins. Without any hard crowd control, single target, a Lancelot would be all right. Get those iframes up. You could extend team fights to the point where you're uncomfortable and they might lose their position and you suddenly find Tokyo wide open and that carry left alone.
So let's see it. Vitality, what's the decision gonna be? Coach Casius thinking about it real hard here with Cine, discussing the possibility of an assassin pickup. No marksman in the jungle, but it will be the Moskov picked up first. They will indeed move the Freya into XP. And now the big question is, will Vivo finally get her hands on a damage dealer, or will it still be tank?
Very basic attack focused are the side lanes of Team Vitality that I wouldn't take it away from them from still putting in something tanky in the jungle, but at the same time, damage with all that damage sounds kind of good. Maybe it's just my little greedy nature sometimes in MLBB. But for Geltec, I think it's tough to ask of them for more range, so they will just lean on the idea of them having a lot of dive. So they need a strong team fighting comp, and of course, who is stronger than the Aulus of KOA and Liubon's Paquito, who I told her myself personally, I'm a big fan of how she plays the Paquito. Still though, against the Atlas, kind of scary.
For sure. I mean, you got the CC immunity for the Aulus, but not for the Paquito. That's, I think, the reason why we've been seeing a lot more Atlases, right? With the utility jungle and the Paquito. It gives the Atlas so much more ways to just lock people down. But the Aulus for Geltec works in a different way. It's kind of like a third carry. You have the Paquito up top, the gold lane on a carry, and the Aulus is kind of there as a bait. We saw that bait just yesterday. It looked really bad. It looked like Kyoe just face-checked out of nowhere, but she was able to CC immune her way out of the skirmish, and the whole team just collapsed on everybody else who've already used the resources.
Yeah, commit too much on that Aulus, and Geltec's gonna be very happy with that. Fredrin.
Wow.
So they still do lean in on the tank, which theoretically does have the damage the more you hit him. So in a way, they sort of balance it out, just not traditionally. They have a lot of crowd control and some great setup for the Moskov and the Freya, not gonna lie.
One team knows what it is to be a champion. They've done it many times. Can they do it again? If so, they've got to get through Geltec's Cyber Team. To be the boss, you have to beat the boss. It's the battle of the undefeated Team Vitality versus Geltec Cyber Team for our last spot into Grand Finals. Brigida, Gideon, let's get it on.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We are looking for our second Grand Finalist, and it has to come down between these two teams so far. Geltec have fought so hard for so long, and now they face up the current defending champions in Team Vitality.
They also have stuck with their very own identity throughout this entire tournament, and not a lot of teams have found their way around that, if not really struggled up against Geltec. But if there's one thing we know, Vitality too have shown some cracks in their armor. They're more prone to the longer games, so I wonder if Geltec can afford to do the same against the quote-unquote team to beat.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in as well. I mean, I didn't get to personally witness it on a stream or cast that game when they decided to whip out the Aulus in the first place, but it's absolutely correct. It does work as a secondary carry with the help of the true damage. Now, luckily, they've actually made sure that Aulus is a little bit more auto attack reliant to get his damage out. But that's where the curiosity comes through, because when I'm looking at the side of Vitality, as much as I love the fact that they've got Fatal Links, there's just so many, like, quote-unquote micro CCs to deal with. Your CC immunity is like great, but there's a limit to it.
Yeah, and how could they really time these engages as well? Because I feel like GCT has a very melee type of lineup who really just wants you to close in on their opponents, might just be willing to fight you directly instead of them trying to find a workaround around, let's say, the angles or potential entries. So let's see what the timings are going to look like, because even now you're seeing how Jinny's not having the best experience in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising to anybody. It's, yes, you will always get that first move, so what? What can we do about this? And now, at least from GCT's perspective, you know what? Since we do get that first move, let us at least try and contest for some of these smaller camps on the side, whether for EXP Crab or even Gold Crab. Ideally EXP this time around, because they want to make sure that their junglers stay ahead of the game. Aulus, he needs those levels on top of those items, but if you don't have the gold, at least get the levels.
Yep, and there's a bit of help now for Fumi Echo coming in from Vival, but Quejo will be there too to anticipate the rotations. At least they got their level 4s already. They will both be ready for this upcoming upcoming turtle, but it's currently just Vivian to hold it down. Oh, wait, Fumi Echo actually gets bursted down. That's a first blood for Geltec Cyber Team on the EXP laner.
That was a little weird. They didn't get the ult, but now they're going to look for the contest, and now the fight breaking out. City in trouble!
All alone in that moment, and the Fatal Links copied by Geltec. But Vival actually the ones who are able to secure the first objective. Can she get out of this? The taunt won't actually make it. Fumi Echo jumping in. There she goes, but Geltec might not want to commit to this fight anymore.
And they don't have to. And just look at the positioning of Lubon on this Paquito, right? It's really important for Paquito into the Freya matchups to not think, hey, I'm here to kill the Freya. If she makes a mistake, sure, but 90% of the time it looks like this.
Yeah.
You lose her abilities and she's beating you down the lane.
Oh, Chelgok to dodge that taunt coming in as well. Potentially another advantage for Geltec, because so far they've already gotten some sort of advantage in the XP lane. Gold lane 2 is looking like they're starting to put a bit more attention there.
It's the perfect amount. It's not enough to completely dominate, but to make the lane obsolete with the help of that first kill going off to Lubon. Man, Festival of Blood already active. You're getting a lot more spell vamp. So no matter how bad the trade is, as long as there's a fat wave coming to your side, first item War Axe as well, there's no way they can make that happen.
And there's nothing interrupting Geltec from doing what they want to do across the map. Like, Kyoe is just able to accomplish the farming that you really would want to get in for the Olos. Vitality, on the other hand, it's more of like us expecting the more proactive approach from them this time around, but at the same time, Geltec just don't seem like the best targets to do so. Cleaving App's already committed. Rather try and forced out from Kuejo, but Vivian's already very low to look for anything further.
There was a moment there, but both sides, it's like the Wild Wild West. You're waiting for that bell to drop. And once it hits clock hits 12, they're going to start unleashing shots at each other. It's so dangerous because you can see that whoever accidentally uses their ult first is probably going to lose that fight. But even so, without the Axe Cleave, Kyoe has no clean entry to get on into these neutral objectives. And that's something that we have to keep in mind here. Kyoe has a lot of things to worry about, so they need other people. Ideally, maybe the Beleric. I would say maybe even bait with Lubon on this Paquito to try and get the first motion from Vitality.
Yep, so it doesn't all come down to them being scattered by Fumi Echo, also just surprising them through the entry to the factory descent. But as it's looking right now, Conceal's already coming in for Geltec. They're on to Vival, but they decide to change targets. It's actually Vivian right now looking for one. She tries to set up two, but the Purify is actually going to be available. But Vivian is actually just bursted down, both with the damage coming in from Tokyo. There goes the Retribution from Kyoe, securing the objective, but they are going to lose Tokyo in the process. It's Fumi Echo trying to get trades. Double kill for her, and that's the disengage.
Communication is starting to break down here. Paquito ended up chasing away City, but finding the kill eventually here. And that's the important thing. They're still getting these trades, but I think the better decision this time around was actually to still peel back. You cannot afford your win conditions, that late game scaling and true damage from Kyoe to go to waste. And the same can be said about Tokyo. So both of them have to be the ones remaining. Everybody else is dispensable.
Yeah, I thought it would have been really bad because Vivian was literally trying to go right in front of their face despite her already being shredded down. And mind you, it's just 6 minutes into this game, but you already have to see the amount of damage that Geltec are able to do. These are just basic attacks we're talking about, but oh, even Chell is struggling by just a bit. Crimson Beacon in! SOD will land onto Liubon. Does Vivian want to go for the setup? Doesn't have the Fatal Links, and now it's just going to be Kuejo. But even then, she's also going to be able to escape.
And finally, a moment to get that breather in. That's the thing, right? When you are so close to the Grand Finals, a simple mistake could just be due to desperation or just getting a little overly excited. They have to stay in the perfect median. As we see, Fumi Echo trying her best to clear this wave. She was willing to put her body on the line for a tier 1.
It's like she even skipped the minions and literally went forward, but that wasn't enough to really push Geltec out of the turret. So now they're able to at least get trades up top, because I feel like that's also something they saw coming. But so far, Geltec, it's a surprising way that they're able to deal with Vitality in the early game.
And I love the fact that they're so hyperactive. They're not allowing Vitality to have that moment to be like, okay, let's look at the information, dissect it, and then come up with a plan. GCT, they're in your face. You make the choice now. Whether it's good or bad, at least make a choice.
And look at where they're positioned. Currently, the control they've shown in the river is insane. It's Vitality who we're seeing struggling to actually get control of majority of the map.
And look at this, with the lead developed by Luba on this Paquito, that top side already cleared out. Chell just gets the golden stat, but it's really not going to be enough. Chell kind of far behind here, and Vitality, they're trying to slow down this turtle take.
Yeah, at this point, they're just really trying to mirror, but Cine very low now on the Juicin with just some punches here and there from Liubon and the pokes from Sonchike. Vival, how is she even going to find the right entry? Sonchike taking the Fatal Links as well. Fumi Echo does have the Valkyrie Descent, but it's Vival who wins on the Retribution. Vivian just trying to get away. Cine 2 very low on HP, but Sonchike finds the trade on Fumi Echo. Cine will have to go down. It's a 1v1 right now between Liubon and Chell, but Chell might not want to fight anymore. There is going to be some respo from GCT.
And they get something back at least, but they connected, and Sonchike almost one auto attack. No, Chell gets out with a flicker just in time.
So close. Vitality are being forced into these positions by GCT, and who could have imagined seeing this outcome heading into this matchup?
The best way to explain how GCT is playing, it's all about tempo. They are the ones setting the pace of the game. Vitality merely react to it every single time because GCT, they're lining up the questions. Hey, how are you going to deal with our split push on top side when our neutral objective is up? How are you going to deal with 2-item Paquito already setting themselves up really, really good? Even Alla's 2 items as well.
Their ability to kite is insane. The way that Vitality seem to always be ready for at least a potential engage, but every single time, look at Cine. Majority of the time, she has to go through the worst positionings just because of how GCT are dealing with the team fights. And they almost are the ones mirroring what GCT are doing.
Almost. Like, it's close, but not far enough. And that's where Kyoei is super dangerous, right? That Wrath of the Dryads, as much as we hate Fatal Links and how you can't really react to it, the same can sort of be said about the Wrath of the Dryads as a counter-engage tool when you're so deep in that sauce. And not everybody has anti-CC here. Vival, doesn't really matter. As long as you survive, that's great. But Cine, in particular, with no Purify and only taking Sprint, it's a risky gamble. But at the same time, if Vitality can dodge those ults, they can chase them down like right now.
Okay, but Quejo will be very tanky to deal with. And Vitality are always forced to send someone to their sides just because of what Liubon has been doing across the map. It's a 3-0 Paquito who is just slightly ahead of her counterpart, and that's Fumi Echo, but the burst on Vivian! The roamer's down for Vitality even before the Lord.
A beautiful piece of chain CC. Quejo just played that perfectly. I mean, what can I really say about that? Oh, I know!
Cine doesn't have the sprint, or maybe she just used it, but it's also not enough. Kyoei just has her eyes set on the Lord as Quejo and Liubon deny Vitality of any contest.
Beautiful game so far, but this is their style. GCT, early to mid, just nasty stuff, and they're still trying their hardest to crack open this mid-tier 1. The floodgates open. As soon as mid-tier 1 opens up, the rest of this jungle becomes a lot easier to start fights against Vitality.
Yep, Vival is definitely not going to be able to freely do what she wants anymore, but I think it's not just on Vival that we really have to pay attention to anymore. It's how Chell and Cine are almost shut down in their individual lanes. Fumi Echo, I think there were some attempts here and there, but even then, not even Fumi Echo is able to open up as much for Vitality.
Yeah, I already think that it's a mistake that Cine had to take the sprint this time round, and unfortunately the laning phase did not go the way they were hoping for. But at the same time, as long as they can scale towards the later half of the game, like Chell right now really needs to get those 3 items down. We endless battle as Kyoei is in pretty strong shape. I don't think there's a lot of people who can 1v1 her right now. I think even arguably Fumihiko, without her vengeance, will lose to Kyoei as of this point.
It's a killing spree too that you actually see on the Olo, so I think the longer the fights, as long as there won't be any direct burst, which I don't think you're seeing from Vitality, Kyoe is pretty much gonna be okay. Like, she could just keep throwing out these high mobility skills and basic attacks to survive. But can she do that against 3, even with additional layers of crowd control? As of the moment, she actually is able to, even in the face of a Valkyrie descent.
All right, let's pull up the item list. Last time we checked 3 items, like, excuse me? Excuse me? That was all it took to deal with 3 members? As if all just isn't too far behind. Wait, do they have enough to anti-heal? Wait, let me just double check this. Cine has the glowing wand. I don't see anybody else with anti-heal at this point of time. So there's only 1 applicator of anti-heal.
Yeah, that was insane. You already used the Fatal Link. Oh, here you go. It's another Fatal Link though, but this time on the other side, taking down City for the 4th time in a row. Vivian flickering out just to survive. There's no one stopping this Aulus from Kyoe.
They're making it real tough, and now they also net themselves an inhibitor tower. Beautifully done by GCT.
Vitality are not even going to look for a fight there. At least they sent Fumi Echo up top to somehow manage and trade, but it's not enough. It's a 7k goal lead already in favor of GCT, and Chell had to prioritize the Wind of Nature more than the damage.
I think right now the biggest issue is the fact that GCT really took advantage of the miscoordination of the mid trio specifically, right? Like, something has been taking a lot, so much so, and I would have imagined that the mid duo at least would be communicating more with each other to be able to like peel one off of the other, but they have completely separate roles in the team fights.
Yeah, and it's not the best of hero synergies either. Seeing an Atlas alongside the Jusin, but right now Geltech are just exposing so much more of the weaknesses of Vitality and Tokyo. My goodness, Vivian had to pick up an immortality after that.
Alright, true damage is already in, and the Trinity build is done. Currently with a 7.4k lead, GCT. This Lord, if they can figure out a way to end it right here after this push, that would be the most perfect time for GCT.
That's gonna be a statement. It's gonna be a statement right there. Valkyrie descent out from Fumi Echo, but I think they are going to try and chase. Kyoe is just too quick to move with this Aulus. Quecho will be there too. Doesn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but it's enough. Fumi Echo could not regroup with Vitality.
If there's one thing that Aulus is particularly good at, other than just dealing true damage and auto-attacking, it's chasing his targets. And I think most people tend to forget that. They think that he's just a traditional bruiser. No, he's kind of alpha-esque, except he just sticks on you.
Yep, alongside damage too.
Alongside damage. I mean, both do. It's true damage, you know? Your stats don't matter when the bar is white, I suppose. But even so, with Lord now about to crash into their base, this base defense is it's going to look a little rough.
Yeah, a lot of their wave clear is just going to be from Chell, who's currently doing a lot of catching up, already prioritizing just the winter or the Wind of Nature just to survive. But does GCT force the fight? Quejo trying to close in, already half HP though. Leaving Axe coming in from Kyoe, gets pushed back by the Spear of Misery, but Echo from the sides trying to go in with the Valkyrie descent. Vival somehow still alive, popping the immortality, but the setup from Sargigay! And now it's a Maniac from Tokyo, but they don't care about the Savage!
It's not about the ego, it's about closing out this game. This ain't just a simple sprint, it's a marathon. 1-0 so far as Caltech take the very first game from our defending champions. This is gonna be a real series.
That was a bit too clean against the defending champions, and I no longer know what to expect. After that game number 1, we got to see from GCT.
The tempo, that's the problem. Galtech got them early to mid-game with the way that they played their tempo, and they never let the foot off the gas. Beautifully done all across the board, and the technicalities of it, attacking the mid lane, making sure, yes, you have a couple of bad matchups, but we can compensate if we have control. But we're going to be throwing it back over to the panel to break it down for you guys right after these messages.
Oh, things are shaking up in a way we never expected it to do so. Geltec Cyber Team have taken map number 1, and Vitality is now behind in the best of 5 series. Is this the start of the unraveling of the Vitality roster? Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, LaFell, Eterna. Good to see you both. Eterna, my goodness, Geltec. They get it done, and they did so in a relatively dominating way.
And I'm really happy that we get to see that, right? Finally, we see someone can break that formation, I would say, from the defending champions, and it's none other than Kiyoe herself.
Kiyoe has been a big talking point, of course, and, well, she seems to be leading the charge for Geltec Cyber Team, and Vitality has to find a way to deal with her.
And honestly, I kind of feel like this game, not gonna lie, is kind of over for the first 20 seconds. Because honestly, looking at the draft just now, there's just not enough damage coming in from Vitality. And there's so much heal coming in from GCT, but hey, Osprey, man, he sure knows how to draft.
He does, and he definitely has done his homework coming into this. Obviously, there was a big talking point about Coach Osprey and how well he would be doing, and he's already done well, right, for this Geltec Cyber Team roster. After all, they are undefeated. That was the moniker going into this. Both rosters undefeated throughout groups and obviously here in the knockouts.
I think they both only dropped 1 game. That's correct, right? And so it really just shows, you know, the very best against the very best. And I really do agree with what LaFell said earlier on. It all came back down to the drafts. It's an interesting position to see for Team Vitality that they get drafted in such a corner, because obviously after the first few minutes of the game that you mentioned earlier on, you'd expect Fumi Echo on the side lanes on a hero that is so OP like the Freya to actually be able to carry it through, but unfortunately I think they were just really falling behind on rotations.
So could you imagine a roamer like Kuejo dealing more damage than Freya or Fumi Echo?
No.
Fumi Echo only did 29,000 damage. Kuejo did 35,000 damage in that game. And part of the reason is because of her passive, where you attack me, I hit you back. But the problem is, you attack me so many times and I just don't die, so you take all the damage.
Tough stuff coming out, obviously, for Vitality. They've got to find an answer, and they need to do so very quickly before the series falls away. The Vitality fans, though, are unwavering in their faith. They are still out there, even after the loss, screaming and going off. Coming into the venue, Geltec Cyber Team, I thought looked nervous, but I guess it was pure concentration. They got on that stage, then they started joking around and having fun, and I knew, okay, they're comfortable, they're great. And even for the side of Vitality, a couple of smiles. One of the highlights, LaFell, yesterday was the fact that Vitality, even though they dropped the map to Falcons Indonesia, during the interviews with Rose, asked, like, what went wrong? They recognized what their faults were, and they came in to fix them. But did they truly fix them? I don't know. Map 1 was tough.
Because personally for me, I think this is a very easy thing to fix, because they noticed that the jungler was hit. So I feel like just pick up your jungler earlier, don't get to all the way to the red 5, and then you have no other choice than the Fredrin, and it should be fine. Because Indonesians, they like to fight. So when they have a draft that don't have enough damage, I feel like game number 2, not going to happen again.
Hey, Turner, let's look at one of our in-game actions, and this will start to tell the story of what ended up unfolding throughout that game number 1. Truly a phenomenal game indeed from the side of Geltec. And Eterna, I can't even imagine what we're going to see in this moment.
Okay, we're 14 minutes in, so it's already a little later in the stage of the game. You can see the Lord marching down in the bottom side of the map as well. And unfortunately, at 14 minutes, it feels like Shell just really didn't have the damage yet. Either she was lacking behind on the farm, or she just really didn't have her items down, but you could see her being the only person to clear on her side. There's not really much that she could have done in this moment, but what I found really surprising was this SOD hitting and her actually going into that. And that's huge, because in the interview that you were referring to yesterday about them taking accountability of their mistakes, it was actually Shell that was like, you know, okay, that was my bad on my part. And I felt like in that particular clip, we see Shell kind of faltering as well in terms of her decision making.
What about Cinny? Now, Cinny has been a big talking point for the side of Vitality, and from what I'm hearing, she is the IGL, one of the more vocal figureheads on this roster. What is Cindy's game plan? What do you think she's telling her roster going into this match number 2? Because she's going to need to get her team behind her.
Well, honestly, for game number 1, it looked like her role for that one is to control. Make sure that the front lines was disrupted. But in the early game, we can see that she didn't have enough time to really farm her own lane. So I really feel like in game number 2, I think she has to be a bit of a carry role, because I feel like in that game, all the weight is on Shell's shoulder. And I think going up against Geltec Cyber Team, that should not be the case. I feel like 2 or 3 members need to do damage. Fumi Echo could, but she was disrupted so much by Kyoe on that Aulus. A lot of true damage, she couldn't do much.
I agree. I think for the moments that we find Vitality in a position of success, even though we've been talking about Vivian so much, even though we've been talking about Vival so much, it's usually Cine that holds a pivotal role, but based on the hero that she's given. Now, we were talking about it during the game as well, the fact that Jushin was nerfed out. So it's a little bit more difficult for her to do the playmaking role. And so when she's given a hero like something like the Valentina, that's a little bit more creative, a little bit more, difficult, like with a higher skill ceiling.
Maybe that's why Valentina
really
first pick, right?
Maybe.
Steal it away.
So what do you think hero-wise? Because you actually said it was lost within the first 20 seconds, which I've started to learn from the both of you and everybody else here on this MWI team. Man, the hero pick and bans really does make it or break it from your roster. No matter how good you are, you fall behind in the hero selection, you're pretty much done and dusted by the very beginning. Where did Vitality fall behind? Because you're convinced it was over before it even began.
Honestly, Eterna, I think this is showing the growth of the female scene here in MWI, because before this, Vitality was so strong, even with bad drafts, they can get away with it. Now everyone is at the same level. You make that mistake, you're not getting away with it.
And I thought that they learned from that. I thought they learned from that from last year, because not last year, 2 years ago rather, 2024, because that was the run where they lost against Smart Omega Empress with a different set of coaches. They had Coach Susugaja at the time, and in that best of 7 or best of 5, I completely forgot, but in that series, it looked like they were falling behind on in terms of drafting, and that's how they really lost against Smart Omega Empress. So with the change of Cassius, him stepping up, they've been undefeated, and then we see a draft like this. So we can say that from the beginning of the entire competition that Vitality had a target on their backs. That much is definitely true, because in that first phase, we saw so many of the important heroes from Team Vitality being taken away from them.
Well, they are the boss after all, and everybody has to eventually beat them in order to get the grand finals. This could very well be a historic moment. Now, I know I'm counting my chickens before they hatch, but if Vitality does not make it to grand finals, this is the first time in MWI history that Vitality has not made it, and that is a big deal. They already dropped the map earlier just yesterday to Team Falcons Indonesia, something that didn't happen in last year's MWI. This year they have now dropped a second map, this time to Geltic Cyber Team, and we've kind of talked about how the competition amongst the regions and various regions have been improving. Is Vitality's end and reign starting to come to an end?
Like you said, they are the boss. And usually what happens to bosses is they're not invited into the group chat. Right? Because I really feel like, because honestly, if you go to the player lounge, you see all these players, they hang out together, right? So of course they'll be talking, and everyone has theory crafted how to deal with Vitality. And Vitality being the #1 at the top. Everyone wants to take you down. They're not a part of that conversation. So when a team loses against Vitality, they're like, you know why we lost? Because of A, B, and C. So other teams get to learn from that.
That's true. And Eterna, this is something I noticed across multitude of esports, and that if you are the best team and you have one of the biggest fan bases in a game, such as this case with Vitality, when you go out there, any team you play, it doesn't matter if they're one of the top dogs or the underdogs, they are going to give 150% because they want to be the ones to say, I beat Vitality. So every single matchup Vitality goes into, whether it's day 1 or the finals day, every team is giving their all.
No, for sure. That's definitely what is happening right now. You can even see it every time they get into a certain matchup. It feels like the next opponent that they always, happen to oppose is a lot stronger than the one before that. So it really goes to show how much homework everyone is doing on them. And specifically so in game #1, Team Vitality has found so much success, not just this year, but also last year on Akai. Akai specifically for Vival. And we're starting to see a lot of teams deny the Akai away. So do they want to still stick with the tank jungler system? Or will we finally see Vival on one of her really strong heroes like the Assassins?
Well, Vival is known as the Hive Queen, but on the opposite side, you got Kyoe, the Ice Queen. It's the Queen battle. Who will end up ahead? Let's find out during our pick and bans.
Yeah, right now it looks like Geltic Cyber Team is going to be first pick, Vitality on a second. They're going to be playing in dangerous grass. Looks like the Guinevere has been banned quite early, as well as the Marcel from Vitality. And honestly, Kyoe, so far, she's been doing very well with the Aulus. I believe she hasn't lost just yet. If she has, maybe it's just once, but I don't know. Do you think Vitality would just let her get that again? Because you were talking about the Akai. They're not letting Vival get the Akai.
Super respect. They're taking the Guinevere away, they're taking the Akai away, and I think they should actually consider the Aulus. Or, I mean, this has been the pick for Kyoei.
Yeah.
I don't think that Cassius has not thought about it. Right? If they didn't decide to ban it in first game, maybe they had an idea of how to take it down. Maybe it didn't work out. Maybe they want to go for something different. Because, Benedetta was her thing last year. Now she has the Aulus. So we're going to see whether or not Cassius will actually start to respect it in the first phase. But the Hirara goes as well. So is this starting to eliminate my hopes and dreams for an assassin matchup between these two?
I feel like it's not completely over just yet until we see the EXP. Because I feel like if Vitality picks up something like Esmeralda, which not going to happen because Esmeralda gets banned, it looks like both team... Actually, Turn, I think this is smart, right? Because both teams are opening up the Paquito as well as the Freya, kind of forcing Vitality to just pick up tanks. And maybe Kyoei just prefers that because Aulus, after the revamp, is very interesting. He has a way to cleanse crowd control, and when he uses his ult, he has damage reduction, making it so that he can basically fight forever, which is great against tanks. So maybe this is just Osprey's way of saying that, please pick up tanks, that's what we want. Oh, but no, never mind. They're going for the Boxia. Interesting.
It could still be flex.
You know what? You're right.
Oh, definitely it still could be flex, but I think for Geltec Cyber Team in particular, Kuejo really hasn't picked it up so far. So we're looking at the idea that this should be jungle, but just for those of you guys back at home and for those of you guys in the venue as well, just keep your peels out for that possibility. Team Vitality though, earlier on we did see the Valentina being prioritized by Geltec. For Vitality, do they want to take the Valentina for themselves here, or do they want to look for a winning lane of their own? Because I feel like that's what they really lacked in that first game.
I feel like you still... Personally, for me, I would actually pick up Carry as well as Freya. It's very honest. You're showing your opponents where each other is going. It looks like they're going for a different route. They do pick up the Carry because Carry, as of right now in MWI, has been amazing in Turtle. And now the Atlas probably just want a little bit of control. And maybe they're saying no way Geltec is going to pick up Freya, but I kind of feel like Freya should be picked up here.
I feel so weird about this though. I feel really weird about the gold lane matchup and how, volatile it is. Like, obviously, there's an argument to be made for Moskov and the Claude. And the carry is great if she gets going. But I feel like in the grand scheme of things, the Claude has a little bit more value, especially in these team fights with his AoE damage. But it looks like they prioritize the carry instead. Geltec as well understand that with the choice of the carry, she's a little bit more, low range, so she'd have to really dive into these particular team fights. They also see the Atlas on the other side. I think Beleric is a good call, and they again take away the Valentina, just really putting Cini in a position to think, all right, you're really good, but what happens if you don't get a hero that can really accommodate?
I feel right now Vitality needs to get lane winners. I think that's the biggest problem because right now they're kind of winning the mid trio, right? Boxia, Valentina, Beleric. They have Atlas. That's a good start. The problem is, they only have one slot before the other bans come through. So I think Coach Osprey is attacking that mid trio game, making sure that they don't have enough damage, or they don't have enough tanking as well. At least they pick up the Eve Atlas. Honestly, pretty solid.
Exactly. That's what we were waiting for, right? That mid trio. You talked about it as well in game number 1, and it's definitely true. And that's the adjustments that we're seeing Coach
Sup, Remar? Sup, JJ?
really go through. Oh, so that's where he went.
Hey, they love MLBB.
They do. They love MLBB, and we are here for it as well. So coming into the second phase of the drafts, the Yves has already been taken down now. Viva, what does she use in this regard?
Honestly, the draft is so flexible because they haven't picked up their EXP laner yet. So I feel like Vitality is actually considering whether they do want to use some kind of damage dealer in the jungle. Because right now, if you're looking at the tanks, there's only really Barats as well as Balman. I think Balman is a pretty solid choice here, but, can they use it?
Balman jungle?
Yes, because here's the thing. Balman isn't great against crowd control heroes. Unfortunately, Valentina as well as Beleric has a lot of crowd control, so maybe not the best for Balman.
Do you think they're going to go something crazy like an X-Borg? If
that's actually not bad.
Only if Boxia goes into the jungle, that's definitely an option that they can take. And I think, back in the day, we had the option of Alpha.
Yeah. For me, if you see Geltec's gold laner, and it's not like a burst type of gold laner, I actually think you can go for the X-Boy because Valentina has burst, but with the Eve, I think you're not going to lose mid lane that much. So maybe Geltec won't have enough damage to burst down the Expo. So honestly, not a bad idea.
Which is why maybe they take out the Claude, right? Other than the the laning phase from carry.
Bellman banned, by the way.
They do still eliminate that possibility with perhaps the reasoning of denying that burst potential from the gold lane. The Bellman does get banned either way. So even with the Belleric, they don't want to take the risk. They don't want to take the gamble. So I think in my head, X-Borg, or do they want to play a little bit risky? And do they want to play something more damage-oriented in the jungle, like an assassin or a YSS, despite going up against something like the Belleric?
Honestly, I feel like YSS is probably the safest one, right? Because if you pick up the Ling, it's strong. But going up against Valentina, Boxia, as well as Belleric does not seem like a good idea. And honestly, them banning out the Moskov, does this not feel like they're setting up for an assassin?
Yeah.
They're banning out the Claude, they're banning out the Moskov. I feel like worst comes to worst, maybe a Harley. Maybe a Harley, but that's going to be a final pick. So we probably will see an EXP first. I kind of want to see something like a Yuzong because they need some kind of dive.
For
Vitality.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Really great follow-up. I think Fumi Echo would do amazing on the Yuzong as well. She's been very active. And that's the one thing that I really need from Team Vitality. Fumi Echo needs to be given a hero where she can create crazy plays, like something like the Lapu Lapu, something like the Alice.
Arlet
as well, one of her power heroes right now in this meta. But we talked about the YSS earlier, and they're like, nah, we're gonna deny that first. So, Vival, what you gonna do?
I feel like we spent so much time with Osprey in these years. We called 4 out of the 5 bans, right? We called out the Akai, the Esme, the Bellman, as well as the Yi Sun Shin. It's like a good friendship. We haven't seen each other in 1 full year, and yet we still know him.
It's like us.
So now Vitality, here's the question. I feel like to be safe, you do pick up an EXP laner. The problem is, most likely you're gonna get countered, right? I feel like the Alice is difficult because there's a Boxia. You gotta be careful of that. But they still go for the Alice. Man, we call out the heroes, so now Geltec. I'm thinking carry is, Harif is not bad. The other one is Bruno. I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like Harif here.
Imagine being Sonjika now, though. She's like, which ultimate do I pick up? Do I pick Alice's? Do I go for real world manipulation? Do I go for Fatal Links?
I feel like with this draft, I think it's best to take the Eve ult. Because picking up the Atlas, I think you're going to die fast because of that carry.
And it's really great because you want to outrange the carry.
You're really great.
Thank you. You are too.
So now
You too,
Geltec.
Reflections.
You too, Reflections. You know what?
Thank you.
I got to say, when we look at you, it's like looking at us back.
Me too.
Is that right? Yeah.
I feel like I'm seeing myself.
We see ourselves. By the way, Bruno gets picked up as well as the CC. This is pretty smart because, again, Geltec, they have like a singular style of the draft for this one, which is, let's win the lane, right? Bruno wins against the carry, CC wins against the Alice, and then the mid-trio, amazing.
Which is not great.
Oh, for
It's
Vitality.
not great for Vitality.
You're right.
I thought that she was going to pick up something like the Clint because she's picked it up before, but they go for something even more extreme like the Bruno, and obviously Bruno has a great window in the early game and also has a great window into the later stages of the game. So it's not necessarily them putting all their eggs in one basket.
And now with Berserker Fury, even the tanks will feel squishy.
Ouch. Ouch. That's all they're going to say. Or maybe they say something different.
This has to be an assassin. The only thing is what? Right? Yuzushin is already out. Do they go for the link?
Lancelot?
Actually, not bad. Not the best, but not bad. Hayabusa? They still go for the link. I don't know how to feel about this, Eterna, because this does not seem like a linkable game.
It's definitely going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough. And we saw in game number 1, if they lose the drafts, it's not going to be as straightforward.
Oh, the Vitality fans are loud, but can the Vitality team get another W? Tie up the series 1-1. Or will Geltec's Cyber team secure their spot in the Grand Finals by closing it out 3-0? They've got 2 more maps to get there, but they're well on their way to doing so. It's Vitality versus Geltec's Cyber team, map number 2. Brigitte Gideon, let's do it.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We go into the land of Dawn with the world watching. Everybody looking for somebody to stop Vitality's reign. But with the fans here and how much energy they give, they can only watch and bear witness as our competitors hit the field.
They cannot let any other feeling take over. I know we might be worrying by a bit just looking at how the Ling could potentially be playing into this game, but you have to give out all your energy because if GCT get on the momentum, it's gonna be tough for Vitality here.
Keep in mind that, truth be told, as much as this might not be a Lingable game, as long as Vival is able to take out Tokyo, there's a really good chance that Vitality still win the team fight here. There's not a lot of big damages, nothing that really leans into what they want to do. There is anti-synergy on both sides, but for now, at least, the laning phase is going smoothly.
So they've went for a very specific win condition if that were to be the case. It's not a Ling just constantly going for the kills all over the map, but more on making things difficult for one of the main carries of GCT, which is looking to be, once again, just the Bruno. But Kyoei seems to be on to Chell at this point. Vivian does show up though, but they're not really gonna go for the fight.
Yeah, this is more of a punishment on the GCT side. Like, look at the tax on the HP, right? Getting a lot of the regenerates out of them, while Chell barely missing any EXP or even gold in the lane itself. Now, Newbon, this is the real question here. The fact that they banned out the... Wait, hold on.
Oh, Vivian does find Tokyo, still has the Purify, but Vival shows up. And right on cue, you mentioned it, this might be the game plan.
Yup. Again, the laning phase going really, really well. They got to be worried. Like, GCT need to recognize and remember that Ling, similar to Fanny, you take trades in lane, you better stay at least above 60% of your HP. Anything lower, there's a good chance that Vival's gonna show up and dive you.
This is why they took out so much of the more safe options in the gold lane, the likes of the Moskov. They just wanted a gold lane that was easier to access for a Ling, but then right now, we did talk about the EXP lane. It seems like Yubon does have a slight advantage over Fumi Echo, at least for now.
This is great. Vitality to understand we don't actually need the first turtle. All we gotta do is see whether GCT wants it more than us, and we're gonna start stealing camps away. Look at that. Minimal. Give it up. Doesn't matter. Ling's gonna get a purple buff on the opposite side, and still, unless GCT recognize, hey, after this turtle, we need to go for a fight and invade on the enemy purple side.
Vitality had enough time to get back despite that steal. Now Fumi Echo though and Vivian are quite low on HP, so Vival just does it alone! Vival steals it all alone! There goes the Wheel World and the Tempest of Blades, and Sonjik is nowhere to be found. What a macro play by Vitality!
What was that? What was that? Wait, I'm pretty sure that Vival didn't even have the purple buff. Yeah, Vival doesn't have it. They didn't steal it. They decided, you know what? They're actually rushing it down. We're gonna walk back over to the turtle and just take him out. They got 2 kills for no trade on top of the turtle. I think that I don't want to say that GCT kind of let it happen, but it sort of feels that way.
Yeah, they weren't able to really scout out what else Vitality was doing up on the map. I think they realized it very, very late too. So now they're losing out on a lot of resources. Fortunately, they are somehow balanced out in terms of levels and EXP, but that was a good start for Vitality this game.
Yeah, especially since GCT already had all the advantages that they were looking for. Well, maybe not on the gold side, but other than that, they had first position, first move.
Koito all alone here. There's 4 members and Chell decides to go in with the ultimate and the setup from Vivino as well. There goes the real world manipulation. The follow-up is just too much from Vitality. Vival constantly finding more and more kills. City gets 2 as well.
All right. I gotta think about this for a moment because they are not playing as confidently as we saw in Game 1. Revitalize was still available technically for Quavo, and by no means, I understand by holding your battle spell, knowing that you are going to die, that you want to save it, but at the same time, the cooldowns and knowing that the next turtle, you're not going to have the right abilities just yet anyway. So At this stage, Vitality are starting to take control. They control the tempo, not like GCT in game number 1. They're making their statements now and loud and early.
And isn't it a dream start for an assassin lineup too? Because even at this point, Chell just confidently taking on the 1v1 against Tokyo. That's where you see the Revitalize come in, but is it a bit too late? Because the Tempest of Blaze from Vival is going to finish everything off. Doesn't have it now though, so she just might get traded out, and it's a shutdown for Kuejo.
Huge shutdown. Really sad that it had to go onto the roamer. It would have been nice that, you know, maybe Sonj or maybe Kyoe, somebody else. Most ideally Tokyo, because right now Tokyo is taking so much hurt. 0-3, 5 minutes into the game. 2 of those deaths ended up being handed over to Vival. One I don't really count, but even so, it's not the best position for any gold laners out there.
Yeah, it's been a bad day for Bruno. I think a lot of Brunos have been going through the most unfortunate of early games. We saw that happen too earlier on, but this time around, hopefully they do get to find some way to get back in the game, because again, it's still a very fast lineup, but just as fast, Vivian finds a target and they decide to pour in all of their resources there. Wrath of Riot 2 burned it down, but it might not be enough. They only find Sonj for now, but the follow-up from Fumi Echo! Look at that Throne of Ruin as Chell also finds Tokyo in the top lane. So much wins for Vitality all across the map.
A beautiful chain. Are they gonna dive this? Yep, Lubon, you got it. Oh, got the flicker out of them. Doesn't get the kill, and that's fine. Getting the flicker is good enough. GCT, at the very least, are punching back, but Vitality, this is a sweeping victory across the map. Top tier 1 already taken. Another neutral objective while they were at it. And not to mention, just really racking up the kills. 9-1.
Oh, that hurts. Chell just walked up straight to Tokyo, and you already saw how she brought her down to half HP, but Vitality have been heavy on the macro so far in this game. They've been very specific on their win conditions. They've accomplished it in their first rotation, and they need not repeat it a bit too much, enough to a point where GCT could read them out. Now it's GCT who we are currently questioning in terms of what the game plan currently is.
Well, right now, we just need to see a full-on team fight 5v5. We need to see how Yobon really impacts and influences the shape of the fight, right? Because so far we've only seen the traditional 4v4s, and somebody is always late to the fight, unfortunately. And the chain CC on Vitality has been proven an effective strategy now that they've opened up mid-tier 1. They're just going to reapply that same script here in the jungle.
Whoa, Vivian decided to take that stun from GCT, but maybe at the expense of her life, or maybe not. But Kuejo has enough damage to do it. Fumi Echo holding down 2 members as they also eliminate that Belleric in the back lines.
We trade 1 for 1 here. Not too bad. They still have 20 seconds left. Oh my
whoa,
god.
Whoa. Sonj looking at the target, but City picks up the kill. A lot of help here for Vival in the body block. This is just such a fast game for Vitality so far.
A really fast game, but at least Lubon going to make the difference here and try to at least get some gold back. It's a 4.7k lead, one of the bigger leads that we've seen here from Vitality in this matchup against GCT. 7 minutes into the game. So relatively early at the 8th minute, we're already getting a rough amount of 5k differentials.
Yeah, I can only imagine the amount of gold Chell has right now on this carry too. Look at that.
So rich.
8 to 11 is the gap between their levels. Tokyo, unfortunately, on a 0-4-1 KDA right now, and I feel like at this point, Chell could just confidently take on even the tankiest members of GCT, so that's going to be a problem for Kyoe and Kuejo.
Well, speaking of confidence, you can see that Vitality showing themselves, hey, we're in the mid lane. Are you going to do something about this? Because we're walking to the Lord right now, and you don't have much of a choice. Now, the purple buff on the enemy side is spawning in 2 seconds, and Vival back into the same little shenanigans. They're repeating this script.
Yep, GCT badly want to contest, and they have not paid attention to the other parts of the map, all the while they've been trying to set up for the entries here in this upcoming Lord. But Vitality are just baiting them out. GCT, could they potentially sense this and try to get the or try to bite the bait, because they see that Vival's up top. Kuejo's getting bursted down, has to run away, but the setup from Sonj might not be enough because Vitality were prepared. Now it's just the backlines that what Vival's really after, because Chell can take care of the rest. Vitality win out big in that team fight.
Oh, wait, it's not over. It's not over just yet. They might actually get a little bit more here, but it looks like they've zoned them out entirely. Cindy and Vivian doing a very good job to make sure that GCT don't pull any rugs from underneath them and sneak behind.
Vitality, that was such quick movement. Vival, just for a moment, showed herself up top after stealing that purple buff. And GCT were a bit too occupied with trying to get in and follow up with both Cuejo and Sonj because they both went for setups anyway. But the counters from Fumi Echo, the Throne of Ruins, and the real-world manipulations, plus Vival just cutting off the rest of the members as Chell clearly had enough damage. GCT had no way around that team fight.
Oh, Beleric Wrath of the Dryad's already out. And now, Vival, are you going to go 1v5? Are you really that confident with a 7.3k lead for your team? I don't think so, because Fumieko, he's got it covered down bot.
I think they're very careful now that they have this lead. They've learned so much from game number 1, and they've been playing it relatively simple now that they've already gotten the advantage for themselves. Now most of the Holy Shields are about to come fall for GCT, and I think it's just really playing for Tokyo that could be the game plan.
I don't know. I just saw Tokyo recently just purchase the Berserker's Fury 10 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. That's a really late pickup here in terms of just scaling timers. And in comparison to the already completed Trinity build on the opposite end, and of course, got to make sure you got some mana regen because Chell wants to stay on the map longer rather than having to recall every single time she runs out.
Ooh, tough though, because that can deal with the front lines, yes, but that Wishing Lantern pickup too from Cine, so that's a lot of items already packed by Vitality just to respond to the lineup of GCT or to whoever might want to start things off for them. And they might not even confidently do so because, as you mentioned, it's just the Haas and the Berserkers. 3k is the goal differential between Chell and Tokyo at this point.
Yep. If the math serves me right, I think it should be roughly around the 16th to 17th minute where we're expecting, okay, a bold attempt coming up from Vivian here, but do we see any counterplay?
Kyoei does try to go for a counterplay. It's City who she tries to set up for.
Whoa!
Does find the kill on City. They weren't able to accomplish it at first, but now they're gonna be okay. That's a loss for Vitality, at least one by one. GCT trying to be a bit more confident and pushing forward.
Yo, Fumi!
Echo, Throne of Ruin on the far! And the follow-up from Vival, now it's Vitality with a re-engage! They're dealing with the front lines first, one by one. It's the exact same script for Vitality! The spread of the damage, a triple for Vival, and a double for Chell!
What a huge engage coming out of Fumiko! This small woman has some big guns at such high-stakes games, and that is going to be it. Tokyo coming up in 7 more seconds, but the game is already done. A clean wipeout from Vitality to say, no, we're defending champs for a reason. 18-3.
Just when GCT thought that they could have found an opening, a single pickoff to boost their confidence, Vitality clapped back with the exact same sequence they've been doing to win out most of their team fights in this game.
Oh, the set plays here, the hesitation, I think that's what's really the difference here. If a team is not only proactive, but is decisive, that is going to be the big game changer. Because look at this, Fumi was already communicating, we're going to turn this fight instantly. And the backline, Vival, you just deal with them, the rest of us will melt them down. As Chell played a perfect game. Perfect purifies as well.
You have too many guards. Chell is too well guarded in this game.
We're going to be throwing over back to the studio. Break it down for us after these messages.
Vitality fights back. They tie up the series 1-1, and now things just got super interesting. That map was pretty dominant from the side of Vitality. What do you, I guess if you've been giving us a lot of euphemisms, you've been reading a lot of philosophy, how would you describe Geltec Cyber Team's action plan in that map number 2?
I would say for Galtech Cyber Team, they saw the future, but the future is many, and they tried to go for all of them. And that was the bad play, where sometimes this is what we call Occam's razor, where the simplest answer usually is the correct one, but instead they tried to correct all the questions, and that was the bad move.
I want to just say something, by the way, that was not planned at all. LaFell literally just freeballed that, and he did such a good job. Very well done. I'm impressed. Eterna, let's start talking about some of these stats because it's clearly very one-sided.
Yeah, so it goes back down to the drafts. I think even LaFell mentioned it. This looked like a not lingable game. Is that what you said? Yeah, a not lingable game. And when you're up against a composition with a ling and so on and so forth, well, basically any assassin of that matter.
Yep.
The early game, that window is so important, right? Because that's when the assassin is at its weakest, and that's when the opportunity arises for you to try and pressure the ling. And it felt like Galtech was unable to utilize it to their advantage.
And I feel like this is why they're champions, right? Because they saw a small opportunity. The moment they got that Berserker Fury, they're like, you know what, you gave us an advantage, we're not letting this go.
We just saw, just for a second, Kioe versus Vival, again, that Hive Queen versus the Ice Queen, and it's been highly entertaining. Only one Queen, though, will get to play for the championship, and Vitality is coming back quick. It's now tied up 1-1. We take a look at one of the moments from that matchup in map number 2, and I believe this is going to be towards the tail end when Vitality says, enough is enough, let's take the win.
So this was an interesting, well, it was a big play by Fumi Echo, right? Because initially it looked like, before this we don't get to see it, but it felt like a botched Vivian play because she missed the Fatal Links, and Sonjika even emoted after that because she was able to deny that away from her. And you'd think in that moment, like, okay, Galtech is able to get the upper hand, they get a good team fight going for them, and then Fumi Echo just is 2 steps ahead. She waits at the back bush. We saw it in the replay there as well. She goes in, Thorn of Ruin, and catches so many, and everyone else was able to collapse over that.
I gotta say, we're talking about the story of MWI here. Fumi Echo has been getting highlight plays over highlight plays, no matter what hero she's been using, especially on that Alice, really setting up for her team for success. And my goodness, Fumi Echo, this season of MWI is something different. Yeah.
Unstoppable. I don't know if the Terminator is the right call. We'll get a name for Fumi Echo in just a little bit. Our commentators, though, are giving all their emotion and giving all the energy they can for this great series. Let's see how they looked during that map number 2.
Vival just does it alone! Vival seals it all alone! There goes the Real World and the Tempest of Blades, and Sonjik is nowhere to be found! What a macro play by Vitality!
What was that? What was that? Wait, I'm pretty sure that Vival didn't even have the purple buff. Yeah, Vival doesn't have it. They didn't steal it. They decided, you know what? They're actually rushing it down. We're going to walk back over to the turtle and just take him out.
Again, they're giving it their all. Always love it when they lose their minds. It's hard not to when you're casting over 2 great teams.
No, especially, honestly, I was losing my mind as well because, honestly, at that point, Viva already gave up on the purple buff and then tried to go for the turtles. So I'm like, wait, that might be the bad decision. But then, Kioe as well, she didn't retreat at all that turtle. So that was... See, even Gino was still random. What was that? Right?
They're still trying to figure it out, and we'll give them a little bit more time to figure it out because luckily Rose was on site and had a chance to speak to Zorn. All things meta-related. Rose, what did Zorn have to say?
Hey guys, Zorn here all the way from Malaysia. How are you?
Hello guys, I'm good.
It's nice to see a familiar face here in Paris. So how has Paris been treating you so far?
I feel like this is a very good atmosphere that I alami apa? Experience.
Okay, now as you all know, Zorn is a pro player and not just a KOL. So I want to get your thoughts on, the meta that we have been seeing here at MWI. What are your thoughts on it?
I feel like the meta is currently, I feel like it's similar to MSC, which is the boys, which is I feel like maybe because of the current patch is still on the same page, but I feel like there's some interesting heroes that they bring here, but I feel like there's so many heroes still not coming out.
Oh, a lot of heroes have not come out, but you said a lot of interesting picks has been picked here. So do you foresee or do you perhaps think that some of these heroes will carry over to MSC? And if so, which ones?
Do you mean which one? What hero?
Ya, meta mana yang you rasa akan dibawa kepada MSC and kalau ada pun yang mana satu?
So I guess the meta which is the utility tank jungler, I feel like this basic meta for now. So this is the same meta, I guess will be the same as MSC.
Now, Zorn, you know what? You're here in MWI, you're experiencing this, but I gotta ask you, what do you think about the level of competition this year? Do you think it has improved compared to the previous years?
Definitely yes, I agree because I've seen a lot of teams that competing at a higher level, which is the difference is the gap between those teams is becoming much smaller. So I feel like there's a good improvement for women's scene.
I agree. I'm pretty sure all of us have been, surprised and disappointed with some of the games that has unfolded here at MWI. My last question, Zorn. We know that Malaysia is out of the contention for MWI, but who do you think is going to win it all?
This is a very hard prediction for me, but I feel like it's either Navi or Vitality. Those two.
Either one.
Either one. I cannot predict.
Thank you very much, Zorn. It's good to have you here. That's it from us.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, Rose, for the interview with Zorn. His official predictions are in. Grand Finals, Navi versus Vitality. But who's he going to cheer for if they're both in the venue? I noticed he was sitting on the Vitality side. How could you not? They are the loudest in the venue.
I got to say, he was pretty brave to be like, I don't know, could be Navi, could be... Honestly, for me, I would just say, oh yeah, Vitality. Woo, for sure.
Well, we're going to the stage. The fans are getting hype, and the Vitality fans continue to jump. I don't know how they do it. How do they have so much energy? I guess they're not 34 like me. They're giving it their all, and they've been screaming at the top of their lungs, and one name has been coming to the attention. It's Vival, constantly chanting her name, and Vival is about to play once again. Now, I've got to pick your brain, Lefel, because we were talking about the hero selection from before. Correct me if I'm wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you mentioned that Team Vitality did fall a little bit behind in the hero selection, yet they dominated that map too. So is this one of those rare moments where even though their heroes were a bit outpaced by Geltic's Cyber Team, their overall skill and experience ended up overdoing the hero pick from Geltic?
Honestly, that's an amazing question, but I would actually say it was Geltic's mistake. They made such a big mistake where the best way to explain it is they lost focus, right? It looked like they were autopiloting. It looked like brain fog because they started doing things that doesn't make sense according to the draft. In fact, the very last play, Fumi Echo jumped in. That was great and all, but why didn't Geltec Cybertech check the bushes, right? Isn't that like a normal thing when we go into the late game? So it really looked like for that one, I apologize, but this is a true analysis. They were just autopiloting for that one.
Which is why we were always talking about that window, that early game. The early game has been so important from game 1. The early game has been so important to game 2. And it was the execution of Geltec in the early game for game number 2 that really lost them the battle at the very end. Like that 10k gold lead that eventually built up by Team Vitality, that was because of the early game once again.
And that concerns me because now it's one of those moments where it's like you have the hero pick, you won the pick and ban, but now your fundamentals are starting to fall. You cannot afford that against the final boss of Team Vitality. Going into map 3, they got to pick themselves up. Now, Lefel, though, the reality is we're here at the MWI. We're in Paris, and we are the home turf of Vitality, and the fans are loud. How much of an effect do you think that is happening for Geltic Cyber Team? Because they've got to listen to that.
Dude, that's huge. Like, imagine when we just started becoming talents, right? The cameras are intimidating. The lights are intimidating. After years, then we started getting used to it. But for them, they got to get used to it pretty fast. I mean, like, Hyoi, sure, maybe the Ice Queen, she can handle it, but it's a 5-player team. Everyone has to be on the same page.
That, and also Hyoi is the only one with international experience.
Yeah.
So she's here with 4 new faces, and I've spoken with a lot of, the female players when they've made their debut from last year, even the year before, and every single one of them has mentioned the lights, the stage, the audience, it all has a mental impact.
It's hard, isn't it, as a competitor, but if you want to be the best, you have to ignore all that and play the game you know. We know for a fact Celtic Cyber Team can win this series. They won map number 1 in a convincing fashion. If they can just play like that, who knows, they might take down the Titans of Team Vitality and be in Grand Finals tomorrow. But they've got a lot of work to do. We're tied up 1-1. Let's see how our pick and bans go.
Eternal, let's talk about this. Cassius, Banner, the Boxia, the Aulus, as well as the carry. Does this not just scream like, we're respecting you and we want to take this game?
This is a completely different system or a completely different strategy, I would say, from Game 1, Game 2. The fact that Team Vitality have swapped sides with Celtic, they've really tried to facilitate the opening of this debut Hirara pick. Right? First pick Hirara here for Team Vitality. They're very confident with that. And the surprising thing is, when you're up against Hirara, do you not think that heroes like the Moskov would be more of a problem compared to the carry?
I feel like that shows that they just want to make sure that both Vivian as well as Fumi Echo has a good time because, Hirara, jungle, damage dealers are probably going to have an EXP that's more tanky. I think they just understood in this game, as long as Fumi Echo has a good time, as long as Vivian is having a good time, Vival is just going to have a good time.
Okay, so we're talking about the EXP lane now. Because on one side we have Esmeralda, and on the other we usually see either Sora or perhaps a CC or a Yuzong sometimes even. What do you think
Freya
is the
is
best?
open. Right? Even Freya is open. So this is very interesting here because I wonder what pick Kioe will pick here because technically 4 junglers has been banned. Now, Aulus has been banned, Boxia, the Gwyn, as well as the Akai. Celtic, they early picked the Esme. I respect that because there is no carry. And now they early picked the Clint to possibly say, hey, don't pick the Claude. We already have your counter. And now the Atlas has been picked up and even the Alice. Look at the AoE that Vitality has. It seems like they want to fight.
But what do you think about the Alice into the Esme matchup? Because it's not necessarily like the best of matchups for the Alice. If Fumi Echo wants to get a good time going, usually she's the one who's playing strong side instead of Shell.
Just ignore the hater. I'm not going to win against you, so I'm not going to fight against you, right? The way that you play Alice against Esme, you just try to freeze the lane on your side, get level 4, and then try to win the first turtle, and then after that, do the same thing at game number 2.
Okay, so we're expecting that kind of mentality coming into game number 3, and technically it did work out for them in game number 2, so let's see if it crossovers to their 3rd game. But of course, we are still waiting the last pick in for Team Celtic. Lilia. Okay, so they see really strong heroes for the first 3 from Team Vitality. They're picking up something of a momentum hero of their own, the Lilia, with highly fast clear and already really good base damage in the early game.
Very good against tanks like the Alice as well as the Atlas. I'm just slightly worried because going up against the Hirara, because Lilia, out of all the heroes in ML, has one of the lowest HP pool, making it so that she's extremely squishy. So a good engage by Hirara, she's dead. And we don't know what the mid is going to be. If the mid is something like an Eve or even a Farsa, this Lilia will not have a good time. So I think it's an amazing pick, but it's not without its weaknesses.
She needs to be very quick when and how she gets to that level 4. Because that's the only saving grace that she has, her black shoes. The black shoes can take her out of really sticky situations and she's going to be relying on that. So they need to be able to facilitate that with an equally strong roamer pick.
The only question is what is up right now, right? Because now the Belleric is gone. I wonder if they want to go fight fire with fire and possibly pick up something like a Gatot, something like a High Loss, someone that can bring Revitalize so that they can stay in the fight for much longer. But if they do that, they need some kind of fighter in the jungle. Because when it comes to the tanks, it's just Balman as well as the Barat. So I'm actually not entirely sure what their roamer is going to be.
I agree. I think they need counter engage. And other than the Gatot Kacha, the one hero that has been trending so much with counter engage was the Belleric. So that is a really good ban coming in from Team Vitality. And the second one, which I'm kind of 50-50 with, but it has won games, is the Minotaur. Surprisingly so, it has gained popularity, and it also can bring out the Revitalize.
Yeah, I feel like if Minotaur lasts after you see Vitality's pick in mid, it's fine. Because if they pick up an Eve, which they have not banned, if they pick up a Jushin, which they also have not banned, that might be very difficult. It looks like Vitality is on the same page as us. They're taking out the Belleric as well as the Gatot. Revitalized carriers, so now it's only high loss, which there's multiple heroes that can deal with the house. In fact, they can pick up a Gord, and the Gord might still work well here.
Which is why I don't like the Hylos pick. I think they need a little bit more CC to work with, a little bit more tools to work with. I understand the Hylos still has that, point and click stun, which is really great, but it's not AoE. It's not groundbreaking like something like the that Fumi Echo has on the Alice, or the Fatal Links that, of course, Vivian has on her hands right now. It's not great for counter engage.
It's like meh. It's like
meh.
You walk fast a bit, and it's like pop,
like,
and then you're stunned.
Because I would say Cho if they want.
So it looks like they're setting up for either a Balman or a Barats. Most probably a Barats here, and I think it's going to be good. But this is high risk, high reward, Eterna, right? Because they have a lot of bursts. They can go in and out, but this is one of those drafts that requires high mechanical prowess and a lot of trust. If you don't trust your team, it's going to look very bad, very fast.
And Matilda really has to be on point, I think, when she utilizes like all her resources. So with that in mind, carry was already banned by them. The gold lane is still wide open. They don't have any source of shred or burst just yet. So we're waiting on the next two picks. Without the carry, what would you utilize in the gold lane? Selena was not my first pick, but Claude still makes sense here.
It sounds like Vitality is rushing to go back home here. Selena can just make the farm so fast, get Hirara moving, and then Geltec, they don't have a lot of HP. It's just the Esmeralda, even the Matilda, right? If she gets the Flash of the Oasis, sure, she's kind of tanky. But before that, I gotta say, both teams here, they're on the same page. High octane draft, we win fast, we lose fast.
So, Barats?
I think Barats is the choice. I can see a Balman.
Barats
if they go
has
crazy,
anti-CC, right?
Yes.
So that's, I think, maybe one of the key factors that they're thinking about, because if they do go for tank jungle, they really need to work around these neutral objectives. But the choice is Balman, and Balman is highly sensitive to crowd control, which Team Vitality has a lot of.
Win fast, lose fast. We'll see how it goes.
Vitality also has a lot of wins, Eterna. So will they get another one? They're tied up 1-1, but Celtic Cyber Team refusing to bow the knee. They do not want to give up this match, and they are going to fight back. But the question is, who will be the first one on match point? It's a best of 5, and whoever wins will be up 2-1. It's Team Vitality once again going toe-to-toe with Celtic Cyber Team. Let's get Map 3 started with Brigitte and Gideon.
We've seen two sides of the story. One where Geltec might overcome the defending champions, or of course Team Vitality holding on to the trophy all the way to the end. Only one spot in the Grand Finals to fill as we jump into the land of dawn. The match score is 1-1.
And we will be witnessing another Selena game from Cine to top off this draft that Vitality has decided to field, which I think came as a bit of surprise for both of us and even the panel, as they've decided to go for this instead of any other source of burst and or even shred.
And I love the fact that they decided, you know what, the best way to deal with it from the side of GCT, we're just going to beat you up in lane. We've got a lot of pressure on every single one of these lanes if they play it well. I think EXP is probably the biggest sandbag, but mid lane is a decent amount of control.
Yep, as we're seeing right now, where they do try and attempt to at least contest with the Wanderer, but an Abyssal Arrow landing on Kuejo. The damage from Cine, the Rupture, and Lethal Ignition are starting to pay dividends, at least for now in the early game.
Yeah, they got to make sure they time those concussive blasts. And more importantly, if they happen to, snag him with an arrow, catch him with a fatal links, even a simple stun, really, that's when you can follow it out with the Selena. So I'm looking at not just the Atlas, but I'm also looking at Vival and Fumienko, if they could set things up for City too.
Well, I think Geltic are very careful of those potential setups. I see multiple Purifies being picked up again. You're probably forced to, considering the amount of crowd control, which was also highlighted previously. That could be detrimental for even the Balmond of KOA. And how they are actually going to create an opening for this is something we're yet to see, because it's mostly been skirmishes in the mid lane just for now.
Yep, 10 seconds left on the clock before we do see the very first turtle of this game, and immediately what's blaring alarms is where's the level 4s? Again, the waves are about to crash, but this is the most important side for important level gap for either side. They want to hit level 4 and immediately start taking first positions.
Yeah, for the Selena, maybe you could argue that even if she doesn't, but at the same time, you do feel that it does slow down a bit when you have a Selena with the amount of wave clear that she can only provide. Chell, though, will get to clear this out before eventually resetting, but the turtle goes over to Vitality and a setup from Fumieko. City landing another arrow as well. KOA has to get away, but she could not. Not even the lethal counter could have saved her. Guejo being chased even under the turret, and that's a win for Vitality.
Now, despite having some really good winning lanes here, should technically be okay, but a double kill already achieved is not looking great. Vitality taking a 1.1k lead. We now look down towards that top side, and they're immediately taking away the gold. Vivon will try her absolute best to try and stop the bleeding, but now you see it very clearly that, hey, this Alice, it's going to be a really big problem. They have no way to actually stop the engagement. They just have to dodge it.
Because they also have so many ways to start it. Like, anyone from Vitality at this point, I feel, could just be confident enough to go in and catch GCT by surprise, which helps a lot in how the arrows eventually land, because the things get just so messy, similar to what we're seeing right now down bottom, but Tokyo at least will be safe from that.
They're probably going to re-gank it at some point, right? Go for the recall for Vivian and then look to make it happen once again. Try to steal this camp away, but now really punishing KOA.
Seriously, Fumieko all alone. Might just go for the solo kill. A bit of help there from Vival, but majority of the work was done there by Fumieko all alone. Now it's a potential punish that GCT are looking for, and Guejo will get the job done.
Oh, a little frustrating, of course, but it's still worth taking out the enemy jungler. KOA is currently still level 4 to Vival's level 7. 3-level difference, and stealing away camps in front of their face.
He's been doing this since game 2. Game 2, a lot of resources denied from KOA, and that still holds true for game number 3. Only difference is probably you get a bit more help from Fumieko as well. She's been always in the face of KOA on this Balmond. She's not afraid even if KOA is on this hero.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked as well, but at this point of time, we're just going to have to wait and see, right? Mid-game is when we're expecting GCT to really start picking up the pace, especially since Tokyo has yet to get that first item down. And once that first item is down, it's only ramping upwards. Purify out early.
Yeah, that was even before the first objective. Cine 2, the way that she's been landing these arrows have, I think, influenced so much of how this is not the usual aggressive Lilia early game that you're seeing from GCT. Ooh, little counter done right there. Cine, another arrow connecting onto KOA. The guiding wind might help, but Vivian will actually go for the setup. Will the follow-up be enough, though? It's going to be KOA targeted first, and they will actually find the kill. From behind, Vival goes into, and that's enough to complete this wipeout for GCT.
That was so clean. That was like so unironically clean. Initially, it was just, okay, we got this big clip coming in from Vivian, but really, was there enough space and time for the rest of the team to actually collapse? And they said, you know what? Yes, we'll just do it underneath the turret. Doesn't matter. Vivian's got all the big battle spells out, and because they have no Purify, there is no escape.
Everything, all the skills that they threw, the sequence was just too perfect for Vitality in that gang. You mentioned it, they might go for another try, and that was the perfect time to do it up against Tokyo, who is clearly struggling in the gold lane matchup right now. Another arrow, the burst! The burst is just a bit too much. Guejo steps on another trap as well. Now we're starting to feel the lack of sustained heroes in the hands of GCT.
Yeah, but they need the Flask of Oasis. Another arrow connects into a Fatal Links, but still manages to pull out with the help of a buffered Guiding Winds. These are the little mechanics here, right? You're just buffering abilities upon abilities, praying that the Chain CC has a broken link.
No, they see Vival. Vival trying to go after Sonchke. That's a lot of members of GCT you spot out there, but she's still not afraid to just make her presence felt.
And they can't even sit deep in enemy territory, or at least move up into no man's land to pick up the minions. At this point, it's pretty impossible for Kyoe to try to go for a steal. She needs to close that level gap to make sure that her retribution is bigger. I'm going to assume probably close to level 10 would be most ideal. Oh,
Tokyo! Purify already used! Still gonna be okay. Sonjike and Kyoe too show up from the sides, but the damage on Kyoe is no joke. Fumi Echo gets to get away from that turret, but there goes the Circling Eagle. They might not want to commit this though.
No, this is a no contest. An easy no contest for Vitality. Going to deny the purple buff as well. And they're probably going to cut off the mid-tier 2 here just to make sure they secure mid-tier 1.
Just how many resources have been stolen away from GCT at this point? Vival's movements across the map have been a bit too unpredictable for GCT, or maybe they just couldn't also keep up because of the pressure that she's been doing. Look at her up against Kyoe. Even using... Oh, that wasn't the retribution. Oh!
Yep.
Was able to iframe her way out of the lethal counter!
This is super silly. It is clear. They don't remember every single one of Hirara's abilities. She has 4 to work with here. Gotta make sure that you remember all of them. There is a snare, there is an iframe, and most importantly, she has multiple dashes. Vitality taking full control.
They've pretty much shown us how the matchup goes. Hirara being able to play around this matchup against the Balmond, but it's also just not the Hirara making all of this possible. It's everyone being able to just accomplish their laning phases successfully and not allowing GCT to do the rotations they want.
And Vitality, at this point, they've got squatters' rights. They're basically camping in their home, sitting in their jungle, waiting for somebody to come, and just to be an absolute nuisance, they're not going to leave.
Looking at the items right now, you could, I think, see how significantly behind the EXP laner and gold laner is. It's the sides that are feeling majority of the pressure, but there could be no comparison to the jungle. I think that's almost 4K that they have to deal with. But Vivian and Fumi Echo once again are gonna go in. They're waiting for the perfect moment, and there you go, Vivian! Without the Purify, sets up for Sonjike, but she still has the black shoes. But it's space that they want. It's space that they create to steal away more and more objectives from GCT.
6 seconds left. Oh wait, the arrow actually hits, but they no punish just yet. Kyoe able to get out just in time. I don't know. This is starting to look a little risky here. A lot of the big resources have been thrown out from the side of Vitality. They're trying to back this off. The only person who can hold on is Fumi, and now they punish with Vival.
Fumi Echo on a purple buff, by the way.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, Yubon jumping in, falling Star Moon, but Chell also dealing a decent amount of damage. Vivian too, another perfect pair. Could she go for another setup? She doesn't have the flicker, and GCT are just gonna scramble away.
This scramble is actually not really great for GCT, right? But at the same time, they kind of don't have a choice. They want to keep Vitality in check, and the only way to keep them in check is to be right up in their faces.
Another falling Star Moon, Yubon and Kuejo trying to work hand in hand just to be able to get in, but Vitality let go of the lore just as they do so. They have other things to accomplish before they commit to that.
Yep, they're going back to the fundamentals, reset up those waves. Look at that top and bottom side, both in neutral territory, and GCT are the first ones on it.
Oh.
However, with top wave pushing in, Vitality, are they going to get away with this?
They're letting it go. They don't mind that top wave pushing in. They just really want to secure this objective for themselves. GCT will settle with at least a tier 2 up top, but maybe not even, because another Abyssal Arrow from Cine will connect. That's going to be Liubon, though, a very tanky XP lane. But this time, it's not just Cine. Vival shows up. Vivian's here, too. Cine tries to run away. That goes the Fatal Links just to make sure they get out alive and pick up a kill, even before the Lord.
Oh, it's so good. And Fumi, she doesn't mind. Look at her. The unkillable EXP laner on this Alice. Absolute monster. Underneath the turret as well. Vival getting really disrespectful from all sides. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat the fastest game just yet, but I feel like Vitality are ramping it up to make sure that it's somewhat close.
If so, they'll have records of longest games and shortest games, both in their hands alone. But Vitality, that seems to be the case. They're keeping things fast. Vivian going in once again. There haven't been Purifies forced out just yet. Oh, there you go. Just as I mentioned it, 2 are already down.
Yep, big important spells here. And We know what's going to happen.
You know, yeah.
How much you want to bet? It's either the Throne Ruin or the Fatal Links. Which do you think is going to hit more targets?
Okay, maybe I might just go for Fumieko right here, but they will focus on the turrets for now. They want to create space, they want to go for the base turrets, and that's exactly what they need to keep the pressure going for GCT.
Just letting it happen. No wait, the arrow, it hits on the correct target. They move backwards, and yet still they maintain this pressure. I love the fact that Vitality plays textbook because they know they can guarantee the win if they just take their time.
Yeah, they're not doing much of the risky plays. Everything seems very calculated from them. Even the moments where Vival does things like this or dives. Fumieko only showing up in the back lines. But there goes Vivian with a two-man setup, and Vival is already godlike. It's a double kill, which she actually picks up, moving on to a triple and a maniac. Can she make it a savage? Yuba's the only target left, but they're gonna respect. They're gonna play it by the book. Flying clouds to where? She wants to clear the wave, but she cannot. It's a savage for Vival as Vitality take match points.
Insane game there. Vival coming out huge with a savage, making it look easy at the same time. At this point, it's Team Vivality at this point, right?
Hirara has to make her way back to the bans.
It's gotta be banned.
After what happened here, I doubt GCT want to go through that. It's all over again.
Ridiculous plays here coming in from game number 3 to turn it 2-1. We look at these plays and we see, yes, the Fatal Links hint into 2. Even the Throne Ruin to kind of make sure that they stay apart for half a second before we see the full combination from Vival. 10, 0, and 2. A literal perfect game coming out of this team.
Oh my goodness, the Ubon too. I think she desperately wanted to just utilize the flying clouds to clear whatever she could, but that was just not one wave, that was a lot. As I think it's about time we break down this game and throw it over to our panel after these messages.
Two fast games put Vitality on match point, one map away from moving forward to Grand Finals. Celtic Cyber Team are going to have to dig deep, win the next two if they want also their spot into the Grand Finals. That map was another quick one, and it ends in a savage.
Yeah, honestly, that was amazing, but here's the thing, you were asking about Vival, when are you going to use the assassin? And now we got to go back to Kyoe. Why does she keep using tanks?
That's a question, because game 2, game 3, it was so clean, so fast by Team Vitality, and the main difference maker was Vival being able to pick up the assassin. So
well, that's who
will we
everybody
be
keeps
seeing
screaming.
an assassin via assassin next time?
We need that, don't we? I think we need more assassins in our life. Spice things up for sure. Vival is getting all the attention out here in the crowd for sure. Let's take a look at our first action. It's towards the tail end. This is where things really start to fall apart for Celtic Cyber Team. And man, it is tough to watch at times. Or excuse me, we go back to the beginning, and this is going to be one of those fights now where Vitality truly starts to gain a foothold in the match.
Allow me to rant just a little bit, right? Because here's the thing, Kyoe, she is moving away from her character. But here's the thing, what is character? Well, philosophers have said that character is defined by habits. What's habits is the thoughts and the activities that you do daily. And here's the thing, when you start to break character, when you move away from your natural routine, you will start to act without passion as well as perform or behave outside of your rational mind. So going from a damage dealer to a tank, we can definitely see Kyoe is not moving as she is supposed to do.
That, and also she wasn't set up for success, right? If she was on maybe a different kind of tank that like a Barrett has anti-CC, maybe it could have been different. But we already did mention in the drafts it would be either the Balman or the Barats. But the fact that they chose the Balman is so susceptible to CC, and you could even see her in that particular clip being taken out by a trap.
Let's go a little bit deeper into the match and look at around the 10-minute or so mark. And we have one of these incredible fights that ends up unfolding.
Yeah, this was the make it or break it moment, and at this stage in time, man, if you don't expect a big play from Fumi Echo, make sure that you expect it from Vivian, because she's sure to get that failings in, even under turret. And then the collapse after that was insane. This was the moment when the Maniac hit, and then she only had one more left. Leobon had no choice because she really needs to clear the minions, but she then technically gave it to Hirara, gave it to Viva on a silver platter, and that is one of the first savages that we've seen so far here at MWI.
Honestly, looking at that play, I really want to make sure, because right now is match point. Geltec Cyber Team, we've seen teams going back to comfort, and honestly, it hasn't worked out. But I feel like for them, they really have to, because here's the thing, Kioe, you're not a meta player, right? You always play things that's outside of the meta, but it's something that you've practiced non-stop. And I also feel like Cassius have seen that, right? That's why we see an unorthodox ban, banning out the Baxia, banning out the Owls, and then eventually even the Yisun Shin. We were talking about if the Yisun Shin was there, maybe they would do well.
So is this one of those cases, you go back to map 2, the Hero Select actually benefited Geltec. Did it benefit them this time around, or was it once again one of those factors of mechanics?
No. Game 1, Game 2, it felt like Geltec still had a chance, an opportunity, because it looked like Team Vitality wasn't winning on the drafts per se, but in game number 3, Cassius really set the team up for success, right? Winning lanes, they were able to facilitate that as well. I feel like going up against the very best, it comes back down again to the drafts.
Taking a look at Vitality's dugout, they're in there, and you notice not a lot of really talking going on, strategizing, and I think because they're in their flow state, they just feel comfortable. They know they're in control, right? This would be a much different story if they had lost. They'd been down 2-1. I'm sure they would have been huddling up, but right now, nice and relaxed, calm LaFell, they look good.
This also shows that they have one thing in mind and they don't want to disrupt it, right? Because right now I feel like Cassius is having checkmate after checkmate when it comes to the bans. So I feel like the entire team, they're on the same page. Make sure Kioe doesn't play. Step number 1. Step number 2, make sure that Fumi Echo gets out of lane. Step number 3, win.
Well, the club championship update is well underway. From what I'm hearing, Trev is traveling. He's over on stage 3. What's going down over there?
With the semi-final action well underway in MWI over at the Allianz Vault, I've managed to slip away, meet up with Chris at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and he's going to update us on everything Dota at the moment.
Yeah, and you come at the right time, actually. When we're talking Club Championship, this is a big moment for week number 2. Falcons Key being crushed right this second. I literally, Slacks is right behind us getting this done. That is a massive, massive result up against the team they've gone up against with VG. But for them, Falcons only getting 200 points. They topped their group. They only come in with 200 points. It has been a miserable start for Falcons on this side of the arena.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same over at the Allianz Vault as well. Falcons, both teams dropped out in the quarterfinals too. So it's left down to Vitality playing off in their semi-final now. Faced a bit more pressure than they thought. And Na'Vi straight through to the Grand Finals as well. So that's another Grand Final appearance for Na'Vi over at the Allianz Vault in MWI. Stay tuned. More Club Championship action soon.
There. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Ton and Trev, for that club championship update. Vitality circled up. Let's get back on that stage. They're ready to go. Again, they're feeling confident. They're feeling comfortable. Just a touch, by the way, on that little interview that we had over on stage 3 with Trev and Ton. Falcons also getting eliminated early. Obviously, making it here for MWI was a big deal to the knockout stage, but they only get, like, I think a collective total of 200, 400 points. So eliminated early on stage 3. They're having a tough run. The club championship race is looking tough for them, at least for the first 2 weeks. But for Na'Vi, it is all guns ablaze. They're already in first place, and on top of that, in the club championship race, and on top of that, they just secured a spot into the grand final. So Na'Vi looking like one of the strongest orgs out there early on in just week 2 for the club championship. Now, back to reality, where we currently are. Team Vitality versus Geltec Cyber Team. It is 2-1. Vitality is currently up, and Geltec needs to come back. The pressure is at a boiling point for the Geltec Cyber Team ladies. What's the game plan here?
I'm gonna go for Occam's Razor again. Do what's obvious, and I feel like in the first 3 pick, get KOA's hero. If not, it's just gonna get banned out, and then you're gonna be scratching your heads again, and then afterwards, you're just like, well, I guess we lose, because game number 1, Vival got the Fredrin, not a great jungler, lost. And then game number 2 as well as 3, KOA got the Boxia as well as the Bellman, not really that great, and then lost. There seems to be a pattern, break that pattern.
So what's the hero select for KOA? What is the win condition for Geltec Cyber Team?
I feel like there's plenty. When we're talking about KOA, she has so many unique picks under her belt, but obviously we're thinking about the assassins. She's picked up the Benedetta in the past, that's out meta. Fanny is something that should still find some success, but we haven't seen either. Lancelot, the Lings of the world. KOA is a highly mechanical player. That's the reason she was given the term Ice Queen
yeah.
in the first place, right? Everyone was really stunned with her exceptional gameplay. I would say top 3 in the league right now when it comes down to junglers. So give her a draft that allows her to perform at that level.
I gotta say, even in 2024, one of the times she got a title Ice Queen, when she was willing to pick up a Julian when Julie was really not in the meta, and she still did well with it. Right now, we are jumping in the draft here. Geltec Cyber Team is gonna be first pick, blue side, Vitality, second pick, red side. We're playing Expanding Rivers, so this is gonna be a great opportunity for the teams to have very strong side laners. And now, banning out the Gwen, banning out the Atlas for Geltec Cyber Team, for Vitality, banning out the Harara, banning out the Marcel, and now an Esmeralda gets banned up as well. So Geltec, based on what's happening in MWI, good early picks are that Belleric, that Carry. Harara has been banned out now. In terms of the junglers, I don't know. Actually, now I've noticed it, we also didn't see much Freya, which I feel a bit weird for, but hey, c'est la vie.
It really depends on the team, I feel. Like some teams favor the Freya a little bit more than others. And in this particular matchup, we don't really see too much of Freya, but obviously still keep your eyes out for that. Geltec here, if they do want to set up for a assassin in the jungle, maybe pick up something that usually counters it. Like the Moskov is still open. That's something that they can go for in the early phase of the drafts. With the Paquito also banned out, it's opening up that possibility even more.
Yeah, honestly, when you're playing Expanding Rivers, I feel like this is one of those maps, if you want to play double fighters, it's actually quite viable. But that does mean you have to pick up an early either Kimi, Yusin Shin, or a Freya. Because I feel like Freya also enables quite a few double fighter matchups.
You want to go Freya Aulus for Geltec? You know, fall back to the Aulus. I know it's not an assassin, but it is one of her priority heroes.
If they want to go for an Aulus, they're going to pick up something like a carry, because Aulus can deal with the front line-ish, but not really. He's kind of there more of a distraction rather than a true finisher. So I respect the carry pick and still opening up the possibility of, honestly, any picks on the jungle.
Okay. I think they're going to leave the gold lane matchup for later. They can do it on red 3. What is a hero that is left open? Do they want to prioritize their mid lane here first? Do they want to go for something like the Yve that has found them success if they want to control a river?
I'm with Leo, honestly, where Leo said Eve is probably the strongest mid laner right now, and I do agree. Very tanky, a lot of damage, a lot of range. They pick up the Belleric first, as well as the Claude here. So this is very interesting. Not saying it's bad, but it is a losing matchup against the carry. So why do they pick up the Claude early? What are they hiding?
That's why I thought it would be red 3, because when it comes down to matchups, in the, well, I would say, yeah, early game, like 1 to 3, carry definitely dominates the lane, but Claude, in the longer scheme of things, especially when he already has his ult, it can still favor the Claude in moments like that. So are they waiting for the mid matchup first in order for them to choose? Like, are they choosing between the Lilia and the Yve? Or maybe they found success on the Selena earlier on. It turns out the Selena is one of Cini's power picks. Maybe they want to see if there's an opportunity to pick that up again.
Well, Geltec has an opportunity to pick up a jungler right now, and they do. They pick up the Aulus as well as the Lapu Lapu. Good news, bad news. Good news, they get strong picks. Bad news, they're showing their hand. There's no deception in this kind of draft. So now, Cassius should not fumble the ball here. They know the matchups. They don't know mid, but who cares? Sini's pretty good.
What's the counter to the Owlers? Do they want to go for something like assassin heavy? But I feel like the window becomes very limited because the Owlers get strong very quickly in the mid game.
Honestly, Baxia wouldn't be a bad pick here.
You want to go Baxia?
Because you already have the Belleric. The Belleric can change CC a little bit for the Owlers, especially if you wait for Owlers to use the first skill. And then the Baxia is there just to reduce the healing from Owlers as well as Lapu. Because so far, Vitality has won early just because they keep winning those trades. Baxia is a trade winner. But for now, they do pick up the Eve. So I feel like Vitality, they're keeping their options open. Because Baxia is one answer. The other answer is if you want to be fast, you can pick up something like a Suyo. Hasn't done well here. And honestly, going up against Carry, Lapu, and Owlers, I'm actually quite okay to pick up a Ling. I feel like this is one of those games, you're looking at this matchup, Ling doesn't get punished that hard.
Yeah, there's no lockdown potential so far, right? With the Lapu being picked and the carry. That's why I thought that maybe they want to prioritize something like the Moskov. But obviously, they chose the carry to set up for their own Owlers pick. I want something a little crazier though, you know? I want something like maybe an X-Borg jungle. Again, it's still something that I really do enjoy seeing in this current meta. Or maybe even something crazier like the Assassins of the world. But obviously, they are trying to set up for it. You do see the Kaja being banned out. So they are opening up more options for Viva. Oh, okay, well, there he goes.
Yeah, because Galtech see this coming. They don't have crowd control, right? At most, they have slows. And Lapu's stun, it's very predictable. Sure, Eve might have difficulty avoiding it, same as Belleric, but a very fast assassin. Honestly, I'm looking at the draft even more. There's a lot of assassins that can really do well here, even a Hayabusa. So Galtech, I don't think they will have enough bans to really shut down Vival, and that's kind of scary.
Vival has a lot of heroes. Even though we've only seen her on a few picks this time around here at MWI, which were mostly tanks to begin with, she has a lot that she can utilize. So I want to see them really like pin down on it. I mean, the Suyo is still definitely an option because...
Wait, no, I am seeing an Akai. Akai is available too.
It is.
They have an Eve as well as a Claw. They have enough damage, right? And they, with the Akai, they can punish all three heroes of Galtech.
Force, carry, purify.
Honestly, just shut down QA and then you're good, right? Start QA with 0, 3, and 1. You're off to the races, and now even the Lilia gets banned out. So this is looking more and more like they're setting up for one more tank here. I mean,
gets banned.
Okay, you know what? We know each other so well. You know, at this point, we're in his ears somehow.
Somehow, some way, the Akai gets banned. So again, Suyo is an option, which is why maybe they banned out the Lilia, right? Lilia, heavy burst, heavy damage in the early stage of the game. Suyo, very susceptible to that early game magic damage. So they set up for the Arlet first. That would have been a perfect Akai pick in if they were able to combo it with the Arlet as well, but it's not going to be available to them right now.
Yeah, I actually feel like maybe even Belleric is enough-ish for this Arlet as an activator. Because other than that, I really don't think there's too many more junglers that can really activate for the Arlet. So now for Galtech, they need a very heavy front line here because Lapu can dive, Aulus can stay in the front, but not alone. He needs a friend. So what is going to be a good friend here? I think a Gatot would be quite well. Other than that, am I missing something here? Atlas is banned, Belleric has already been picked.
I don't think there's room for Minotaur.
They go for the... Okay, listen. I know there's a lot of anti-tanks from the side of Vitality, but the Glorious Pathway negates the slows coming in from the RWM, so maybe. And here's the thing, Galtech, they want to play how they usually play, which is force fights. I move forward, you fight me back. You die, I die, someone wins.
Which is why the Belleric is still really good in this matchup.
Yeah.
Because that's what they want. They want people to dive onto him. So I'm surprised with the next picks as well. I'm surprised with the Valentina pick. Obviously, you can pick up the real-world manipulation. They could definitely put things in your direction, and you can also copy the ultimate from Arlet. So there is creativity and playability for this Valentina to work.
Yeah, and now the Nolan gets picked up. So again, the story of the entire series here, win fast, lose fast. Although I do have to say, this time, both teams have pretty solid scaling. So we might actually go to the late game, maybe 70 minutes.
Will the lights finally go out on the dark horse roster run of Celtic Cyber Team? Or will the sun shine on them one more time to force a Game 5? Or is this when Team Vitality shuts the door on their competitor, moves forward to Grand Finals, and once again secures a championship? All that and more to figure out as we head in to Map 4. It's Team Vitality versus Celtic Cyber Team. Brigida, Gideon, let's see what Map 4 is to bring.
And we're excited to bring you all the action here from the land of Dawn right to your screens here at MWI. The defending champions, as already put, with a composition that's looking pretty good, but I gotta give it to Celtic. That second half really caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting the Valentina and the Hylos to really pull this comp together.
It completely changed our impression of how the game could potentially go, simply because I think it was also able to, if not balance out what we thought were lacking, but also complement the idea that we were expecting from them. It's looking like a really rundown type of composition that you could just expect to fastly move around the team fights.
Yep, speaking of fastly move, we're already seeing right here, right now, they want the Lethal Wanderer bad, but Nolan is nowhere to be seen. And with that, that's going to give you plenty of information as we see Nolan going vertically into enemy territory.
Oh, they're gonna not meet here in the purple buff. They were completely aware of the movements, and Guejo's probably gonna catch it a bit too late.
Oh, that's okay. It's still at least Retribution away, and then you're gonna run. And there's nothing you can do. Nolan's particularly hard to catch in the early stages of the game, and now that he has purple buff, even more so. But now we start looking towards Fumiko's lane. A really nice freeze and a good call by Liu Blanc to say, hey, you know what? Get your boy, get everybody here. We're expecting another engagement. Help me get this wave out, and then we can go back to neutral states.
Yeah, they're playing it both aggressively on the sides, but they are not overstaying for too long enough to get punished, because GCT seemingly, with the rotations that we've been discussing or with the lineup that they have, could be quick to do just that in order to provide some respo. We're seeing once again another attempt potentially up top, but Vival has different plans in mind. Vivian and Vival are just trying to scout out Kyoe.
Yep, I mean, for the longest time, Kyoe was already revealed on the map, and Vival right now has some decent damage, but needs to catch Kyoe without her cooldowns. It's the only way they're going to be able to make this work.
That's what I'm thinking. Does Vival actually burst down Kyoe, especially if they catch them off guard as the Nolan? Because I feel like that could be one of the go-to plans for Vitality if they want to make things a bit more simpler on their end.
They absolutely can, but they need Vival to have a lead first. Damage reduction is a really powerful stat, and only very few heroes actually have access to them. Luckily, we got two of them already in the Lapu Lapu and the Aulus, making it a really big difference in how long these fights are gonna go. Man, that Concussive Blast is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, they poked down Cindy to half HP, forcing her to recall even before this objective. I think at least Chell has been able to double lane to a certain extent, so Vitality are just really focusing on the farm, at least for now. But oh, wait, Vival might find Tokyo here, but at least Tokyo does get to find a way out with a flicker.
Oh, luckily, denied that second wave, and this will mean that the grab does go over into Claude's hands. Now the next fight begins.
Liubo, bravest fighter. Vival's actually very low. Vitality have very little ways to contest this, but do they actually find a way around it? It's a no. Kyoe still secures it with the Retribution. Vivian has to flicker out, but Liubo and Kyoe are actually going for the chase. That's gonna be first blood for GCT.
Okay, not bad. At least they get one into Vivian. Not exactly ideal to lose one of your team members, but at least Vivian hit 4 before she went down. Timers are still very low. 4 seconds, she's already back up, and now attacking on the bottom side. Guess what? Claude ain't that easy, especially with fighter emblems. So much sustain.
But I think that was a huge advantage, really, that GCT got to make out of that simple poke they got to do onto Cine, and even the reaction from Vival. So now they've somewhat gotten a bit more control across the map, but Kyoe looking very low. Still not enough to take her down.
Yep, the people who want to burst her down can't catch her without the cooldown. Everybody else just doesn't have enough burst to finish her off. And even so, we see that GCT, honestly, this has been a very honest game from both sides. No sly movements, no overly thought out plans. It's very straightforward. We're looking to play it and keep it simple. Vitality. So far, we've only seen the biggest play, Vival trying to catch out Tokyo. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that again, but they're readjusting to move a lot of their forces to the top side of the map.
Yep, we might see a bit more of that come, especially here towards the purple buff. Vitality are not letting go of this push. Quejo already has to deal with a bit of damage, but now they're going to respond back with the Glorious Pathway. Vival, though, just goes right in. There's a Cleaving Axe as a response from Kyoei, and I think they denied the purple buff, and the real world manipulation too falling into place. The stuns from Liuban are actually going to connect. They find the trade onto Vival, and now City and Vivian just have to escape, but do they have the tools? This is Liuban going for the chase. The stun lands, and that's another kill over to GCT.
Beautifully played by both sides, but most impressively, Liuban was able to respond in time to catch all three of the members into the Raging Slash after the Bravest Fighter, and now they look for turrets.
Oh, Fumieko does use the final slash, will get away safely, but is very low on HP. Might not be able to set up for this turtle, and even Vival doesn't seem to be ready for this just yet. Vivian will be showing up, however, and City is back too.
Oh, they're trying to zone them out here, and they successfully do so. They get, oh no, not a full reset. And unfortunately, Vitality will take the turtle off of that. GCT, a little unlucky there, but so far, this is why Yves is one of the best mages that we have in the meta. Are they going to be able to catch this?
Oh, they give up that tier 1 down bottom in exchange of the turtle, since Chell had to participate in that too. Warak's pickup already there for Fumieko. Could Vitality potentially be a bit more aggressive now in terms of the teamfights? Because so far, based on what we've been seeing, it's more of like a back and forth between GCT, but it's always GCT being the first to actually position themselves.
Yeah. And better yet, they've been taking the initiative as well, right? They're not just going to take it lying down anymore. They're continuously trying to find opportunities. Vival looking to intercept Tokyo.
Oh.
Rest of them zoning them out. Vivian has Flicker, so she's going to be fine, but that's a pretty big battle spell to lose. Just top side, they find it. Great patience from Vival.
Vivian did burn the Flicker there, but I think her passing through that route eventually allowed Vitality to get away safely too, but that was a much more favorable trade for them. They definitely got a kill and turret up top, which probably could hand back the lead towards Vitality this time, but Wrath of Dryad already forced out of Vivian! Fracture coming in from Vival, and now they just focus on Kyoei! The strength of the real-world manipulation is something you're really seeing when Vitality decides to punish.
Yeah, but GCT, they got to make sure that they do their due diligence, right? They got to remember, if Vitality's making like a, oh, if we think this person is solo, would a solo player be walking up this far up? Never at this level of play, never in high level, unless they're trying to get into your head. Then there's another layer to add.
This is currently a lead that's already back in Vitality's hands. It's just continuously going to grow from this point onwards as we look at Chell already prioritizing the DHS on the Claude. So you could really expect that they might be prioritizing a bit more of the fights early on rather than just scaling in a bit more of the macro. Oh, but the Glorious Pathway is already used by Quejo here.
They just want to make sure they get out of this safely, right? They don't, it looks like they're not going to go for the contest because they don't have the first position. Neither do they have enough information about whether or not they can walk through Tribe Rush or maybe through mid lane. It's just not worth the risk, especially after what Tokyo had to go through. Down by bot side is going to be a upward spiral for Kyoei, right? Just gonna have to farm as much as she can. Unfortunately for a hero like Aulus, the jungle just isn't enough. Similarly like Nolan, you gotta go into the wave every once in a while.
But this Nolan also picked up the Malefic gun just now. So you could expect a lot more damage. It's currently being surrounded though, but there will be help. Vivian too, coming from behind! That's Wrath of Dryad! The final slash did not connect, but I think it's gonna be enough to at least take down Quejo. GCT did not expect that quick rotation to come in from Vitality, and they still want more. Vivian going for the chase. Fumieko dashing in with a vengeance. Chell and the blazing duet! Fractures from Vitality! Damages everywhere to take down 3 from GCT!
Real unfortunate here. Oh, hey, Luon, they're going to make a try, but unfortunately, if you're not going to commit the Flicker, it's just not enough.
Oh, Tokyo too, trying to find a trade Koichi does find Fumieko, but they lose out on too much.
I mean, at this point, Vitality understand they've all the early game heroes who've hit their power spikes, they're ready to go. But even better, if we pull up the item list, I'm fairly confident that Vival is already like 2, maybe 2.5 items, arguably 3 items at this point.
Yep, we get to check that later on as Koicho just tries her best to clear this minion wave in mid, and there you have it.
2.5 items, now slowly building up. Whoa, Chell, let's calm down here. Yeah, it'd be a really bad time to give over a shutdown over to GCT at this point of time, because we look at GCT's items, right? Lubon is kind of the only one who can really compete with some of the members of Vitality. It really depends on the advantages. On the opposite end, Kyoe, 2 items, but not enough attack speed to really start benefiting off of all the extra benefits from Awless. Not to mention that just going to go for the endless battle, just need a little bit more burst to sustain through the power, sustain through the pain.
Yep. So at this point, it's really Lubon who you probably expect to lead the charge, if any, for GCT. But do they really want to risk it at this point? Because they get spotted out in mid. There goes the real final slash, already committed onto Kuejo, but that's just space, that's just time that Vitality are able to buy.
And they move away. 3.4, 3.6 now as it continues to skyrocket for Vitality. I'm expecting it to end up closer towards 6 to 7k. The 7k depends on whether or not a fight breaks out, but 6k if they get all the outer turrets from this point onwards.
Yeah.
And I think that Vival, very happy with everything that has happened. Nobody can stop him, right? There is only one Kyoe. Nobody else has a point-and-click stun. And even Versailles still needs to apply the Terrify 2 times to trigger it to happen with a Shadow Strike. So, I don't know. Vitality, the way that they're going in and out of these fights, it's just too much to deal with.
I guess at most it's if you get the Wrath of Dryad or the Final Slash, but Vivian actually goes in to use it first. They really want to take the space turret. Chell tried to focus down on this objective, but still GCT are heavy on the defense. Kyoe pushing them away. Lubon jumping in with the bravest fighter, but the Land Shaker does not connect onto anyone. GCT are forced to disengage.
Unfortunate. They really needed that Land Shaker to connect to Cine. But now, underneath the turret, there's still a possibility of that final slash. And I'm waiting for that big play by Fumieko, but I think that Vitality says, hey, calm down, girl. Not right now. Not right now. Wait till the next Lord. I guarantee you GCT is going to walk out.
I think they're trying to constantly remind each other to just not give any openings to GCT, especially now that we're finally seeing that 6 to 7k gold lead that you've previously mentioned as expected. But even the panel too, they also brought up a point about this potentially getting to the 16 to 17-minute mark, but I am not sure if Vitality want to make it to that point, especially now that they're looking at a lineup which could really heavily scale into the late game.
Well, there's only 2 ways that can happen. Either number 1, Kyoe somehow steals the Lord, this next upcoming Lord. It's the second one that's spawning, by the way, so it is kind of difficult to chunk down, especially since Vitality are all over level.
Wait, speaking of all over the place, they're actually trying to pick a fight here in the orange buff. Kyoe already bursted down heavily by the damage coming in from Vival, whereas Fumieko tried to go into 1v1 versus Tokyo, but the blazing do it from Chell! She barely made it out alive there, but the damage is going to be enough. Vival trying to go for more targets. There goes another kill onto Tokyo, or Kyoe as well. Did GCT really want to fight them there?
Honestly, looking at everything, GCT came out on top.
Yeah.
They were 6.6k down, got an even 50-50 trade against their opponents, used the same amount of battle spells, the same amount of ultimates, and yet came out despite the huge economic lead coming in from Vitality. We'll have to look at the spread of where the gold actually is. I'm guessing most of it is actually on Vival, but a really good attempt because now, by the time the Lord actually spawns, it's a full reset.
Come to think of it, it's actually surprising that Vitality seem to have used, if not all, most of their resources just to get those kills against GCT. Even the entries from Chell with the Blazing Duet felt like it took a bit too long before we could actually feel majority of the damage to come through. But at least Vitality still get the advantage in terms of the Allure.
The Lord was inevitable. I would have liked to see GCT actually do the exact same move, but just maintaining that distance constantly, playing the footsies against Vitality just to make sure, hey, you may get first position, but at least we know all of your first positions.
Okay. I think somehow the damage is a bit more expected to come through. That's a Lightning Truncheon already locked in for Sonj. And Tokyo's already completed the trinity as well for this carry. But I think the question remains, what does Sonj actually pick up for the IMU to really make sure that they get at least an advantage against Vitality in terms of the counter engage? Is it really the Wrath of Dryad that they could really make the most out of, or could it be the final slash?
I don't know. I'm thinking
RWM?
I think it has to be the RWM. There's just nothing else like it, especially when you have a glorious pathway on your side. At least you can slow them down, but here comes the next upcoming fight. I don't know if Vitality want to commit to this right now, because they still have that second wave, but now, look at Vival, literally playing with her food. Keep in mind that the majority of that 9K lead is because of Vival.
Oh, that's spicy. Liubon trying to take on this 1v1, but there's also a separate team fight happening in mid. Kuejo right under the real world manipulation as Liubon goes down in the hands of Vival. And that's exactly what we were asking. This is such a brave decision to come in from Liubon, but at least they get to defend the base.
This is disgusting. Disgusting stuff coming out from Vival right now. And the rest of the team is working like a well-oiled machine, denying space, making sure that nothing feels safe. It feels like GCT, every time they open up a bush, it's a minefield out there.
Yeah, who do you actually send to do that? It's mostly supposed to be Kuejo, right? Already having to pick up the immortality as well, but even then the burst damage might be a bit too much to handle. The final slash gets touched somehow here by Kyoei, but even as she just tried to clear, you could see how difficult she had to how the difficulty she had to deal with in terms of surviving the damage from Vitality.
Yeah, but now Vitality, they crack their knuckles, they sit back. We got the 9K lead, guys. Guys, the next Lord is where we must end it. First, we need to make sure that GCT doesn't get to the 42K mark comfortably, right? They're going to eventually hit it. There's no going around that, but we can make their life a living hell.
No one's aware that Vival's there in that bush too. GCT have seemed to understand that they might need to group together a bit more, and there have been some movements down bottom, but they just can't confidently push further. They have barely little idea of where Vitality are currently positioned at the map.
Oh my goodness. After looking at the damage dealt and damage taken, it's kind of difficult to argue that GCT doesn't have enough damage, but the truth is they just don't have enough items. They don't have enough gold. And finally, the Malefic Roar is out for Kyoei.
Oh, Fumieko going in, tries to dive, goes for Sonjke. Sonjke steals away the final slash, but they're still yet to go for the counter engage. Just chill and Viva from the back! They make sure that this is gonna be a clean wipeout! Immortality pop for Kuejo. She's the only one left alongside Liubon, but it's a maniac and it's a potential savage once again! Vival takes 2 savages in this series as they walk their way to the Grand Finals potentially!
Oh my goodness. What a game this was. From not only outplays, we finally come to the outclass. The title defenders are here and are wanting to stay. Welcome to the Grand Finals. We missed you here.
The MWI champions of 2024 and 2025 will meet at the Grand Finals of this year. It wasn't as clean as their previous run. They've been dropping games, they've been having long games, but eventually Vitality still make it back to the top.
And of course, true sportsmen, despite being defending title champs, they're still going to have their fist bumps down. But with every competitor that we see have to leave, it breaks my heart to see Geltec put up one hell of a fight. Game 1 gave me so much confidence that maybe their hero pool was bigger than we thought, but the comforts, they need to expand how comfortable they are on multiple heroes, especially when you're at the top.
And I cannot get over these 2 savages brought to us by Vival in just a single series, 2 games straight up against GCT. That was a statement brought to us right there by this jungler from Team Vitality.
So happy for everybody involved here, especially for those at Vitality. We're going to be throwing it over to have an even review with them right now.
First and foremost, congratulations on yet another Grand Finals appearance. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Of course, coming into this event, everyone expects you guys to perform at this level. Now you're in Grand Finals. How do you deal with the pressure of living up to such high expectations?
It has always been our place to be in the grand final, so I guess this is where we belong.
It's a right. It's a right for them to be here. They were invited. They were invited to be here. Vitality.
Absolutely phenomenal, and with good reason.
And of course, the home ground heroes right here, Team Vitality. The crowd goes wild for you guys. And you guys have definitely earned the place in grand finals. Now we would like to invite Geltec to please hand over your keys to Cindy from Vitality. Thank you, Geltec. You guys did EECA really, really proud. You fought well and valiantly. Now, Cindy, how does it feel like holding the key of your opponent? I know you guys have been looking forward to meeting Geltec, but how does it feel really, knowing that you defeated them?
It feels I'm really grateful to be holding their key, I guess.
Very grateful. Now, the next one, it's going to be a grudge match. 2024 MWI winners going up against you guys, the MWI 2025 winners. They were the ones that took the win from you. Tainting your golden road. Is there anything you would like to say to them?
Maybe we want to get revenge on them because of the 2024 grand final.
Maybe.
We definitely want to get revenge.
Yeah, they definitely want to take revenge. So yes, that's right. This is Team Vitality heading to the grand finals. Take your walk of victory!
And of course, to the fans' delight, it is time for Vitality to crush yet another key. This is Geltec's key going. Time to set it up and crush them. And technically only one key to crush before Vitality can keep their throne as the undisputed queens of MWI. They won last year and they're looking to win this year again. It is time to turn that crusher on. As always, one dream shattered and the other one stays alive for tomorrow. It is time to get ready for the crusher. Vitality making it to grand finals. Obviously the fans will be there and back. These guys are ridiculous. The vibes are looking incredible. The vibes are immaculate at the MWI, and you know Vitality will be celebrating because these guys, they will be back tomorrow for grand finals in style. So make sure you're there tuning in for this. That's gonna be ridiculous. Looking forward to the grand finals. Without further ado, let's enjoy the vibe and take a look at the highlights.
The Vitality fans rejoice and they jump and they bang the drums and they celebrate as Vitality have officially done what they came here to do, make it back to grand finals, and it's going to be a rematch from 2024. What a story we have to tell. But first, for Geltec Cyber Team, EECA region, they came to at least accomplish history. They were the underdogs, and what a historic moment to make it to semifinals. And let's face it, they still have a chance for third place. So in celebration of them, I think it's well said. They did what they came to do. They made history.
Oh yeah, for sure. I gotta say, based on today, I'm really looking forward to see how they bounce back for tomorrow, because it looks like today they had a strategy, it didn't work out. I'm pretty sure it will hurt their spirits just a little bit because they were quite close to getting to the grand finals, and that really hurts. But some people just generate that hurt into more skill for tomorrow.
Sure. Well, there were two losers today, so they're both going to have that good mentality coming in to the matchup. Let's take a look at one of our actions from that last match, and we'll break it down for you, of course. Here we're at the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, at this point in time, very similar to the one before, you can see that there should have been a possibility of a great opening coming in from Sonjika. But I don't know, the final slash just really didn't hit or land the way that it did. And because they were already so far behind, it was very easily for the rest of the members for Team Vitality to find their moment, find their place. And we get the second Savage from the previous game. Woo! And then here, and it just really highlights that when you take a look at Team Vitality, it's not just about Vivian, it's also about Vival.
Can I just say it feels very validating to call the draft one thing, calling the time that is going to end. I mean, sure, 4 seconds, but come on, that's basically 17 minutes.
I would give it to you. No,
right?
That's not accurate.
You know what? 2-1, you're outnumbered. I'm giving it to him.
It turned out
the philosopher has spoken.
Game number 2, game number 3, I told you early end, 70 minutes. Hey, come on.
Round up. If it was a 4, okay, I could see you rounding down. Let's round up to 17.
LaFell can do better.
Do you feel like 4 seconds is a long time?
Yes.
Oh, and you know what? Honestly, for some it is. 15 or 16 minutes, 56 seconds to round ends. Vitality takes the win. Might have been a rocky start. Let's face it. They looked a bit choppy, but they snapped back, winning 3 in a row. And again, a historic grand final setup before us between two incredible organizations, both doing incredibly well so far in week 2 for the club championship race. It's Na'Vi and Vitality. We take a look at some of the emotions on the stage, and even the coaches were feeling the pressure.
You know what? I'm just going to start just a little bit early on the story because I just want to make sure one thing does not happen, which has been happening year after year after year after year. Grand Finals is a sweep, right? Somehow, some way in the MLBB scene, doesn't matter if the women's division or the men's division, it happens in a sweep. I hope because this is a revenge story, it goes all the way.
Which is why I think momentum is so important, especially when we get to the Grand Finals, because of how high pressure everything is. Just losing one game can really affect your mentality. Now, I'm hoping that since Na'Vi PH and BTR Vitality have been in the same position before, they have the mentality to bounce back even after a loss in the first game.
I'm hoping so. Vitality, look at the smile on their faces as they're just playing and having a good time. And you could really tell they were super comfortable when we headed into their locker room. Obviously, they were just going in there instead of meeting up, talking strategy. They all just got on their phone, got on social media, made their celebration post early. Feeling comfortable, and of course even their CIO going out there, which big news to him. He actually did a championship update earlier with Trev, and he commented on how much Vitality is committing to the club championship race this year. So having these ladies do as well as they are is a big boon for Team Vitality.
I mean, honestly, looking at how Vitality performed just now, talk about momentum. Talk about having a statement, having 2 Savages back-to-back in both games. I kind of feel like if Na'Vi was watching that, they're like, oh boy.
Not Ayanami can do it. She's my GOAT.
She is the GOAT. She is her, as we've been saying. It is, in fact, set up to be an incredible final day of MWI, but we're going to have to wait at least one more day until we get to that point. But even though we're waiting for the grand finals for tomorrow, you can get involved now when it comes to MLBB because it's Rhino Day. Yay! Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Plenty of things to get involved in, and look who's excited. Eterna, you're feeling good about Rhino Day.
I love rhinos.
Yes.
I love rhinos.
I'm just a few games away from becoming a dragon.
Ooh, dragon.
Which is mythic.
Ah, okay.
You've hit that once.
Rhinos.
50 stars. Congrats.
Well,
Congrats.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's not Dragon Day. It is Rhino Day.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day. Hey, check it out. Trev, he's got the club championship updates, and we need one because we're nearing the final day of the MWI.
We've just wrapped up day number 4 of MWI here at the Esports World Cup in 2026, where Team Vitality have just taken down Geltec Cyber Team to get themselves into the Grand Finals. They're looking to try and earn the first 1,000 points for Team Vitality in the Club Championship. Over the other side of the bracket, though, Na'Vi clean sweep their opponents to earn their spot in the final. And with Dark Angel earning them 1,000 points last week, they're looking to go back-to-back in the Allianz Vault to top off the Club Championship table at the end of week 2. Stay tuned, because there's still so much more to come in the Club Championship.
Thank you, Trev, for that update. He's right. Dark Angel won in a previous title just last week for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi could win once again here in the Allianz Vault. This is, I guess, turning into Na'Vi's arena after all. They're doing such a great job, but they've got a Titan to get through, and it's a rematch of epic proportions. Again, we take a look at some of the emotions of the players and even the fans, man. Vitality superfans show up and show out. And Vitality were feeling so comfortable and feeling good throughout that final matchup to the point where, honestly, they could have been in their own bedrooms, chilling out on the couch, playing against the team they were going against. Not because Celtic is a bad team by any means, but just because Vitality is so comfortable being under the bright lights.
For sure, for sure. They've been in this position time and time again. I think that's something what we have highlighted. But of course, even through their amazing performance today, there are still some loopholes that I think they need to, prepare for.
Sure.
Because obviously Na'Vi have been watching, they've been reading out the games, they saw the drafts, and they're going to be expecting and also bringing out their own flavor tomorrow in the Grand Finals.
That's it. And Grand Finals will be coming up very quickly. But not only is it Rhino Day, we also have a chance for My Champions Pick. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 through 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports Post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My Champions Pick now live. A lot of things to earn, and you know what? I want you all to earn. Let's take a look at a couple of our highlights that ended up happening throughout the day because we had several of them. Again, the coaches feeling the pressure, feeling the pain of each and every moment. For the players themselves, though, they had to go through the gauntlet. Unfortunately, for 2 teams, their keys were crushed. However, we will still see them again tomorrow as they play for 3rd place.
I gotta say, I feel like in terms of emotions today for the winners, I think this is also showing their veterancy as being champions from before. They don't get overly excited. It's like, yes, we win, but the job's not over just yet. If we just, go through the adrenaline, we might go through a mistake. But for the team that lost today, this is a new learning experience where they have to accept the defeat, but also know that it's not over just yet. They still have to do more tomorrow.
And we don't get to see them emote like the ones that lose. Because we're hearing a lot of them backstage from Rose that, it really just reflects how much they put up with and how much they've been through.
How much they sacrifice.
The sacrifice, the journey that they went through, and not just the physical journey of flying all the way to Paris, but the emotional one as well that doesn't really get highlighted a lot. So hopefully in the coming days we get to see a little bit more of that side, maybe more interviews with Rose as well to kind of highlight that, because tomorrow we do have amazing, crazy, high pressure matches, and I bet the emotions are going to be at a maximum.
At an all-time high. Today was an incredible day, as you would expect. It's been 4 completed days of MWI, but we're about to come up to our most important day number 5. It's championship day, and we've got 2 Titan orgs, 2 Titan teams for a rematch from 2024. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality, but we're gonna have to wait until tomorrow to see who will end up the champion. Make sure you hit that sub button, follow button wherever you're watching, because tomorrow is championship day. You do not want to miss out.